कर लेंगे, उन्होंने कहा था आज ठीक कर लेंगे।
नमो नमः। स्वागतम सर्वेषां। नीलाचल निवासाय नित्याय परमात्मने बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। वंदे गुरु परंपरां वंदे संस्कृत मातरम्। वैदिक परिप्रेक्ष्ये स्वतंत्रता समानतायोः अवधारणा इत्याख्ये वेब्स इंडिया इत्यस्याः 25तम वैदिक सम्मेलने भवतीनां च हार्दं हार्दं स्वागतं विधीयते। सम्मेलनमिदं श्री रघुनाथ कीर्ति परिसर देवप्रयागस्थस्य केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य संयुक्त तत्वावधाने समायोज्यते, यस्य संयोजकौ वर्तेते वेब्स इंडिया इति अस्याः संस्थायाः अध्यक्षः परमादरणीयः प्रोफेसर शशि तिवारी महोदयः तथा च केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य रघुनाथ कीर्ति परिसरस्य व्याकरण विभागस्य अध्यक्षः परम विद्वांसः प्रोफेसर वनवाली विश्वाल महोदयः उभयोः विदुषोः सादरं स्वागतं विधीयते। सम्मेलनस्यास्य शुभारंभ सत्रस्य अध्यक्षपदम् अलंकर्तुं सादरं प्रार्थ्यन्ते वेद व्याकरण साहित्य शास्त्र मनीषिणः तथा संस्कृत कविमणयः केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य आचार्याः वनमाली विश्वालवर्याः। पुनश्च सत्रेऽस्मिन् सारस्वतातिथिरूपेण सश्रद्धं निमन्त्रिताः वर्तन्ते आधुनिक वेदव्याख्याकारेषु मूर्धन्याः वैदिक स्वरशास्त्रज्ञाः सावित्रीबाई फूले विश्वविद्यालयस्य संस्कृत प्रगत अध्ययन केन्द्रस्य पूर्व निदेशकाः परम सन्माननीयाः आचार्याः रवीन्द्र अंबादास मूले महोदयः रवीन्द्र अंबादास मूले महोदयः तर्हि एतान् महोदयान् सादरं प्रणमामि अभिनन्दामि च। साम्प्रतं सत्रस्यास्य अध्यक्षाः आचार्याः विश्वाल महोदयाः दीप प्रज्वलनाय सादरं विनिवेद्यन्ते तथा च वैदिक मंगलाचरणाय प्रार्थ्यन्ते देवप्रयागस्थ केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य वेद विभागस्य अध्यक्षाः पारंपरिक वेदपाठिनः डॉक्टर शैलेन्द्र प्रसाद उनियाल महोदयः। अत्र दीप प्रज्वलनाय साक्षात् प्रार्थ्यन्ते अध्यक्ष महोदयः आचार्याः वनवाली विश्वाल महोदयः।
हरि ओम पुनन्तु मा देवजनाः पुनन्तु मनसा धियः पुनन्तु विश्वाभूतानि जातवेदः पुनीमा। हरि ओम अग्निर्ज्योतिर्ज्योतिरग्निः स्वाहा सूर्यज्योतिर्ज्योतिर्ज्योतिः सूर्यः स्वाहा अग्निर्ज्योतिर्ज्योतिर्वर्चः स्वाहा सूर्यो वर्चोज्योतिर्वर्चः स्वाहा ज्योतिः सूर्यः सूर्योज्योतिः स्वाहा चन्द्रमा मनसो जातश्चक्षुः सूर्यो अजायत श्रोत्रात् वायुश्चक्राश्च मुखादग्निरजायत। हरि ओम शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमा माद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदां जाड्यान्धकारामहां हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां बुद्धिप्रदां शारदां विवाहि भगवती जगज्जनन्यै नमः। हरि ओम। मैत्रेयीति साहोवाच जाज्ञावल्क्यो नावा आरेहामस्मात् स्नानादस्मि हन्ता तेनाया कात्यायन्यान्तङ्कारावाणीति साहोवाच मैत्रेयी जेनाहन्नामृतास्यां कीमाहन्तेना कुर्जान् जादेवा भगवान् वेद तादेवा मे ब्रूहीति साहोवाच जाज्ञावल्क्यो नावा आरे पत्योः कामाय पतेः प्रियो भावत्यात्मानस्तु कामाय पतेः प्रियो भावति नावा अरे जायायै कामाय जाया प्रिया भावत्यात्मानस्तु कामाय जाया प्रिया भावति नावा अरे पुत्राणां कामाय पुत्राः प्रिया भावन्त्यात्मानस्तु कामाय पुत्राः प्रिया भावन्ति नावा अरे ब्रह्मणाः कामाय ब्रह्म प्रियं भावत्यात्मानस्तु कामाय ब्रह्म प्रियं भावति नावा अरे क्षत्रस्य कामाय क्षत्रं प्रियं भावत्यात्मानस्तु कामाय क्षत्रं प्रियं भावति नावा अरे सर्वस्य कामाय सर्वं प्रियं भावत्यात्मा वा अरे द्रष्टव्यः श्रोतव्यो मन्तव्यो नीतिध्यासीतव्यो मैत्रे यात्मानो वा अरे दारेशानेन श्रावणेन मतिया विजयानेन सर्वं वेदितं वा हरिः ओम। अस्याः संगोष्ठ्याः मंगलं कामये। धन्यवादाः सर्वेभ्यः।
धन्यवादाः अध्यक्ष महोदयाः, पुनश्च धन्यवादाः आचार्याः उनियाल महोदयाः। तत्रैव अस्माकम् एव योजना आसीत् गतवर्षे अस्मिन् वर्षे यत् सम्मेलनं भविष्यति तत् साक्षात् देवप्रयागस्थ परिसरे एव करिष्यामः इति अस्माकं तत्रैव योजना आसीत्, परन्तु कोरोना कारणतः साक्षात् एव कर्तुं वयं सर्वे असमर्थाः। तत्रैव इदानीं देवप्रयागस्थ परिसरात् अत्रैव वैदिकमङ्गलाचरणं पुनः दीपप्रज्वलनं जातं, तदर्थं हार्दं तत्रैव स्वागतं विधीयते। धन्यवादः अध्यक्ष महोदयः। सम्मेलनेऽस्मिन् भारतस्य 18 राज्येभ्यः इति केरल, ओडिशा, असम, त्रिपुरा, अरुणाचल प्रदेश, दिल्ली, राजस्थान, महाराष्ट्र, कर्नाटक, उत्तर प्रदेश, बिहार, उत्तराखंड, हरियाणा, तमिलनाडु, वेस्ट बेंगल, गोवा, पंजाब, हिमाचल प्रदेश इति एतेभ्यः राज्येभ्यः तथा च चतुर्भ्यः इति विदेशेभ्यः यदि कथयामः USA, बेल्जियम, केनिया, वेस्ट इंडीज इति एतेभ्यः स्थानेभ्यः अत्र देशेभ्यः 78 इति वैदिक विद्वांसः, आचार्याः, सहाचार्याः, सहायकाचार्याः, शोधछात्राः, शिक्षकाः, वेदज्ञान पिपासवः शोधपत्रवाचनं करिष्यन्ति। तर्हि अस्मिन्नेव पटल मध्ये अत्रैव शुभारम्भ सत्रं वर्तते। अस्मिन्नेव सत्रे ये विद्वांसः, ये वैदिक विद्वांसः, ये तत्रैव अस्माकं देशात् वा विदेशात् वा अत्रैव उपस्थिताः सन्ति, अत्र सर्वेषां हार्दं स्वागतं विधीयते। इदानीं पश्यामः अस्माकं वेब्स इंडिया इति संस्थायाः ये सन्माननीयाः परमादरणीयाः सर्वे सदस्याः समुपस्थिताः सन्ति, सर्वेषामपि स्वागतं विधीयते। अस्य एव कार्यक्रमस्य अत्रैव यूट्यूब लाइव अपि क्रियते। तत्रैव जूम प्लाट्फॉर्म मध्ये अत्र केचन तत्रैव ग्रहीतारः भविष्यन्ति। यदि कुत्रचित् तत्रैव भागं ग्रहीतुम् असमर्थाः भवन्ति चेत् यूट्यूब माध्यमेन अपि ते द्रष्टुं शक्नुवन्ति। अस्माकम् एव टेक्निकल टीम वर्तते, ते अनुरुध्यन्ते कृपया तत्रैव यूट्यूब लिंक अत्रैव चैट बॉक्स मध्ये स्थापयन्तु। अस्तु, सत्रेऽस्मिन् आभासीय पटले तथा च यूट्यूब मध्ये समुपस्थितान् सर्वान् विदुषः पुनश्च सर्वाश्च विदुषीः सादरम् अभिवन्दे अभिनन्दामि। प्रारंभिक सत्रमिदं सार्धपञ्चवादनं यावत् समायोजयिष्यते। अस्मिन् एव सत्रे केरल, ओडिशा, असम, त्रिपुरा राज्येभ्यः 6 वैदिक विद्वांसः विदुष्यश्च शोधपत्र वाचनं करिष्यन्ति। शोधपत्र वाचनाय अत्रैव 7 निमेषाः स्थिरीकृताः। अत्रैव ये पत्रवाचकाः वर्तन्ते ते अनुरुध्यन्ते केवलं 7 निमेषेषु एव शोधपत्र वाचनं करिष्यन्ति इति निवेदनं। तदनुगुणम् एव प्रदत्त कालावधौ पत्रं प्रस्तुष्यते। तर्हि अधिकं समयं न स्वीकृत्य अस्मिन् एव शुभारंभ सत्रे ये सारस्वतातिथयः वर्तन्ते, प्रख्याताः वैदिक विद्वांसः, अत्रैव स्वरशास्त्रं वयं पश्यामः। वैदिक संहितासु बहु मुख्यं शास्त्रं वर्तते। तस्मिन् एव स्वरज्ञाने वा स्वरशास्त्रे वा मूर्धन्याः विद्वांसः वर्तन्ते, वैदिक विद्वांसः। ये खलु सावित्रीबाई फुले विश्वविद्यालयस्य प्रगत अध्ययन केन्द्रं, संस्कृत प्रगत अध्ययन केन्द्र वर्तते। तस्यैव केन्द्रस्य पूर्व निदेशकाः वर्तन्ते। यत्र पश्यामः अस्माकं देशेषु याः समितयः वर्तन्ते, अधिकांशु समितिषु ये तत्रैव सदस्याः भवन्ति, अध्यक्षाः भवन्ति। यदा पश्यामः विश्व संस्कृत सम्मेलनं भवति तत्रैव वेद सत्रस्य इति अपि अध्यक्षाः सन्ति। अग्रे यथा भविष्यति अस्माकं विश्व संस्कृत सम्मेलनं, तर्हि एते आचार्य महोदयाः, आचार्याः रवीन्द्र अंबादास मूडे महोदयाः सादरं निवेद्यन्ते उद्बोधनाय। आचार्याः मूडे महोदयाः।
वर्णानाम् अर्थसङ्घानां रसान् छन्दसामपि वन्दे वाणी विनायकौ। अस्य कार्यक्रमस्य अध्यक्षाः तथा च प्रोफेसर विद्वान्
मन्ये सम्यक् न श्रूयते। किं तत्रैव भवन्तः श्रोतुं शक्नुवन्ति वा, विश्वालं महोदयः वा?
नहीं श्रवणे क्लेशः, चित्रमपि न आयाति। वीडियो ऑन कुर्वन्तु, वीडियो ऑन कुर्वन्तु। तर्हि
वर्तते नु
ध्वनौ अपि बाधा आयाति।
अधुना
अधुना सम्यक्
ध्वनि आयाति।
वीडियो ऑन कर्तुं शक्यते चेत् कुर्वन्तु।
वीडियो ऑन कृतः मया।
अत्र तु न दृश्यते। इदानीम् आगतः, इदानीम् आगतम्।
सत्यं। तर्हि अहम् अत्र अतः प्रथमतः अहं संयोजकेभ्यः च अन्ये ये विद्यन्ते तेभ्यः धन्यवादान् वितरामि। अद्यतनीयः यः विषयः वर्तते, वेदविषयम् अधिकृत्य वेदे सर्वज्ञानमयो हि सः मनुना वेदविषयम् एतैः वेदस्य सामर्थ्यं कृतं यस्य निश्वसितं पद्धति वेदशास्त्रकारैः शरणाचार्यैः
मन्ये न श्रूयते सम्यक् रूपेण।
जानामः परं मध्ये मध्ये भवतु सारांशेन मम भाषणम् अहं समापये। तर्हि प्राचीनकालादारभ्य आधुनिककालपर्यन्तं वेदप्रामाण्यं अस्य महती परम्परा विद्यते। अस्याः परम्परायाः कानि बलस्थानानि इति द्रष्टव्यम्। भौतिक समृद्धेः शिखरं मानवः प्राप्तः, परं सः अशान्तः वर्तते, विमनस्कः वर्तते। एतं मानवम् आध्यात्मिक विचारधारा एव धारणं कर्तुं भारतीय संस्कृत्याम् आध्यात्मिक विचारधारायाः स्रोतः वेदः। भारतीय दृष्ट्या अनन्य विश्वे देवाः यस्मिन् सूक्ते अधुना आनो भद्राः कृतवो यन्तु विश्वतः इति वयं जानीमः। अस्मान् आयान्तु देवता अस्मान् औषधानि अस्मान् आनयतु इत्यादयः प्रार्थनाः आकांक्षा प्रकटीकृता वर्तते। भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः।
मन्ये सम्यक् रूपेण न श्रूयते।
अधुना किम् अत्र व्यत्ययः किमर्थम् आगच्छति न जाने अहं। धनप्राप्तिः अन्यतरूपेण भवति। अतः ऋषिः वदति यः गृहवे सन् चरते कृशाय ददाति, यः याचकाय अन्नकामाय दीनाय अन्नं ददाति स एव दाता। दानस्य महत्त्वम् एस्मिन् सूक्ते प्रतिपादितम्। अनन्तरं यदि तर्हि अनायासेन वयं मार्गक्रमणं कर्तुं शक्नुमः। एतेषां विचाराणाम् अधुना
इदानीं दोनों बाधा आयाति, अतः समापयितुं शक्यते वक्तव्यं यदि।
हाँ, तत्र एवं कर्तुं शक्यते। मूले महोदयाः तत्रैव एकवारं एग्जिट् कृत्वा पुनः जॉइन कुर्वन्ति चेत् कदाचित् ध्वनिः सम्यक् आगन्तुं शक्यते। इदानीं तु किमपि न श्रूयते। विशाल महोदय तत्रैव म्यूट् वर्तते, भवतां तत्र मैक् म्यूट् वर्तते।
तर्हि कार्यक्रमम् अग्रे सारयितुं शक्नुमः। एकवारं उक्त्वा ते तु उक्तवन्तः, संक्षिप्य एव उक्तवन्तः।
आमां
तत्र क्लेशः।
अहं वदामि,
आम्
बहवः विचाराः एतादृशाः विद्यन्ते, तेषां चिन्तनेन वयं सम्यक् कार्यं कर्तुं शक्नुमः। मया तु चिन्त्यते तादृशं परस्परं प्रेम भवन्तु इति ऋषिः उपदिशति। धेनोः वात्सल्यविषयकं वात्सल्यं मानवजीवने आविर्भवतु इति आकाङ्क्षा विषये वर्तते।
सर आप म्यूटेड हैं।
आवाज नहीं आ रही, मूले सर की आवाज।
अस्तु, तर्हि एवं कुर्मः। कृपया मूले महोदयं सूचयन्तु, तेषां व्याख्यानम् अस्माभिः श्रुतं, पुनः तत्र क्लेशः वर्तते, अतः एव कार्यक्रमम् अग्रे सारयामः। एकवारं सूचयित्वा प्रारम्भं कुर्वन्तु।
अस्तु, तत्रैव मूले महोदयः किं श्रोतुं शक्नुवन्ति वा? मम ध्वनिः श्रूयते वा? अत्र भवतां ध्वनिः सम्यक् रूपेण न आयाति, वयं तत्रैव श्रोतुम् अपि समर्थाः न भवामः। आदरणीयः मूले महोदयः,
अत एव ते कदाचित् शृण्वन्ति, अतः कार्यक्रमम् अग्रे सारयन्तु।
अस्तु तर्हि यदा पश्यामः, यदि सम्यक् रूपेण ते पुनः एकवारं अत्रैव जायिन् कुर्वन्ति चेत् अनन्तरं शृणुमः। यथैव अध्यक्ष महोदयानां
उक्त्वा विरमामि। क्षन्तव्योऽयं जनः, यतः मम विचाराः अत्र प्रकटीकर्तुम् अहं न समर्थः, परं कार्यक्रमस्य कृते नैकाः शुभेच्छाः वर्तन्ते। अहम् आहूतः, अतः धन्यवादाः सर्वे। नमो नमः।
नमो नमः, बहवः धन्यवादाः। यतैव तदेव संक्षिप्तरूपेण अस्माभिः श्रुतम् एव, यदि भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम। पुनः यथा धेनोः वात्सल्यविषये अपि या आकाङ्क्षा भवद्भिः सम्यक् रूपेण एव प्रकटीकृता, कदाचित् नेट् समस्या कारणतः वयं श्रोतुं न समर्थाः। अस्तु, बहवः धन्यवादाः अत्रैव वेब्स् पक्षतः, पुनः केन्द्रीयसंस्कृतविश्वविद्यालय पक्षतः। अस्मिन् एव प्रारम्भिकसत्रे वयं पश्यामः, अत्रैव षड् विद्वांसः, वैदिकविद्वांसः शोधपत्राणि अत्रैव पत्रवाचनं करिष्यन्ति। आदौ तावत् अहं पश्यामि डॉक्टर डी वेणुगोपाल राव एते महोदयाः सन्ति वा? केन्द्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय गुरुवायूर परिसरस्य शिक्षाशास्त्र विभागस्य सहायकाचार्याः डॉक्टर डी वेणुगोपाल राव महोदयाः वर्तन्ते वा? जो हमारे टेक्निकल टीम के साथी हैं, अगर ऐसे जुड़े होंगे डॉक्टर वेणुगोपाल राव जी हैं, उनको अनम्यूट कर दें। डॉक्टर राव, चलिए नेक्स्ट वक्ता के रूप में अग्रिम वक्तृ रूपेण वर्तते लोपामुद्रा गोस्वामी। लोपामुद्रा गोस्वामी, अस्तु। नम्या लक्ष्मी आर, अपर्णा जी, अगर आपके पास संख्या तो जरूर होगी, एक बार संपर्क करें। तो अग्रिम जो वक्तृ रूपेण वर्तते डॉक्टर हरिश्चंद्र होता।
मैं कांटेक्ट करके देखती हूँ।
एक बार कांटेक्ट कीजिए। जरा
सर, हमारे पास यहाँ पर हमारे योग माया जी और साथ में शिप्रा रॉय जी जुड़ी हुई हैं। तब
हाँ
तक
उन सब, हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, हाँ अस्तु तर्हि कदाचित् नेट् कारणतः योजने एव समस्या भवति। सादरं प्रार्थ्यन्ते श्री जगन्नाथ संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य वेदविभागस्य अध्यक्षः पुनश्च संस्कृत साहित्य जगति विविधेषु पुरस्कारेषु पुरस्कृताः अत्रैव प्रतिष्ठिताः वैदिकविदुष्यः डॉक्टर पराम्बा श्री योगमाया महोदयः। एतासां महोदयानां शोधशीर्षकं वर्तते यत्र विश्वं भवत्येकनीडम्। सादरं पराम्बा योगमाया महोदयाः प्रार्थ्यन्ते शोधपत्रवाचनाय। डॉक्टर पराम्बा योगमाया।
शृण्वन्तु विश्वे अमृतस्य पुत्राः आये धामानि दिव्यानि तस्थो वेदाहमेनं पुरुषं महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् तमेवा विदित्वा अतिवृत्तुमेति नान्यः पन्थाः विद्यते अयनाय नान्यः पन्थाः विद्यते अयनाय नान्यः पन्थाः विद्यते अयनाय। परमसम्माननीयाः पूज्यपादाः आचार्याः वैयाकरणाः वेदज्ञाः संस्कृत समकालीन संस्कृत साहित्य विशारदाः अध्यक्षाः आचार्याः वनमाली विश्वाल महोदयाः तेषां कृते प्रणामाः। परमसम्माननीयाः अत्र वैदिक विद्वांसः पुणे विश्वविद्यालयस्य प्रगत संस्कृत अध्ययन केन्द्रस्य निर्देशकचराः मान्याः आचार्याः प्रोफेसर रवीन्द्रमूली महोदयाः। परमसम्माननीयाः वेव्स इत्यस्य अध्यक्षाः सम्माननीयाः मातृकल्पाः वेदविदुष्यः शशि तिवारी महोदयाः। अत्र ये संयोजकाः सन्ति आचार्याः रणजित बेहरा महोदयाः। अत्र वेव्स इत्यस्य संयोजिकाः अपर्णा धीर महोदयाः। अत्र उपस्थिताः सर्वे विद्वांसः सज्जनाः आचार्याः सर्वेषां कृते मम नमनं। मम शीर्षकं भवति यत्र विश्वं भवति एकनीडम् इति मंत्रांशः वाजसनी संहितायाः 32 अध्यायस्य 8 मन्त्रे अयं मंत्रांशः 8 मन्त्रस्य अन्तर्गतः। पुनः काणुसंहितायामपि अयं मन्त्रः दृश्यते 35 अध्यायस्य 27 मन्त्रस्य अयमेव अंशः। पुनः अथर्ववेदस्य परमधाम सूक्तस्य यत् द्वितीय काण्डस्य प्रथम सूक्तस्य प्रथमः मन्त्रः भवति। परन्तु तत्र यत्र विश्वं भवति एकनीडं न भूत्वा एकरूपम् इति प्रयोगः दृश्यते। प्रसंगदृष्ट्या पश्यामः चेत् सर्वत्र ब्रह्मणि परमात्मनि सर्वं भूत भौतिकं जगत् एकीभूतं भवति इति भावः अस्मिन् परमधाम सूक्ते वर्तते। परन्तु यथा उच्यते उबट महिधर इति एतयोः भाष्ययोः महिधरस्य भाष्यानुसारं यत्र ब्रह्मणि विश्वं कार्ययातम् एकनीडं भवति एकमेव नीडम् आश्रयः यस्य तदैव इति अविभक्तं अविशेषं कारणम् एव इति एव अर्थः तत्र। तस्मिन्नेव ब्रह्मणि इदं सर्वं भूतजातं सम इति संगच्छति संहारकाले वेति च निर्गच्छति पुनः सर्गकाले इति भावः अत्र निहितमस्ति। परन्तु अस्माभिः अस्य मन्त्रस्य यथा मंत्रांशस्य यथा प्रयोगः व्यवहारदिशायां क्रियते तस्य कः पक्षः तत्र कः उपायः यथार्थेन वयं केवलम् अत्र भावात्मकदृष्ट्या अथवा केवलम् अर्थगतदृष्ट्या अथवा केवलम् एव यान्त्रिकजगति यथा वयम् अग्रेसरामः तद्दृष्ट्या वा अस्य प्रयोगः कथं स्यात् इत्यस्य परीक्षणमेव कर्तुम् अस्मिन् पत्रे प्रयासः विहितः अस्ति। मूलतया उद्योगदृष्ट्या शिल्पायनदृष्ट्या च विश्वस्य संयोगीकरणमेव वैश्वीकरणम् इति। अत्र सांस्कृतिक ऐक्यम् अपि एकः पक्षः। प्रायेण अस्मिन् सांस्कृतिक ऐक्यार्थे एव अस्माभिः मानवीय अध्ययनस्य समाजविज्ञान अध्ययनस्य गवेषकाः छात्राः अध्यापकाः मन्त्रांशम् इमं व्यवहरन्ति। अतो अस्मिन् ऐक्ये किञ्चित् महत् उद्देश्यं वर्तते। शान्तेः, संहतेः, मैत्र्याः, प्रीतेः तथा भावगत एकतायाः भावः अत्र निहितः अस्ति। न तु केवलं यान्त्रिक आडम्बर अत्र वर्तते। ऐक्येस्मिन् पारमार्थिक भावः पूर्णतया न विस्मरणीयः। यतोहि जगदिदं तत् कारणं न विस्मरेत्। अतः यदि विस्मरेत् तर्हि लक्ष्यहीनतायां गच्छेत्। यतः जगत् यदि तत् कारणं विस्मरेत् तर्हि लक्ष्यहीनताम् अवाप्नोति इति। अतः व्यवहारेषु अपि वयम् एकस्य आत्मनः अंशविशेषाः इति भावः अस्माकम् आन्तरिकगुणानां विकासे सहायकाः भवन्ति। यदि केवलं शिल्पायनदृष्ट्या जनः जनं देशं वा पश्येत् तर्हि केवलं दुःस्थस्पर्धायाः वातावरणं स्यात् यत् अद्य प्रायेण दृश्यते। देशदेशेषु उपनिवेशवादः, युद्धादिन शत्रुत्वं भवतु अथवा विपणिमाध्यमेन प्रतियोगितामूलकं शत्रुत्वम् इति एतत् सर्वं परिदृश्यमानं भवति। प्रतिजनं वस्तुवादस्य आधिक्यप्रदर्शनम् एव अत्र कारणमिति। अतः नीडे अथवा निलये यथा पक्षिणः जनाः वा पारिवारिकाः वा निवसन्ति तथैव सम्प्रीतेः, सौहार्दस्य, स्नेहस्य, त्यागस्य इति बन्धेन एव संसारः यथा प्रचलति तथैव अत्र भावः निहितः अस्ति। यदि मन्त्रांशः अयं व्यावहारिकार्थे प्रयुज्यते तर्हि परस्परेषु एव एते गुणाः अपेक्ष्यन्ते। वैदिकसूक्तेषु अस्यां दिशि बहवः पथप्रदर्शकाः मन्त्राः सन्ति। अतः वैश्वीकरणस्य यथार्थ्यम् एव एतैः मन्त्रैः आन्तरिकगुणानां विकासे सन्निहितं वर्तते। अथर्ववेदस्य परमधामसूक्तस्य भाष्ये सायणाचार्येण या भूमिका प्रदर्शिता अस्ति सा भूमिकायाम् उच्यते अस्य सूक्तस्य विनियोग 11 विनियोगाः एव उक्ताः सन्ति। कदाचित् ते विनियोगाः आभिचारिकाः मन्यन्ते, तथापि विश्वस्य राष्ट्रस्य जगतः वा कल्याणाय कदाचित् यदि तेषां प्रयोगः इदानीन्तन समाजे अपि कर्तुं शक्यते तर्हि नास्ति तत्र दोषः। एकः एव विनियोगः अत्र मया अत्र उच्यते तस्य अभिमतफलसिद्धि असिद्ध्यर्थम् एव अस्य ज्ञातुम् अभिमतफलं सिद्धं भवेत् न भवेत् वा इति ज्ञातुम् एव प्रायेण एव अस्य सूक्तस्य विनियोगः दृश्यते। पञ्चपर्वयुक्त वेणुदण्डं कम्पीलवृक्षशाखां युगं वा अभिमन्त्र्य अभिमतकार्यं सञ्चिन्त्य समे देशे ऊर्ध्वं धारयेत् यदि दण्डादयः चिन्तित दिशि निपतेयुः तदा कार्यसिद्धिं जानीयात् विपर्ययेतु कार्यसिद्धिः इति भावः। एवं रूपेण अत्र 11 विनियोगाः सन्ति। परन्तु अस्य सूक्तस्य अत्र गाम्भीर्यं दार्शनिकत्वं वा न किञ्चिदपि न विद्यते विनियोगेषु, अपि तु सामान्यजनानां संसार जीवन पर्यवसिताः एव एते विनियोगाः। अतः विश्वस्य कोऽपि जनः अस्य प्रयोगं कर्तुं समर्थः। पुनः सामनस्य परकाणि सूक्तानि अपि यथा ऋग्वेदस्य संज्ञानसूक्तम् अथर्ववेदस्य एवं रूपेण 6 सामनस्य सूक्तानि सन्ति। अथर्ववेदस्य यत् प्रथमं सामनस्य सूक्तं तृतीयकाण्डस्य 30तमं सूक्तं भवति। तत्र अथर्वा ऋषिणा पारिवारिकं सामनस्यं सामाजिकं सामनस्यं च प्रार्थितमस्ति। पुत्रः पितुः अनुकूलं कार्यं करोतु, मातापि तत्र समविचारसम्पन्ना भवतु, पत्नी स्वपत्या सह मधुरां शान्तिपूर्णां च वाणीं ब्रूयात् इति एतादृशः मन्त्रः तत्र अवाप्यते। एवं सर्वे जनाः सामनस्य युक्ताः सन्तः समानैव लक्ष्यपथे मानवतायाः समुन्नतपथे दिव्यजीवने वा व्रतिनः भवन्तु इति भावः तत्र दृश्यते। अत्र मनसः साम्यापादनाय असनपानयोः अपि साम्यं वर्णितमस्ति। यतोहि भुक्तस्य अन्नस्य सारः मनः भवति, तथा पीतस्य जलस्य सारः प्राणः भवति यथा छान्दोग्योपनिषदि एव उच्यते। तत्र अथ द्वितीयं सामनस्यं सूक्तं षष्ठकाण्डस्य चतुष्षष्टितमं सूक्तं भवति यत्र संज्ञानसूक्तस्य भावः एव निहितः अस्ति। तृतीयं सामनस्यं षष्ठकाण्डस्य 370तमं सूक्तं भवति देवतानाम् एकीकरणे यजमानस्य समुन्नतिर्भवतु इति भावः तत्र निहितः अस्ति। चतुर्थं सामनस्यं प्रायेण द्वितीयसामनस्येन तथा संज्ञानसूक्तेन सह साम्यं नयति। पंचमं सामनस्यं प्रेमिणोः हृदयस्य ऐक्यनिमित्तम् अश्विनोः स्तुतिं करोति। तत्र षष्ठं सामनस्यं सप्तमकाण्डस्य 99तमं सूक्तं कुलजनानां सामनस्यं निगदति। समग्रं विश्वम् एकं गृहं यत्र पृथिवी माता भवति तथा पर्जन्यः पिता भवति इति अत्र मानसिकी एकीकरणं मानसिकी एकता एव अत्र परिकल्पिता अस्ति। समग्रा पृथिवी माता भूमिः पुत्रोऽहं पृथिव्याः पिता पर्जन्यः सौन पिपर्तु इति। समग्रा पृथिवी मानवानां निवासस्थानरूपेण एव एकं गृहं नीडं वा। तत्रत्यः मनुष्याः भ्रातृत्वबन्धनेन पृथिव्याः पुत्रत्वेन अत्र अथर्वाऋषिणा कल्पिताः सन्ति। पृथिव्याः कृते वृष्टिप्रदाता पर्जन्यः एव सस्यपोषकत्वेन पितृरूपेण परिकल्पितः वर्तते। प्रकृति मानवीय संबंधेन संयोज्य ऋषिः अत्र पृथिव्याः संरक्षण उपायेन सह मानवानां सौहार्दम् अभिलषति। पुनः यथा शृण्वन्तु विश्वामृतस्य पुत्राः इति अत्र ऋषेः अथवा कस्यापि बौद्धिकचिन्तकस्य परमशक्तिमतः विषयकः अनुभवः निगदितः अस्ति। सर्वे जनाः अमृतस्य पुत्राः इति अत्र संबोधिताः सन्ति। वस्तुतः एव वयं सर्वे एव अमरलोकस्य यात्रिणः अज्ञानाच्छादिताः वयं तं यात्रा विधिं विस्मरामः। अतः ऋषिः अमृतस्य पुत्राः इति संबोध्य तत् स्मारयति। अत्र विश्वे नाम शकलाः सर्वे वा पुनः सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः इति यः भावः गरुडपुराणे वर्तते स एव भावः अस्मिन्नेव उपनिषदि मन्त्रे निहितः अस्ति। शिल्प उद्योग विपणीषु यद् भूमण्डलीकरणं दृश्यते तत्तु बाह्यवस्तुनिष्ठं, परन्तु यथा सामनस्य सूक्तेषु प्रार्थना दृश्यते तादृश्याः प्रार्थनायाः कृते मानव मनसः समुच्च भावनाः अपेक्ष्यन्ते। एकात्मं भावात्मकम् ऐक्यम् एव लक्ष्यसाधकं स्यात् कालजयी च स्यात् इति। प्रथमतः कस्यापि परमसत्तायाः स्वीकारः अस्माभिः कर्तव्यः। प्रायेण तथाकथिताः आधुनिकाः न तथा कुर्वन्ति। न तत्र सूर्यो भाति न चन्द्रतारकं नेमा विद्युतो भान्ति कुतोऽयम् अग्निः तमेव भान्तम् अनुभाति सर्वं तस्य भाषा सर्वमिदं विभाति। जगत् अस्मिन् जगति न सर्वं स्वतः एव प्रचलति, कोऽपि तत्र नियामकः वर्तते खलु।
परम्बा महोदय
आमां
कृपया।
अस्तु व्यवहारदृशा इदानीम् उपसंहारं प्रति गच्छामि। व्यवहारदृशा सद्भावना एव शान्तिं संहतिं मैत्रीं समुन्नतिं च प्रतिष्ठापयितुं समर्था। पुनः देशदेशयोः पारस्परिकं ज्ञानं विज्ञानं कलां कौशलं संस्कृतिं प्रति सम्मानं ग्रहणशीलता च पारस्परिकद्वेषस्य दूरीकरणार्थम् एतानि तत्त्वानि समर्थानि। एवं परिवारे बन्धुषु समाजेपि एतत् कर्तुं शक्यते। मानवमनसु विकारस्य संभावनया ऋषिभिः संसारस्य प्रतिक्षेत्रं सुसंहतं बलिष्ठं च कर्तुम् उदात्त वैदिक प्रार्थनाः संहितासु उपनिषत्सु च निबद्धाः सन्ति। न केवलं वेदाः उपनिषदः धर्मग्रन्थाः अपि तु जीवनकलाशिक्षाप्रदाः समाजसंहतिकारकाः दर्शन उन्मीलकाश्च। अतः परमात्मनः अंशरूपेण जीवात्मभूताः वयं सर्वे तस्य विरचिते एकस्मिन् नीडे एव निवसामः। द्वितीयतः अथर्ववेदस्य उद्घोषणानुसारं वयं सर्वे पृथिवीमातुः पुत्राः, अतः अस्मिन् पृथ्वीगृहे एकत्र निवसामः। तृतीयतः वैश्वकरणेन शिल्पायनेन उपभोक्तृवादेन च आधुनिक पृथिव्यधिवासिनः वयम् अस्माकं भावगतम् ऐक्यं केवलं भावगत ऐक्यं यान्त्रिकतायाः दूरे मानवीय गुणैः नीतिगत आदर्शैः विचारबोधेन च समधिकं सुस्थं समृद्धं ललितं मधुरं च कर्तुं शक्नुमः इति। अनेन एव वयं यथार्थेन एकस्मिन् नीडे निवसामः इति वक्तुं पारयामः। सर्वेभ्यः प्रणम्य विरमामि विस्तरात्। नमो नमः।
धन्यवादाः डॉक्टर परम्बा महोदयः। यथैव इदानीं सम्यक् रूपेण बहु उत्तमं शोधपत्रं प्रस्तुतं आभिः महोदयाभिः। अत्रैव ये भाष्यकारः वर्तन्ते उभटः महीधरः अनन्तरं पश्यामः सायणः एतेषां भाष्यकारानुसारं सम्यक् रूपेण एव शोधपत्रं प्रस्तुतं। यदि अधिकं नोक्त्या तत्रैव धन्यवादाः व्याह्रियन्ते। अस्मिन्नेव क्रमे अस्मिन्नेव सत्रे पत्रप्रस्तुतरूपेण अत्र उपस्थिताः वर्तन्ते त्रिपुरा विश्वविद्यालयस्य प्रोफेसर सिप्रा रॉय महोदयः। सिप्रा रॉय महोदयः प्रार्थ्यन्ते कृपया शोधपत्रवाचनं कुर्वन्तु। प्रोफेसर सिप्रा रॉय जी, अपने आप को अनम्यूट करें। मुझे लगता है कि टेक्निकल कारण से आपका वहां पर जो है माइक भी शो नहीं कर रहा। आप एक बार इसमें से एग्जिट कर जाएं, फिर दोबारा ज्वाइन कर लें। तो मुझे लगता है ऑडियो के साथ आपको ज्वाइन करना पड़ेगा। ज्वाइन विथ ऑडियो। पुनः पश्यामः अत्रैव डॉक्टर हरिश्चंद्र होता महोदयः वर्तन्ते वा? टेक्निकल टीम से निवेदन है, डॉक्टर हरिश्चंद्र होता होंगे, उनको अनम्यूट करें। अत्रैव सन्ति डॉक्टर हरिश्चंद्र होता।
सम्यक् अस्ति?
इदानीं श्रूयते सिप्रा महोदय।
मुखं करोति वाचालं अङ्गं लङ्घयति गिरिं यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे परमानन्दमाधवम्। गुरुब्रह्मा गुरुविष्णु गुरुदेव महेश्वर गुरुदेव परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः। वागर्तेव सम्पृक्तो वागर्त प्रतिपत्तये जगत्पितरो वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ। नमो नमः। अस्मिन् आन्तर्जालिक त्रिदिवसीय उद्घाटन उत्सवे अध्यक्षरूपेण अलङ्कुर्वणा विभिन्न शास्त्रेषु निष्णाता अध्यापक बनमाली विशाल महाभागा, शाश्वत अतिथि रूपेण उपस्थिता वैदिक विद्यांश मान्ना अध्यापक रवीन्द्र अम्बदास मूले महाभागा, संयोजक रूपेण उपस्थिता दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालयस्य वेब इति संस्थात साधारण सम्पादक अध्यापक रंजित बेगा महाभागा। सर्वान् आदौ स्वागतं व्याहरामि। छात्रवर्गाणां छात्रवर्गाणां प्रति धन्यवादान् भुंसि आशीर्वचांसि सर्वेषां मंगलं च कामये मया। उपस्थितेभ्यो गुरुवर्याणां कृते नमस्कारं निवेदयामि। अद्य अस्मिन् गानसरोवरे विद्वत् राजहंसा विलसन्ति विहरन्ति च शुभां संवर्धयन्ति। सर्वेषां कृते पुनः नमस्कारं निवेदयामि। भारतीय संस्कृति आधारं वैदिक संगीता चत्वारो हि वेदा ऋग् यजुः साम अथर्व वेदात्। वेदस्य अपरं नाम संगीता इति। वैदिक संगीतासु मैत्रीभावना विषये बहूनि तत्त्वानि निहितानि सन्ति। मैत्रीबुद्धिस्य भावना अस्माकं भारतीय संस्कृतौ उपस्थापिता वर्तते। मैत्रीबुद्धिस्य भावना अस्मदीयानां भारतीयानां मनसि निहिता वर्तते। संस्कृत साहित्येषु बहुषु स्थलेषु मैत्रीबुद्धिस्य भावना परिलक्ष्यते। विश्वस्य सर्वत्र मैत्रीभावना विकासाय राष्ट्रनायका नानाविधा विचारधारान् उक्तवन्तः। तत्सर्वं वैदिक संगीतासु उपलभ्यन्ते। वैदिक ऋषयः प्रार्थितवन्तः विश्वे परस्परं मध्ये मैत्रीभावना आगच्छन्तु। सर्वे मनुष्या अमृतस्य पुत्रा हितोपदेशे समग्र विश्वम् एकं कुटुम्बकं स्वीकृतं यथा अयं निजपरविति गणना लघुचर चतसाम् उदरचरितानां तु वसुदैव कुटुम्बकम्। वसुदैव कुटुम्बकम् इति विश्वभावना मनुष्याणां मध्ये मैत्रीबुद्धिस्य भावना जागर्ति। वैदिक ऋषि जीवानां मध्ये परस्परं द्वेषं दूरीकृत्य मैत्रीबुद्धिस्य भावना आगच्छतु इति विषये उक्तवान्। संगच्छतं संवदतं संभुमनांसि जानताम्। देवाभागं यतः पूर्वे संजनाना उपासते समानो मंत्र समिति समानि समानं मनसः चित्तमेषान्। समानं मंत्रम् अभिमन्त्र एव समासेन भो अभिषजुहोमि समानि व आकुति समाना हृदयानि भ समानमस्तु भूमनो यदा पशुहासि। अथर्ववेदेऽपि ऋषयः मैत्रीभावना विषये उक्तवन्तः तद्यथा संजनिद्धं संहबद्धं संभुमनांसि जानताम्। देवाभागं तथा पूर्वे संजनाना उपासते समानो मंत्र समिति समानि समानं व्रतं स चित्तमेषान्। समानेन भो अभिषजुहोमि समानं यतु অভি সংবিশদ্দম সমানি বা কতি সমানা হৃদয়ানি ভ সমানমস্তু ভূমন যথা বসু সহাসতি ন কেবলং বৈদিক সংগীত আশু তত্তরীয় উপনিষদি অপি মৈত্রীবোধস্য ভাবনা পরিলক্ষতে সত্যং বদ ধর্মং চর সত্যান্ন প্রমোদিতব্যম ধর্মান্ন প্রমোদিতব্যম কুশলান্ন প্রমোদিতব্যম ভূত্তেন প্রমোদিতব্যম দেবপিতৃ কার্যব্যং ন প্রমোদিতব্যং মাতৃদেব ভব পিতৃদেব ভব আচার্য দেব ভব অতিথি দেব ভব জান্য অনবদ্ধানি কর্মাণি তানি সেবিতানি নূতরানি জান্নাস্মাকং সুচিতানি তানি তো উপসান্নি পুনঃ ঈশ পুনঃস্থিতি প্রাপ্যতে তেন ত্যক্তন ভঞ্জিতা মা গৃহ সুসিদ্ধনম অর্থাৎ স্বার্থাং পরিত্যজ্য সর্বেষাং হিত কামনায় কার্যাং করিণীয়ম পৃথিবীর মধ্যে মৈত্রী কামনায় বৈদিক ঋষেয় সদা চিন্তিতবন্ত কাম ক্রোধ লোভ বাসনা ইত্যাদি পরিত্যজ্য হিত কামনায় বৈদিক ঋষি সদা প্রার্থিতবান তজ্জঘা মধু ভাত আরিতায়তে মধুস্খরন্তি সিন্ধব মার্ধিন সন্তোষদি মধুনক্ত মধুশস্য মধুমত পার্থিবাঙ্গরাজ মধু দৌরস্তন পিতা মধু পান্ন বনস্পতি মধুর্মা হস্ত সূর্য মার্ধি গার্ভ ভবন্তু ন अस्माकं भारतीय संस्कृति वेदस्य अनुकरणं करोति सर्वजन हिताय सर्वजन सुखाय सदा बौद्धिक ऋषि चिन्तितवान् सर्वेषां नराणां मध्ये सौभाग्यबोध मैत्रीबोध जागरिता भवतु इति बौद्धिक ऋषि प्रार्थितवान् संगनो अग्नि ज्योति रणिक अस्तु संगनो मित्रा वरुणो अश्विनाशम संगनो सुकृता सुकृतानि सन्तु संगनो ईश्वर अविभातु मात বৈদিক সংহিতা আশু বিশ্বস্য সকল চরাচর জীবনাং হিত কামনা বর্ততে সংনো ভাব দ্বিপদে সংচতুষ্পদে পুনঃ ঈশ পুনঃস্থিতি সর্বভূতেষু অখিল বিশ্বে একত্বং ভূতা মৈত্রী ভাবনা সংগৃতে ভাবনা চ দৃশ্যতে তজ্জতা যস্তু সর্বাণি ভূতানি আত্মন্য বা অনুপশ্যতি সর্বভূতেষু সত্তানং ততো ন বিজীর্ষতে ইদানীন্তন কালে মৈত্রা আবশ্যকতা মুহূর্তে বিদ্যতে সর্বে জনা বিদ্বেষ ভাবনাং বিয়াহায় পরস্পরং প্রেমনা ব্যবহারং করণীয় যদি সর্বেষাং নরাণাং মধ্যে হিংসত ভাবনা দূরীকৃতা ভবন্তি তৈ পৃথিব্যাং সর্বেষাং নরাণাং মধ্যে মৈত্রী আগমিষ্যন্তি ঋগ্বেদে পৃথিবী মাতা রূপেণ কল্পিতা বন্ধু মে মাতা পৃথিবী মহীয়ম অথর্ববেদে পুনরপি সংহতি মৈত্রী বক্ষ ভাবনা বিষয়ে প্রার্থনা দৃশ্যতে তজ্জথা সহৃদয়ং তাং মনুষ্যং বিদ্যে সংক্রমিব অন্য অন্নভি হর্ষত বৎসং জাতম বিভাগ্না অনুব্রত পিতু পুত্র মাতা মাত্রা ভবতু সংমানা জয়াপত্যে মধুমতিং বাচং বদতু শান্তিভাম মা ব্রাতা ভাতরং দিষ্ক্ষমা শশরমতু শশা সম্মঞ্চ সর্বতা ভূতা বাচং বদতু ভদ্রয়া পৃথিবী স্থানাং জীবনাং মধ্যে শান্তি সেদিতি প্রার্থনাং কৃত্যা বৈদিক সুক্তমান জলং বিবৃতি বসুদা বিবাহ দশাং নানা ধর্মানাং পৃথিবীতে উপসম সহস্রং ধারা দ্রবিণেশ্বমেদভাং ধ্রুবেব ধনুরণপস্ফুরন্তি তত্তরে উপনিষদি ঋষি প্রার্থমান পরস্পরং যুদ্ধসভাবং নাগচ্ছতু তজ্জথা ওম সহ নবভূতু সহ নো ভুনক্তু সহ বীর্যং করবাবহি তজস্বিনা অবিতমস্তু মা বিদ্বেষাবহি পুনঃ বৈদিক ঋষি অথবা বেদে নরাণাং মধ্যে বিদ্বেষভাবং দূরীকৃত্যা তেষাং মধ্যে মধুর বাক্যম আগচ্ছতু ইতি প্রার্থনাং কৃতবান জিহ্বায় অগ্রে মধুমে জিহ্বা মহূলে মদলকম মম দেহ কৃতং পশু মম চিত্তম পয়সি মধুমন্মে নিক্রমণং মধুমন্মে পরায়ণম পাচং বধামি মধুমধ্বাংসং মধু সংদৃশ্য মধুরশ্মি মধুতর মধুগান মধুত্তর মানিত কীর্তং বনা শাখাং মধুমতীব জগত কল্যাণায় বৈদিক ঋষয় সংহতি ভূদৃশ্য ভূত্রী ভূদৃশ্য বিশ্ববাত্রিত ভূদৃশ্য বিষয়ে চ ভূর্তং দত্তবন্ত যদি সর্বেষাং নরাণাং মধ্যে হিংসা দূরীকৃতা ভবন্তি তৈ অবশ্যমেব মৈত্রী ভাবনা আগমিষ্যতি পৃথিবীর মধ্যে শান্তি কামনায় মঙ্গল কামনায় চ বৈদিক ঋষয় সদা চিন্তিতবন্ত বৈদিক ঋষয় প্রার্থিতবন্ত দৌ শান্তি অন্তরিকং শান্তি পৃথিবী শান্তি আপ শান্তি উষদৌ শান্তি বনস্পতি শান্তি বিশ্বে দেবা শান্তি ব্রহ্ম শান্তি সর্বং শান্তি শান্তিরেব শান্তি क्षमा शान्तिरेधि
महोदय सिप्रा महोदय कृपया समापयन्तु।
अच्छा, अतः परिशेषे उच्यते यत् मैत्रीबुद्धिश्च प्रयोजनं सर्वेषु कालेषु समानतया समोपयोगी भवति। इदं काले अस्य प्रासङ्गिकता अस्ति। वर्तमान काले अपि समेषां मध्ये मैत्रीभावना विषये चिन्ता परिदृश्यते। वर्तमाने समग्र विश्वे करुणा इति वैश्विक महामार्या प्रभावेन मानवानां जीवनं नानाविध भावेन व्यतिग्रस्ता। अतः अस्माकं भारतीय संस्कृति अतिथिदेवो भव वसुदैव कुटुम्बकम् इत्यादि भावनया पृथिव्याः मध्ये मैत्रीभावना आविष्यति। अतः पुनः अहं प्रभृति वैदिक संहितासु निहितानि मैत्रीभावनायुक्तानि तत्त्वानि सर्वे अनुकरणीयम् इति वैदिक संहितासु पृथिवीस्थानां जीवनां परस्परं मैत्रीभावनां स्वीकृत्य विश्वे मैत्रीभावं संहति बुद्धिश्च आगच्छतु इति मम प्रार्थना। परिशेषे सर्वेभ्यो सर्वभ्यश्च मम पक्षतः धन्यवादं ज्ञापयित्वा अहं विरमामि। सर्वे सुखिनः भवन्तु, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। जयतु संस्कृतं, जयतु भारतं, सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः।
धन्यवादाः प्रोफेसर सिप्रा महोदयः। अत्रैव भवतीभिः सम्यक् रूपेण एव शोधपत्रं प्रस्तुतं। कथम् इति उपनिषदः यः मन्त्रः वर्तते तेन त्यक्तेन भुञ्जितः पुनश्च संगीतात् मधुवातारितायते मा भ्राता भ्रातरं दुक्षन् इति सर्वान् भावान् आधारीकृत्य एव भवतीभिः शोधपत्रं प्रस्तुतं। तदर्थं वेब्स् पक्षतः पुनः केन्द्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय पक्षतः धन्यवादाः व्याह्रियन्ते। अस्मिन्नेव क्रमे अस्मिन्नेव सत्रे अग्रे ये पत्र प्रस्तुतारः वर्तन्ते डॉक्टर हरिश्चंद्र होता महोदयः इदानीम् अत्रैव सन्ति वा? कृपया अनम्यूट कुर्वन्तु। डॉक्टर हरिश्चंद्र होता महोदयः। डॉक्टर हरिश्चंद्र होता महोदयः। इदानीं तत्रैव भवन्तः को-होस्ट् रूपेण वर्तन्ते। अत्रैव अनम्यूट कुर्वन्तु। अत्रैव योजितः वर्तन्ते। होता महोदय
अस्मि अत्र।
तत्रैव अस्तु, वीडियो अपि आन् कुर्वन्तु कर्तुं शक्नुवन्ति चेत्। अग्रिमवक्तृरूपेण सादरं निवेद्यन्ते ओडिसायां सुवर्णपुरस्थस्य सिद्धार्थ डिग्री महाविद्यालयस्य एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर रूपेण कार्यं कुर्वाणः वर्तन्ते डॉक्टर हरिश्चंद्र होतावर्याः। एतेषां होतावर्याणां विषयः वर्तते राजाचयनं। कृपया पत्रवाचनं कुर्वन्तु 7 निमेषैः एव।
हरि ओम। व्याहरामि सुभाशंसां ज्ञानेभ्यः विद्वद्भ्यः सदा सर्वेभ्यः पूज्यपादेभ्यः मान्येभ्यश्च पुनः पुनः। मम शोधपत्रस्य विषय राजाचयनं। मनुमहाराज्ञेन प्रतिपादितं यत् अराजके हि लोके अस्मिन् सर्वतो विद्रुते भयात् रक्षार्थमस्य सर्वस्य राजानमस्य यत् प्रभुः इन्द्रनीलाजमर्काणाम् अग्निश्च वर्णस्य च चन्द्रवृत्ते शयोश्चैव मात्रा निगृह्य शाश्वतिः। अतः राजचयनं संसारे भगवतः सृष्टिरिति कथ्यते। लोककल्याणार्थाय लोकोपकाराय च दण्डनीति राजनीति च वा प्रयुक्तरासीत्। According to M. Ram Joyce in his book Devprayag, he has told about Rajadharma, the Mahabharata discourse on the principal Rajadharma discussed there in the
होता महोदय कृपया वीडियो ऑन कुर्वन्तु। वीडियो ऑन कुर्वन्तु। आम् अवगतः। भवति वा अग्रे?
Rajadharma disclosed there in the very early period of civilization in this country, great importance was attached to dharma, and it was self-imposed by individual. Consequently, everyone was acting according to dharma, and there was no necessity of any authority to complete obedience to the laws. The existence of such an ideal stateless society is graphically discourse in the following verses. Naiva rajyam na rajasi na dando na cha dandikah dharmenaiva prayasarva rakshanti swa paraswaram. There is neither kingdom nor the king, neither punishment nor the guilty to be punished. People were acting according to dharma and thereby protecting one another. That is on page number 66. वैदिक युगे पंचाशत संस्थायाः अद्यावधि विद्यमाना दरिदृश्यते वेदानां सम्यक् पर्यालोचन तथ्यमेतद् ज्ञायते यत् पंचायत शब्दो वेदेषु क्वचिदपि न दृष्टिपथमाचरति तत्र केवलं पंचजनाः पंचकृष्टयः पंचक्षितयः इति प्रयोगः एव प्राप्यते कुत्रचित् पंचशब्द स्वजन शब्द परोपि दृश्यते प्रयोगः यथा जनात् जतते पंचधिरः ओं तथापि इदम् अभ्युपगन्तव्यम् एव यत् प्रायेणेकेषु स्थलेषु पंचशब्दो जनक्षितिकृष्टि शब्दे असमस्तो अपि तत्पूर्ववत्येव अपरत्र वैशिष्ट्यमस्ति यत् समस्तोऽपि पंचस्वः समासायते प्रत्येकं समाजे केचित् विद्वांसो अध्ययनात् परतः सन्ति ये अत्र ब्राह्मण शब्देन अभिहितः अपरे रक्षाकर्मणो योद्धारः क्षत्रिय शब्देन अभिधीयन्ते व्यापारकर्म व्यावृतः वैश्यः उच्यन्ते सेवायां समर्पिता जनाः शूद्रः तथा च केचन निराधार निगद्यन्ते राजशब्देन इन्द्रो मन्येत तदनुसारेण पंचजनाः पंचविद्याधिकारिणः सन्ति राज्यं रक्षायां सैनिकरूपेण राज्य शासनकर्मणे कोशरक्षणे द्वितीयेव पंचजनाः वैदिकवाङ्मये प्रतिपाद्यते अपरं च वैदिकयुगानन्तरं महाभारतयुगे राज्यशासनं कीदृशमासीत् नवनि उपकाराय लोकस्य त्रिवर्गस्थापनाय च नवनीत सरस्वत्या वृद्धिरेषा प्रभाविता महाभारत शान्तिपर्वणि निगद्यते राजनीतिरुत्पत्तिः सम्पूर्ण जगत्य प्राणहेतुः तथा च धर्मार्थ कामा स्थापनाय राजधर्मः सर्वेषु धर्मेषु प्रधानः समस्ताः विद्यारपि राजधर्मे निहिताः सन्ति भारतीय अर्थशास्त्रे राजा श्री रामचन्द्रः सर्वजनादृतः राजा आसीत् वैदिककालतः एव राजकर्म परिधिः सुविपुलो अभवत् भारतस्य राज्ञः सर्वदिव्यं भवतीति मनुना पर्यालोचितं वैदिककालतः भारते राजा इंद्रविष्णु वरुणादीनां देवानां इंद्रस्य दर्शनम् अनुसृत्य राजा युद्धाय गच्छति कथ्यते आसुशिशानो वृषभो नभीमो घना घनख्यो वनश्च शृणिनां शङ्क्रन्दनेनां निमिषे कबीरो शतं सेनाय साकमेन्द्रम्. According to Vedic culture, in the task of administration, the king was associated by a council, which members are called Ratnij. In the later Vedic literature, among the Ratnij were Purohita or the priest, Senani or the commander-in-chief, Suta or the charioteer, Sanghahitra or the treasurer, Bahuka or the tax collector, and Gramina of the leader of the village. These were the heads of the different departments. Mahisi of the crowned queen, Kshatriya or the chamberlain, and Akshabhapa or the game companion also figure among the Ratnij. They were the members of the royal court and entourage. The council of the Ratnij were former for the council of minister of the later period, Vedic culture, heritage of India. Page number 233. श्री राम पारिवारिक क्षेत्रे व्यक्तिगत क्षेत्रे राजनीतिक क्षेत्रे सर्वत्रैव तस्य विद्यते रामचंद्र अन्येषां राजानां कृते कथितवान् भूयो भूयो भामिनी भूमिपालः नत्वा नत्वा जायते रामचंद्रः सामान्योऽयं धर्मसेतुर्नराणां काले काले पालनीयो भवद्भिः. स्कंद पुराण विद्यते. राजा सत्यनिष्ठ भवेत्. श्रीरामचंद्र सदा सत्यपरायण आसीत्. महर्षि जाबाली चित्रकूट पर्वते श्रीरामं प्रति परामृश्यवान् यत् वनवास कृत्वा प्रजापालनं करोतु, परन्तु तस्मिन् काले रामचंद्र कथयामास सत्यमेवानुशंसं च राजवृत्तं सनातनं तस्मात् सत्यात्मकं राज्य सत्ये लोके प्रतिष्ठितः. पुनः सत्योपरि वाल्मीकिना प्रतिपादितं सत्यमेव स्वरो लोके सत्य धर्म सदाश्रितः सत्यमूलानि सर्वाणि सत्यन्नास्ति परं पदम् सत्येन धर्यते पृथ्वी सत्येन तपते द्रवि सत्येन वायो वान्ति सर्वं सत्ये प्रतिष्ठितम्. महाभारत की व्यवस्थाया परिधि वर्णितः. जय देहि प्रयाम रक्ष धर्म समनुपालय अमित्रांजहि कौन्तेय मित्राणि प्रतिपालय महाभारत शांति पर्वणि प्रयाणानमभ्युदयाय महाभारत योगे राजा प्रयावृत्तिं निवेदयितुं राजचरान् नियुक्तवान् राजमार्गाणां निर्माणं कारितवान् रोगिणां मुपचारे वैद्यानाम् अधिकृतवान् महाभारत विद्यते राजकृत युगस्रष्टा त्रेतायां द्वापरस्य च युगस्य च चतुर्थस्य राजा भवति कारणं महाभारत शांति पर्वणि राज्ञो गुणदोष आसीत् यथा राजा तथा प्रजा इति सिद्धान्तानुसारं राज्ञो संपत् राजतंत्रे अतिशय महत्व अभिवन्द्यते भारतीय राज्ञ स्वरूपं दिव्यं भवति इति मनुना पर्यालोचितं राज्ञो गुण विषये महाभारते निगद्यते संग्रहश्चैव भूतानां दानं च मधुरा च वाक् अप्रमदाश्च शौचं च राज्ञो भूति कमहत् शांति पर्वणि दातारं
महोदय हाँ कृपया तत्रैव उपसंहारं प्रस्तुवन्तु।
आम् 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 एवं रूपेण वैदिक युगे रामायण युगे महाभारत युगे च तथा च मौर्यकाले कौटिल्य शास्त्रानुसारं राजा चयनमासीत् शांति संतोष श्रमः संयमादि परित्यज्याधुनिकः नेतारः शासकादयः सर्वे विलासव्यासनोपरि मग्नाः सन्तो अन्यायात्याचारेण शासयन्ति राजनेतारः स्वराज्य विषये स्वमण्डलस्य विषये अपि चिन्तनीयं समग्र विश्वस्य परिवारमिति चिन्तनीयं वैदिक कालादारभ्य अद्यावधि पर्यन्तं प्राचीन राजानः आसन् ते सर्वे सुशासकाः आसन् यथा श्रीरामचन्द्र युधिष्ठिरादयः सर्वे प्रजानां रक्षको आसन् अत्याधुनिक राजाः नेतारः मण्डलाधीशादयः सर्वे पूर्वजनान् शासनम् अनुकरणीयं मनुः तथा च पितामह भीष्मस्य उपदेशः राजनीति अनुकरणीय शुक्रनीति अर्थशास्त्र इत्यादयः शासन पद्धति शास्त्राणि सन्ति दुर्भाग्यमिदं यत् भारते निरपेक्षतया शासनं न चलति वैदिक चिन्तनानुसारं स्वस्य सामान्य स्वार्थ परित्यज्य सर्वेषां जनानां राष्ट्रपिता यः चेत् शासनं भविष्यति तर्हि भारतदेशः पुनः विश्वगुरुरूपेण समग्र विश्वे तस्य स्थानं श्रेष्ठतमं भविष्यति ज्योतिर्वेदे निगद्यते ज्योति दुहमा मित्रस्यामा चक्षुषा सर्वाणि भूतानि समीक्षन्ताम् मित्रस्याहं चक्षुषा सर्वाणि भूतानि समीक्षामहे सर्वेभ्यः विद्वद्भर्जेभ्यः पुनः पुनः नमांसि व्याहरामि अपि च मम वाचम् अत्र विरमामि सर्वेभ्यः नमो नमः ओम शांति ओम शांति ओम शांति।
धन्यवादाः डॉक्टर होता महोदयः भवद्भिः सम्यक् रूपेण एव वैदिकसंहिताः अनन्तरं रामायणं महाभारतम् अर्थशास्त्रं स्मृतिग्रन्थान् आधारीकृत्य एव शोधपत्रं प्रस्तुतवन्तः धन्यवादाः। अग्रिमवक्तृरूपेण आह्वयामि नम्या लक्ष्मी आर महोदय जो हमारे टेक्निकल टीम के साथी हैं उनसे निवेदन है नम्या लक्ष्मी के नाम पर जो जुड़ी हैं तो उनको को होस्ट बनाए या उनको अनम्यूट करें।
अस्तु अस्तु
हाँ लक्ष्मी महोदया तत्रैव पञ्चनिमेषैः एव अत्रैव पत्रवाचनं करोतु।
अस्तु
हाँ वीडियो ऑन कर्तुं शक्नुवन्ति चेत् तत्र कुर्वन्तु।
बढ़िया हला
एकः प्रेजेंटेशन् अस्ति प्रेजेंटेशन् पश्यामः।
हाँ पीपीटी हाँ पीपीटी माध्यमेन करोतु। हाँ
भवती को होस्ट अस्ति कर्तुं शक्यते।
दृश्यते वा? मम
न दृश्यते न स्क्रीन् न दृश्यते। अत्र शेयर स्क्रीन् करोतु एकवारं। हाँ आगच्छति
दृश्यते वा?
आमामां हाँ शीघ्रमेव पञ्चनिमेषैः एव तत्रैव प्रतिपादनीयम्।
अस्तु 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 गुरुवरेभ्यो सर्वेभ्यो सदस्येभ्यश्च नमो नमः। अहं नम्यालक्ष्मी आर् केरले महात्मा गांधी सर्वकलाशालायाः कालडी श्रीशंकरकलालये तृतीयवर्ष बिरुदछात्रा अस्मि। लिङ्गसमानतामधिकृत्य प्राचीन भारतीय वाङ्मयोपादित भिन्नलिङ्गिन आदाय समीक्षात्मकमध्ययनम् इति विषयमधिकृत्य एकं लघुप्रबन्धम् अवतारयामि। जन्मना जनाः लिङ्गत्वेन द्विधा विभक्ताः, पुंस्त्री चेति, किन्तु भाषायां शब्दाः त्रिधा एव विभक्ताः, पुल्लिङ्गः, स्त्रीलिङ्गः, नपुंसकलिङ्गश्चेति। जीविनां विषये विशिष्य मानवानां विषये प्रायेण तृतीयलिङ्गाय प्राधान्यं न दत्तमासीत्, किन्तु अस्मिन् कालखण्डे नपुंसकलिङ्गीयाः जनाः अपि समाजस्य मुख्यधाराम् आवहन्ते। ते तु भिन्नलिङ्गाः इति समाजे व्यवह्रियन्ते। भारतीय सर्वकारेणापि भिन्नलिङ्गानां कृते सविशेष श्रद्धा दीयते। इतर लिङ्गयोरिव नागरिक अधिकारे, धार्मिक दायित्वे, सामाजिक व्यवहारे च भिन्नलिङ्गाः समाः भवेयुरिति सर्वकारेण 1920तमे वर्षे जनसंसदि विधेयकं किञ्चित् अनुमोदितं भारतीय राजपत्रद्वारा विज्ञापितं च। अस्माकं पुरातनग्रन्थेषु भिन्नलिङ्गीयाः तृतीयप्रकृतिः अथवा नपुंसकाः इति व्यवहृताः आसन्। भारतीय पुरावृताख्यानेषु, वेदेषु, पुराणेतिहासादिषु, साहित्यग्रन्थेषु तेषां परिकल्पना, अवताराः, समाजे व्यवहाराश्च वर्ण्यन्ते। पुराणेषु वर्णितः विष्णोः मोहिनी अवतारः एव प्रथमः तृतीयप्रकृतिपरामर्शः इति सूच्यते। महाभारते वर्णितः अर्जुनस्य बृहन्नलाख्यं परिवर्तनं, तत्रैव वर्णितं शिखण्डिनः उपाख्यानम् इत्यादीनि प्रमुखानि भवन्ति। महानिर्वाणतन्त्रस्य 12 अध्याये 4अधिकशततमे श्लोके एवमुच्यते। नपुंसकाः पङ्क्चस्य ग्रासाच्छादनमम्बिगे यावज्जीवनमर्हन्ति न ते स्युः दायभागिनः। नपुंसकाः अङ्गपरिमिताश्च तेषां जीवनपर्यन्तं ग्रासाच्छादनमर्हन्ति। जीवनांशाय तेभ्यः अधिकारः अस्ति, सर्वथा ते संरक्षणीयाः इत्यर्थः। किन्तु दायभागित्वं नास्ति। कामसूत्रं, सुश्रुतसंहिता, नारदस्मृतिः इत्यादिषु ग्रन्थेषु तृतीयलिङ्गीयानां परामर्शः दृश्यन्ते। पुराणेतिहासादिग्रन्थेषु दृश्यमानानि अर्धनारीश्वर परिकल्पना, देवतां लिङ्गपरिवर्तनकथा, देवतानाम् आराधनम् इत्यादीनि जनेषु तृतीयलिङ्गीयानां स्थानं ज्ञापयन्ति। तृतीयप्रकृत्यवतारणम्, आराधनं, तदनुबन्ध्य उत्सवाश्च विविधराज्येषु प्रादेशिकभेदमनुसृत्य प्रचलन्ति इदानीम्। तमिळ्नाडुराज्ये कूवग्रामे आयोज्यमानः अरावणोत्सवः एकम् उदाहरणम् अस्ति। गुजरात राज्ये प्रचाल्यमानः बहुचरमतोत्सवः, कर्णाटके आराध्यमाना येल्लम्मा देवता, केरलस्य कोल्लम जनपदे कोट्टंकुळंगरमन्दिरे आघोष्यमानः चमयविळक्कमहोत्सवः, राधायाः पुरुषप्रकृतित्वेन आराध्यमानः गदाधर चण्डी चामुण्डा इति युगलीभूत देवता इत्यादयः देवताराधनक्रमाः उदाहरणत्वेन वक्तुं शक्यते। उपर्युक्ताः भिन्नलिङ्गदेवताः समाजे बहुप्रभावम् आर्जितवत्यः इति पर्यवलोकयितुं शक्यते। कुरुक्षेत्रयुद्धे शिखण्डिः भीष्मपतनस्य कारणत्वेन पाण्डवानां विजये निर्णायकं स्थानम् आवहत। युद्धे अपि नपुंसकाः अङ्गीकृताः। महाविष्णोः मोहिनीवेषः रक्तरुषितरहितं किमपि युद्धतन्त्रं परिचाययति। अर्जुनस्य बृहन्नला राजगेहेषु स्वकीयप्रभावं ज्ञापयति, यथा सन्दर्भं स्वपौरुषमपि प्रकाशयति। संक्षिपामि अहम्। उपरि उक्तैः परामर्शैः वयं जानीमः यत् पुरातनकाले भारते तृतीयप्रकृतिजनाः समाजे सुमान्यं स्थानमावहन्ति स्म। कालान्तरे तत्र हानिरभवत्, किन्तु इदानीं तेभ्यः अन्येभ्यः स्त्री पुरुषेभ्यः इव सर्वेषु व्यवहारेषु समत्वम् अधिकारं च दातुं सर्वकारेण नीतिपीठानां च आदेशः वयम् उत्सुकाः भवामः। सर्वोच्चन्यायालयेन 14,2000तमे वर्षे उत्कृष्टः विधिः एतस्य निदर्शनं भवति। किञ्च मनुष्यमस्तिष्के स्त्रैणता पुरुषत्वं च युगपद विद्यते इति आधुनिकशास्त्रेणैरपि उक्तमस्ति। एवमुक्त्वा मम प्रबन्धः अत्र समाप्तिमेति। सर्वेषां कृते धन्यवादः। जयतु संस्कृतम्।
धन्यवादाः नम्या लक्ष्मी महोदयः। तत्रैव तृतीय प्रकृतिजनानां तत्रैव किं स्वरूपं वर्तते यदि महाभारतं पश्यामः अनन्तरम् एव समाजे तेषां तत्रैव किं स्वरूपं वर्तते सर्वकारपक्षतः किं क्रियते कथम् एव इदानीं तेषां व्यवहारः भवति समाजे का स्थितिः वर्तते पुनः महोत्सवरूपेण कथं ते परिपालयन्ति इति सर्वम् आधृत्य एव नम्या लक्ष्मी महोदया सम्यक् रूपेण शोधपत्रं प्रस्तुतवती। तर्हि एतं विषयम् आधारीकृत्य अपि दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालयतः एका शोधछात्रा शोधकार्यमपि अत्रैव अस्मिन् वर्षे समापितवती। एवं प्रकारेण बहवः अत्रैव शोधार्थिनः शोधकार्यं कुर्वन्तः वर्तन्ते। धन्यवादाः लक्ष्मी महोदय। मन्ये अत्रैव वेणुगोपाल महोदयः न वर्तन्ते, लोपामुद्रा गोस्वामी महोदय अपि न वर्तते। समयं दृष्ट्वा एव इदानीं ये पत्रं प्रस्तुतवन्तः तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः धन्यवादवचांसि व्याहृत्य सादरम् अस्य एव सत्रस्य ये अध्यक्ष महोदयः वर्तन्ते प्रसिद्धाः वैयाकरणाः आधुनिक तत्रैव कवयः प्रोफेसर बनमाली विश्वाल महोदयाः प्रार्थ्यन्ते अत्रैव अध्यक्षीय उद्बोधनार्थम्। आचार्याः बनमाली विश्वाल महोदय।
वागर्थाविव सम्पृक्तौ वागर्थ प्रतिपत्तये जगतः पितरौ वन्दे पार्वती परमेश्वरौ। रामाय रामभद्राय रामचन्द्राय वेधसे रघुनाथाय नाथाय सीतायाः पतये नमः। नीलाचल निवासाय नित्याय परमात्मने बलभद्र सुभद्राभ्यां जगन्नाथाय ते नमः। दिल्लीस्थ ओएफ्स इत्यस्याः प्रतिष्ठित संस्थायाः तथा केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालयस्य देवप्रयागस्थ श्री रघुनाथ कीर्ति परिसरस्य संयुक्त तत्वावधानेन आयोजितस्य पंचविंश भारतीय वैदिक सम्मेलनस्य अस्मिन् शुभारंभ सत्रे अस्मद्देशात् विदेशाच्च समुपस्थितानां तत्र भवतां भवतीनां च समेषां हार्दं स्वागतम् अभिनन्दनं च करोमि। विशिष्य अस्य सम्मेलनस्य सूत्रधारभूतानां प्रधान समन्वयकानां वेब्स इत्यस्याः संस्थायाः अध्यक्षाणां प्रोफेसर शशि तिवारी महोदयानां वन्दनम् अभिनन्दनं च कुर्मः। एवमेव उपाध्यक्षाणां प्रोफेसर भास्करनाथ भट्टाचार्य महोदयानां साधारण सचिवानां प्रोफेसर रंजीत बेहरा महोदयानां ये इदानीं सत्रं सञ्चालयन्ति, सचिवानां डॉक्टर अपर्णा धीर महोदयानां, संपादिकानां डॉक्टर कामना विमल महोदयानां तथा अस्मत् परिसरीय शैक्षिक तकनीक संयोजकानां डॉक्टर शैलेंद्र प्रसाद उनियाल महोदयानां, डॉक्टर अनिल कुमार महोदयानां, श्री नवीन डोबराल महोदयानां तथा श्री पंकज कोटिगाल महोदयानां च स्वागतम् अभिनन्दनं करोमि। एवमेव अस्य सत्रस्य सारस्वतातिथिना परमसुहृदां प्रोफेसर रवीन्द्र अंबादास मूले महोदयानां हार्दं स्वागतम् अभिनन्दनं च करोमि। अस्य सम्मेलनस्य विषयो वर्तते वैदिक परिप्रेक्ष्ये स्वतन्त्रतायाः तथा समानतायाश्च अवधारणा। अस्य सत्रस्य विषयो वर्तते राष्ट्रचिन्तनं वेदश्च, अर्थात वैदिकं राष्ट्रचिन्तनम्। अत्र मम वक्तव्यम् उभयथा भविष्यति। सम्मेलन विषयम् अधिकृत्य तथा सत्र विषयम् अधिकृत्य च मया सम्मेलन स्मारिकायाः समाशंसायां यल्लिखितं तदादौ प्रस्तुय विषयम् उपस्थापयामि। प्रसिद्धो व्यापकः संघो वैदिकाध्ययनस्य वै समर्पितोऽस्ति शोधाय वैदिकाय विशेषतः। विश्वविद्यालयस्यांशः केन्द्रीयस्य विनूतनः श्री रघुनाथ कीर्त्याख्यः परिसरः प्रतिष्ठितः। तयोरेवानुकूल्येन दिनत्रयात्मकं नवं तच्चान्ताराष्ट्रियं भव्यं सम्मेलनं सुनिश्चितम्। मासे दिसंबरे चास्मिन् दिनाङ्कात् 10 पुनः 12 दिनाङ्कं च सम्मेलनं प्रवर्तते। 75 वर्षेऽस्मिन् स्वतंत्र भारतस्य वै आराष्ट्रं पाल्यते चायम् अमृताख्यो महोत्सवः। सुधामये च वर्षेऽस्मिन् सर्वं शुभमयं यतः सम्मेलनस्य महत्त्वं द्विगुणितं न संशयः। 25 प्रसूने च भारतीयाङ्किते शुभे चर्चिष्यन्ते च तत्त्वानि तथ्यानि वैदिकानि वै। समानता महत्त्वं च वेदेऽस्ति प्रतिपादितं। प्रसिद्धा तत्र सूक्तिश्च समाना हृदयानि वः। सन्त्यवधारणाः जाश्च स्वतन्त्रता प्रसंगतः ताश्च विचारयिष्यन्ते परिप्रेक्ष्ये च वैदिके। वैदिक पृष्ठभूमौ च साहित्ये च पुरातने स्वरूपं जादृशं चास्ति। साम्य स्वातन्त्र्योः पुनः अभयं वा स्वराज्यं वा मातृभूमेर्भवेत् पुनः राष्ट्रप्रेमास्तु राज्ञो वा चयनं च भवेत् क्वचित्। भवेतां मुक्ति मोक्षो वा कर्मबन्धनमेव वा भक्ति समानते स्यातां चैकात्म्यं समभावनः। मैत्र्याश्च भावनावास्तु समाज बाध एव वा भवेदार्थिक वैषम्यं प्रजातन्त्रं भवेत् पुनः। स्वतन्त्रता विचाराणां कर्मणां वा भवेत् क्वचित् भिन्नानाम् अधिकाराणां मानवानां प्रसंगतः। तेषां निरीक्षणं कृत्वा तथ्य संदर्भपूर्वकं व्याख्यास्यते च सत्रेषु विद्वद्भिश्च यथामति। आलोचयिष्यते चात्र सम्यक् संस्कृत वाङ्मयं वैदिकं लौकिकं सर्वं वेदैर्जत्तु समर्थितम्। एवं हि वेदविद्यायाः समृद्धिश्च भवेत् क्वचित् तथा बुद्धिविलासोऽपि विदुषां च भवेत् पुनः। सर्वेषां शोधपत्राणां साराः संकलिता समे सम्पादिताश्च ते सर्वे पुस्तिकायां प्रकाशिताः। विद्वत् सम्माननं चात्र प्रस्तावितं च संस्थया तथा कार्यक्रमाश्चान्ये प्रस्ताविताः प्रसंगतः। तदर्थम् अभिनन्द्यन्ते चायोजकाः समे मया प्रत्यक्षं वा परोक्षं वा येषां सहायताः पुनः। सफलं च भवेदेतत् सम्मेलनं च वैदिकं तदर्थं मे शुभाशंसाः विलसन्तु तमां क्वचित्। इदानीं ये च शोधपत्र प्रस्तुतारः अस्मिन् सत्रे स्वशोधपत्राणि प्रस्तुतवन्तः तेषाम् उल्लेखो भवेत्। ये न प्रस्तुतवन्तः तेषामपि उल्लेखम् एकवारं करोमि यथा सूच्यां वर्तते। अत्र आहत्य 6 पत्राणि निर्धारितानि आसन्। तेषु च चतुर्णां पत्राणाम् उपस्थापनम् अत्र जातं। तत्र येषां पत्राणाम् उपस्थानं न जातं तस्यापि उल्लेखः अत्र मया क्रियते एकवारम्। उपनिषत् साहित्ये स्वतंत्रता समानतयोः मौलिकतत्त्वानि डॉक्टर वेणुगोपाल राव महोदयस्य ते उपस्थिताः नासन्। राजाचयनं हरिश्चंद्र होतृ महोदयस्य मुख्योपनिषत्सु वाक् स्वतन्त्रतायाः अवधारणा लोपामुद्रा गोस्वामिनः एतदपि पत्रम् इदानीं न जातं। लिंग समानताम् अधिकृत्य प्राचीन भारतीय वाङ्मयोपपादित भिन्न लिंगिन आदाय समीक्षात्मकम् अध्ययनं नम्या लक्ष्मी आर महोदयायाः तस्याः पत्रम् इदानीम् अस्माभिः श्रुतं। यत्र विश्वं भवत्येकनिर्णयम् इति शोधपत्रं सर्वादौ प्रस्तुतं डॉक्टर श्री पराम्बा जोगमाया महोदयया। अन्यच्च वैदिक संहितासु मैत्री भावना इति विषयम् उररीकृत्य शोधपत्रं प्रस्तुतवती डॉक्टर शिप्रा राय महोदया। केवलं लिंग समानतां परिशीलयामश्चेत् अस्मिन् सम्मेलने तु वैपरीत्यं लक्ष्यते। 6 विद्वत्सु 5 महिला विदुष्यः आसन्। तत्र चतस्रुषु यदि चतुर्षु वक्तृषु यदि पश्यामः तर्हि 3 महिला विदुष्यः अत्र शोधपत्राणि प्रस्तुतवत्यः। क्वचित् एतदपि भ्रान्तं मतं समक्षम् आगतम् आसीत् यत् स्त्रियोः वेदं न पठेयुः, किन्तु अद्य स्त्रियो न केवलं वेदं पठन्ति किन्तु तद्विषये निष्णाताः अपि भवन्ति इति अस्माभिः इदानीं दृष्टं, पूर्वमपि दृष्टं। न केवलम् अद्य किन्तु पुरा वैदिककालेपि एतादृशीरेव स्थितिः आसीत्। ऋग्वेदस्य केषुचित् सूक्तेषु ऋषिकाणां वर्णनम् उपलभ्यते। कक्ष्यावती, लोपामुद्रा, अपाला, सूर्या, इंद्राणी, शची, शार्पराज्ञी, विश्वधारा इत्यादीनां ऋषिकाणाम् उल्लेखः तत्र प्राप्यते। बृहदारण्यकोपनिषदि ऋषिकाणां नामानि बृहद्देवतायाम् उपलभ्यन्ते। घोषा, गोधा, विश्ववारा, अपातो, निषत् कारिकारूपेण वर्तते। नामानि इदानीं मया उक्तानि, अतः पुनरावृत्तिः न क्रियते। एतेन सिद्ध्यति यत् नारीणां शिक्षाग्रहणे पूर्णः अधिकारः, समान अधिकारश्च आसीत्। ऋग्वेदे पतिप्रियायाः पत्न्याः तुलना ईश्वरेण क्रियते। तत्र वैदिकसाहित्ये लिंग समानता कथं परिपालिता इति वक्तुम् उच्यते। तत्र ऋग्वेदे पतिप्रियायाः पत्न्याः तुलना ईश्वरेण क्रियते। अनवद्या पतिजुष्टेव नारी। न केवलं वेदाध्ययने अपितु यज्ञादिकर्मण्यपि नारी ब्रह्मापदं सुशोभितं करोति इति प्रमाणं तत्र उपलभ्यते। ऋग्वेदे यज्ञकर्मणि स्त्री ब्रह्मा भवितुम् अर्हति इति तस्यै तादृशः अधिकारः प्रदीयते। ऋग्वेदकालिके भारते गृहे नार्यै विशेषाधिकारः सुरक्षितः आसीत्। अतः ऋग्वेदसंहितासु स्त्री गृहमिति उच्यते। जायेदस्तम् इत्युक्तम्। न केवलं परिवारे किन्तु संपूर्ण समाजे नारी साम्राज्ञी पदस्य अधिकारिणी भवति स्म इत्येवं वर्णनम् अथर्ववेदे सम्यक् उपलभ्यते। वस्तुतः अथर्ववेदे गृहे नारीणाम् आधिपत्यं बहुधा स्वीकृतं वर्तते। तत्रैवम् उच्यते यत् पतिगृहे वधू दासीभूय नागच्छति किन्तु साम्राज्ञीभूय आयाति। मन्त्रः वर्तते, नोच्चरामि अत्र त्वं साम्राज्ञेधि इत्यादि। न केवलं पतौ किन्तु सा तत्र सर्वासां च साम्राज्ञी भवति स्म। साम्राज्ञी शुशुरे भव, साम्राज्ञी श्वश्रुवां भव, ननन्दरी साम्राज्ञी भव, साम्राज्ञी अधिद्रेवृषु एवं वर्तते मन्त्रः। अथर्ववेदानुसारं सर्वेषु याज्ञिककार्येषु पत्न्याः उपस्थितिः आवश्यकी भवति। अजज्ञो वा एषः जो अपत्निकः इति उच्यते। तत् अथर्ववेदे स्त्रीणां सुरता विषयेपि चर्चा दृश्यते। तस्मिन् काले स्त्रियः अजेयाः तथा अदृश्याः भवन्ति स्म। यथा इंद्राण्याः स्वरूपम् एवं वर्णितमस्ति। इंद्राण्ये तु प्रथमा अजिता। अत्र मन्त्राः नोच्यन्ते यतः कालः गच्छति। अथर्ववेदे स्त्रीणां पुनर्विवाह विषये तथा विधवा विवाह विषयेपि चर्चा दृश्यते। पुनर्विवाहिता स्त्री तत्र पुनर्भू इति नाम्ना संबोध्यते। ब्राह्मण ग्रंथेषु शतपथ ब्राह्मणे पतिः स्त्रियः प्रतिष्ठा उच्यते। पत्यो ह्येव स्त्री प्रतिष्ठा। धर्मसूत्रेषु वशिष्ठ धर्मसूत्रे माता तु उपाध्याय आचार्य पितॄन् अतिशेते इत्युक्तम्। उपाध्याय दशाचार्यः, आचार्याणां शतं पिता, पितुर्दश शतं माता, गौरवेणातिरिच्यते। स्मृतिग्रंथेषु विशिष्य मनुस्मृतौ महान् समुद्घोषो वर्तते यत्र नार्यस्तु पूज्यन्ते रमन्ते तत्र देवताः इति। वस्तुतः अयं समुद्घोषः नारी विमर्श प्रसंगे संपूर्णं विश्वं चमत्करोति। मनुरेवं मनुते यत् यस्मिन् गृहे पतिः पत्न्यां सन्तुष्टो भवति तथा पत्नी च पतौ सन्तुष्टः भवति तत्र परिवारस्य समाजस्य च कल्याणं सुनिश्चितमेव। सन्तुष्टो भार्यया भर्त्रा भार्या तथैव च यस्मिन्नेव कुले नित्यं कल्याणं तत्र वै ध्रुवम्। गृहे स्त्रियः उपस्थितिः सुखदा मन्यते इति तथ्यं मनुना प्रतिपादितं। गृहे भोजन प्रसंगे तेन उक्तं दर्शने द्विगुणं स्वादु परिवेशे चतुर्गुणं सहभोजे चाष्टगुणम् इत्येतन् मनुरब्रवीत्। भोजनसमये नारीणां दर्शने एव स्वादु द्विगुणितं भवति, परिवेशे च चतुर्गुणं भवति, किन्तु सहभोजे च अष्टगुणं भवति। अतः गृहस्थ महिलाभिः समं भोजनं कर्तव्यं। सर्वान् भोजयित्वैव गृहपत्नी भोजनं कुर्यात् इति नियमः पुरुषस्वार्थ प्रचोदितः इति प्रतीयते। तैत्तिरीय उपनिषदि पूर्वं मातृदेवो भव इति उच्यते, ततश्च पितृदेवो भव इति उच्यते। एतेन तत्कालिकस्य नारीप्राधान्यस्य स्थितिः अवगम्यते। भगवतः सर्वव्यापकतां व्यक्तीकर्तुं श्वेताश्वतरोपनिषदि यदा ईश्वरः सर्वेषु प्राणिषु सक्रियः प्रतिपाद्यते तदा सर्वप्रथमं स्त्रियः नामरूपस्य स्मरणं क्रियते। त्वं स्त्री, त्वं पुमान् असि, त्वं कुमार उत वा कुमारी इत्यादि। उपनिषत्सु विदुषीणां नारीणां चर्चा भवति इति मया पूर्वमेव उक्तं। बृहदारण्यके उपनिषदि विदुषी गार्गी याज्ञवल्क्यं ब्रह्म विषयकं प्रश्नं पृच्छति। याज्ञवल्क्यस्य पत्नी मैत्रेयी अपि उत्तमा विदुषी आसीत्, या मुक्ति विषयिणी ज्ञाने रुचिशिला दृश्यते। वस्तुतो यदा वयं वैदिक परिप्रेक्ष्ये कामपि वार्तां कुर्मः तदा वयं न केवलं वेदानाम् अपि तु संपूर्ण संस्कृत वाङ्मयस्य आकलनं कुर्मः। यतोहि संपूर्णं संस्कृत वाङ्मयं वैदिक चिन्तनोपरि आधृतं वर्तते। अतएव मम वक्तव्यं क्वचित् वैदिक साहित्य आधृतं, क्वचित् उपनिषत् साहित्यम् आधृतं, क्वचित् पौराणिक साहित्य आधृतं, क्वचित् च लौकिक साहित्य आधृतं भवितुम् अर्हति। परन्तु समयाभावात् अत्र पौराणिक लौकिक साहित्योः चर्चा मया नैव क्रियते। राष्ट्रचिन्तन प्रसंगेपि प्रसंगान्तरे चर्चिष्यामः। वेदेषु राष्ट्रचिन्तन विषये महान्ति चिन्तनानि वर्तन्ते। केवलं ऋग्वेदं पश्यामश्चेत् तत्र राष्ट्रं धारयतां ध्रुवम् एवमेव संगच्छध्वं सम्बद्धध्वं शोभा शम्भो मनांसि जानन्ताम् अन्येषां मन्त्राणाम् उच्चारणं पूर्ववक्तृभिः कृतमेव, समानवस्तुवो मनः इत्यादि। अतः पुनरावृत्तिः इदानीं नैव क्रियते, समयः अपि सञ्जातः। अतः समयेन अग्रिमं सत्रं चालयितुं प्रोफेसर् रञ्जित बेहरा महोदयम् अनुरुध्य अहम् अत्रैव स्वकीयं वाचम् उपसंहरामि। सर्वेभ्यो धन्यवादः ये माम् अत्र श्रुतवन्तः। धन्यवादः।
धन्यवादः आचार्य विश्वालमहोदयः। तत्रैव भवद्भिः सम्यक् रूपेण वैदिकसंहितासु नारीणां का स्थितिः, तदनन्तरं स्मृतिग्रन्थेषु इति रामायणमध्ये महाभारतमध्ये का स्थितिः आसीत् इति भवतां तत्रैव यत् उद्देश्यं सम्यक् रूपेण एव उपस्थापितं। पुनश्च आदौ यत् अस्माभिः अत्रैव या कविता श्रुता इति सर्वान् सूचयामि। तत्रैव 21 श्लोकाः वर्तन्ते। पश्यामः ऋग्वेदसंहितायाः आचार्यस्य पतञ्जलेः यत् तत्रैव प्रतिपादनं वर्तते 21तः वाहवृच्यम् इति। ऋग्वेदसंहितायाः 21 तत्रैव शाखाः वर्तन्ते। तर्हि कदाचित् तां परम्पराम् अनुसृत्य इमे अध्यक्षमहोदयाः 21 श्लोकान् रचितवन्तः अस्माकं सम्मेलनस्य इति बहवः धन्यवादाः। तर्हि अस्मिन्नेव प्रारम्भिकसत्रे अत्रैव अध्यक्षमहोदयाः आदरणीयानां विश्वालमहोदयानां, पुनश्च ये सारस्वतातिथयः आसन् प्रोफेसर् मूळे महोदयाः, इतोपि अत्रैव 4 अत्रैव वैदिकविद्वांसः शोधपत्राणि प्रस्तुतवन्तः। तेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यः धन्यवादवचांसि व्याहृत्य अग्रिमसत्रसञ्चालनाय डॉक्टर अपर्णाधीर खंडेलवाल महोदया सादरं निवेद्यते। डॉक्टर अपर्णाधीर खंडेलवाल महोदया। Now I request Dr. Aparnadhir Khandelwal, Secretary WEBS India, to start the next session of the conference. Dr. Aparnaji.
Namo Namaha. Namaskar to all dignitaries and delegates present here in the conference or watching us live on YouTube. Thank you, Dr. Ranjit Behra ji, for this wonderful session, and I'm really thankful and grateful to Professor Biswal sir for presiding over that session. Now, this is the inaugural session of 25th India Conference of Waves, organized by Wider Association for Vedic Studies in collaboration with Central Sanskrit University, Shri Raghunath Kirti Campus, Devprayag, Uttarakhand. To begin the proceedings of this session, I like to invite Shri Rameshwar Sharma ji for invocation.
रामेश्वर।
हरि ओम सहस्र शीरेखा पुरुखः पुरुखः सहस्र शीरेखा पुरुखः सहस्राक्षः पुरुखः सहस्र शीरेखा पुरुखः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रशीरेखेति सहस्रशीरेखा पुरुखः सहस्राक्षः पुरुखः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपातीति सहस्रपात सहस्राक्षः पुरुखः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपात सहस्राक्षः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपात सहस्राक्ष इति सहस्र अक्षरे च सहस्रपादिति सहस्रपात सभूमिङ्गु सभूमिग्गु सर्वतः सर्वतो भूमिग्गु सभूमिग्गु सर्वतः भूमिग्गु सर्वतः सर्वतो भूमिं भूमिग्गु सर्वतः स्पृत्वा सर्वतो भूमिं भूमिग्गु सर्वतः स्पृत्वा सर्वतः सर्वतः स्पृत्वाति सर्वतः स्पृत्वा तिष्ठ सर्वतिष्ठत अतिष्ठ दशाङ्गुलमिति दशाङ्गुलम् आदि दशाङ्गुलमिति दतिष्ठ दशाङ्गुलम् दश अङ्गुलमिति दशाङ्गुलम् हरिः ओम।
Thank you, Shri Rameshwar Sharma ji. Myself, Dr. Aparna Khandelwal, Faculty of Fine Arts, Dartmouth, USA, and Secretary Admin, Waves, is moderating now. The concept of liberty and equality in the Vedic perspective, Vedic परिप्रेक्ष्य में स्वतंत्रता एवं समानता की अवधारणा, is the theme of this year conference, and the present session is being chaired by Professor Shashi Tiwari ji, coordinator of 25th India Conference of Waves and President Waves. The inaugural session is being graced by following dignitaries: Professor Bhaskarnath Bhattacharya ji, Vice President Waves India; Shri Shashi Kejriwal ji, President Waves International; Dr. Conrad Els ji; Shri Dhiru Shah ji, Director and Treasurer Waves International; Professor Balram Singh ji, Director Waves International; Dr. S. Kalyan Raman ji, and Dr. C.L. Prabhakar ji, with Shri Prashant Bharadwaj ji, Vice President Waves. It gives me immense pleasure to announce that Waves has turned 25 this year. May I now request Dr. Naveen ji from Shri Raghunath Kirti Campus to kindly play the video of Waves Kul Geet.
नवीन जी,
वो देख रहे हैं, साउंड नहीं आ रहा है तो देख रहे हैं।
प्रस्तुत है वेव्स कुल गीत।
अध्ययन है लक्ष्य हमारा। अपरा से जीवन निखार कर परा से पाए अक्षर ज्ञान।
अपरा से जीवन निखार कर परा से पाए अक्षर ज्ञान।
सत्यं शिवं सुंदरम के हम सिद्ध कर पाए सब वरदान। यही परम उद्देश्य हमारा, वेदाध्ययन है लक्ष्य हमारा।
देव से दे रहा बोध तरंगी, देव से दे रहा बोध तरंगी। भारत की विद्या पहचाने,
वेद पुराणों स्मृति ग्रंथों में निहित अमूल्य सार हम जाने। तत्व ज्ञान ही बोध्य हमारा, वेदाध्ययन है लक्ष्य हमारा। दशकों से है वेव्स दे रहा अवसर चर्चा का चिंतन का।
दशकों से है वेव्स दे रहा अवसर चर्चा का चिंतन का।
एक मंच पर सबको लाना ध्येय रहा हर सम्मेलन का। वैश्विक हित कर्तव्य हमारा, वेदाध्ययन है लक्ष्य हमारा।
हितं भरा प्रज्ञा से युत हूँ, हितं भरा प्रज्ञा से युत हूँ। भ्रमजालों से दूर बचे हम,
स्वस्थि भाव पूरित जीवन हो। अनृत मार्ग से दूर रहे हम। चिदानंद गंतव्य हमारा, वेदाध्ययन है लक्ष्य हमारा।
देश है माध्यम जिसका न्यारा,
वेदाध्ययन है, वेदाध्ययन है, वेदाध्ययन है लक्ष्य हमारा।
Thank you, Shri Naveen ji, for this wonderful video. And पिछले 25 सालों की कुछ झलकियां जो देखकर निश्चित ही हम सब सुखद अनुभव कर रहे हैं, ऐसा मैं समझती हूँ। And now for the welcome address, I'd like to invite Professor Bhaskarnath Bhattacharya ji, Vice President Waves and Director School of Vedic Studies, Rabindra Bharati University, Kolkata. I welcome you, sir. Bhaskar sir.
Ma'am, I think he is not there.
But उनका लिस्ट में यहाँ पर शो हो रहा है। Ranjit sir, please can you help?
हाँ, अपर्णा जी किस नाम से जुड़े हुए हैं?
BNB।
अच्छा, BNB।
हैं BNB से है।
हाँ, नवीन जी BNB जो है इनको पोस्ट कर दीजिए।
हाँ,
कर
कोस्ट
दिया
है, he is coast।
हाँ, भट्टाचार्य सर आप अपने आप को अनम्यूट करें।
कॉल करूं क्या मैं?
मैं जी मैम, या तो
अगर
हम भास्कर सर के, प्रोफेसर भास्कर सर के आशीर्वचनों को हम फिर अपने कार्यक्रम में यहाँ पर इस सेशन में सम्मिलित करते हैं। मैं तब तक हमारे जो जनरल सेक्रेटरी हैं प्रोफेसर रंजीत बेहरा जी, उनसे निवेदन करती हूँ कि आप विधिवत हमारे जो गणमान्य अतिथि हैं उनके स्वागत के लिए। प्रोफेसर रंजीत सर। मैं आपसे निवेदन करती हूँ कि जब तक हम भास्कर सर से कनेक्ट करते हैं, उनके आशीर्वचन हम फिर इस सेशन में लेंगे। आप कृपया विधिवत स्वागत के लिए मैं आपको आमंत्रित करती हूँ, हमारे जो गणमान्य अतिथि हैं।
समझ नहीं।
हाँ हेलो।
हाँ जी, हाँ जी,
आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ जी।
हाँ,
रंजीत सर आपका
हाँ,
स्वागत है। आपको मैं
हाँ,
आमंत्रित।
मैं सभी को सादर नमन करता हूँ, सादर अभिवंदन करता हूँ, सादर नमस्कार करता हूँ। आज यह अवसर मेरे लिए बहुत सुखद है। तो आज इसे ये उद्घाटन सत्र में आप सभी का स्वागत करते हुए, जैसे आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, एक प्रारंभिक सत्र के रूप में हम लोगों ने आज 4 बजे से लेकर 5:30 बजे तक हम लोगों ने उसमें आयोजित किया है। जो संस्कृत के शोध पत्र थे उसको हम लोगों ने ऑर्गेनाइज किया है। और अगर देखते हैं यहाँ जो उद्घाटन सत्र के रूप में हम लोगों ने यहाँ आयोजित किया हुआ है, और इस सत्र की अगर हम लोग उसमें से देखेंगे, जो अध्यक्षता करेंगी वेब्स इंडिया की अध्यक्ष प्रसिद्ध वेद विदुषी, न केवल भारत में अपितु विश्व में जो वेद ज्ञान को प्रचार प्रसार के लिए हमेशा लगी हुई है, आदरणीय प्रोफेसर शशि तिवारी महोदया जी का मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की ओर से पुनः जो केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय देवप्रयाग की ओर से मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं। और आज हम लोग जो देख रहे हैं इस उद्घाटन सत्र में जो प्रसिद्ध विद्वान, वैदिक विद्वान उपस्थित हुए हैं, मैं सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं एवं अभिनंदन करता हूं। यह हमारा सौभाग्य है आज मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में आदरणीय श्री शशि केजरीवाल जी उपस्थित हैं। आप वेब्स इंटरनेशनल की प्रेसिडेंट है, और मैं देखता आया हूं लगभग यहाँ 2-3 ऐसे कार्यक्रम हमारे इंडिया में हम लोगों ने किया था। जो उसमें IGNCA में हम लोगों ने कार्यक्रम किया था, उससे पहले भारतीय विद्या भवन में किया था कॉन्फ्रेंस में। आप हमेशा वेद विद्या से जुड़े हुए हैं, वेद विद्या का प्रचार प्रसार हमारे मतलब देश में, साथ में USA में कैसे इसका प्रचार प्रसार और अधिक हो, इसके लिए आप हमेशा लगे हुए हैं। ऐसे केजरीवाल महोदय जी का मैं हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं इस आवासीय पटल पर। और आज हम लोग जो देख रहे हैं यहाँ डिस्टिंग्विश गेस्ट के रूप में डॉक्टर कोएनराड एल्स जी हैं, जो बेल्जियम के प्रसिद्ध प्राच्य विद्याविद हैं, रिनाउंड स्कॉलर हैं। और उनका भी कई कार्यक्रम हमने वेब्स इंडिया में हम लोगों ने आयोजित यहाँ पर वेब्स इंडिया में भी किया है, और हमारे दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के संस्कृत विभाग में हम लोगों ने कार्यक्रम किया है। और ऐसे डॉक्टर एल्स का भी स्वागत करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ। और आज हमारे लिए सौभाग्य है जो जिनका यहाँ पर मुख्य वक्ता रहेगा, जो बीज भाषण प्रस्तुत करेंगे, कीनोट स्पीच के रूप में हम लोग सुनने वाले हैं, आदरणीय प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह जी का, जो वेब्स इंटरनेशनल के डायरेक्टर हैं, और साथ साथ अगर कहना चाहेंगे जो इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ एडवांस साइंसेस डॉटमाउथ USA के आप प्रेसिडेंट भी हैं। ये हमारा सौभाग्य है जो यहाँ पर युवा विद्वान जुड़े हुए हैं, जो हमारे पास जो रिसर्च क्लास यहाँ जुड़े हुए हैं, सभी जो है शोधार्थी हैं, जो वेद विद्यार्थी हैं। आपके ज्ञान से, आपके भाषण से हम हमेशा जो है लाभान्वित होते आए हैं और होते रहेंगे। और कई व्याख्यान हम लोगों ने देखा है चाहे वेब्स के माध्यम से हो या दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय के अलग अलग महाविद्यालय में हो या जेएनयू में हो या पंडिचेरी सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी की बात करें या और ऐसे प्रोग्राम में आपका जो है सदैव उत्तम जो है ज्ञानवर्धक व्याख्यान हमें सुनने को प्राप्त होता है। और आज इस सत्र की संयोजिका डॉक्टर अपर्णाधीर खंडेलवाल जी हैं, जो वेब्स इंडिया की सेक्रेटरी हैं और साथ में असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर डॉट माउथ यूएसए में आप काम कर रही है। और इसके साथ साथ मैं बताना चाहूंगा, इससे जो पूरे के पूरे जो सम्मेलन है, इसके जो मुख्य संयोजक के रूप में आदरणीय प्रोफेसर शशि तिवारी मैडम है और साथ में सह संयोजक के रूप में आदरणीय प्रोफेसर बनवाली बिस्वाल जी हैं, जो केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय के देवप्रयाग का जो परिसर है, रघुनाथ कीर्ति परिसर, वहां पर आप व्याकरण विभाग के अध्यक्ष हैं। ये संयुक्त तत्वावधान में यह सम्मेलन आज आयोजित किया जा रहा है। ऐसे पिछले साल हम लोगों ने कई बार चर्चा भी की थी, जब अगले बार हम लोग सम्मेलन करेंगे और साक्षात हम लोग देवप्रयाग कैंपस में करेंगे, लेकिन ये कोरोना कारण से आज हम लोग वहां पर नहीं पहुंच पाए। लेकिन प्रातः काल में जो वहां पर जो आज इसका जो शुभारंभ सत्र प्रारंभ किया गया था देवप्रयाग परिसर से, साक्षात दीप प्रज्वलन पूर्वक यह कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ हुआ है। और आज इस सम्मेलन पर जितने उपस्थित हैं, हमारे वेब्स इंडिया के जो सम्माननीय कार्यकारिणी सदस्य के सदस्य हैं, मैं सभी लोगों का नाम यहाँ लेना नहीं चाहूंगा क्योंकि कहीं किसी का नाम जो है विस्मरण हो सकता है। और वेब्स इंडिया के जितने सदस्य हैं, मैं सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूं। और आज इस सत्र में जो डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट के रूप में उपस्थित हैं, श्री धीरू साहा जी हैं। आप वेब्स इंटरनेशनल के डायरेक्टर तथा ट्रेजरर हैं और आपके मार्गदर्शन में कई कार्यक्रम हम लोगों ने किया है, बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला है, चाहे इंडिया में कार्यक्रम हो, चाहे हम लोगों ने जो देखा था डलास में भी जो कार्यक्रम हुआ है। और ऐसे जितने भी यहाँ पर गणमान्य वैदिक विद्वान या भारत से और भारत के बाहर से विभिन्न देशों से यहाँ पर जुड़े हुए हैं, मैं सभी का वेब्स इंडिया की तरफ से, केंद्रीय संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय की तरफ से हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूँ, अभिनंदन करता हूँ, अभिवंदन करता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद प्रोफेसर रंजीत बेहरा जी। और इसी सेशन में हमारे साथ और भी तीन अतिथि के रूप में हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं। डॉक्टर एस कल्याण रमन जी जुड़ रहे हैं, सर आपका भी मैं स्वागत करती हूँ। हमारे साथ प्रोफेसर प्रभाकर सर भी जुड़ रहे हैं और इस सेशन में आपका भी सर मैं स्वागत करती हूँ। और हमारे साथ हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट श्री प्रशांत भारद्वाज जी भी हैं और बाद में लास्ट में हमारे साथ वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए हम डॉक्टर विजय शंकर द्विवेदी जी भी हैं। तो आप सबका इस सेशन में हमारी वेब्स के बिहाफ पे और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के बिहाफ पे ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। आगे बढ़ते हुए, कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए यहाँ मैं रखना चाहूंगी कि यत्र विश्वम भवत्य एक नीडम ध्रुवोद्यो ध्रुवा पृथ्वी ध्रुवास पर्वतो इमे ध्रुवम विश्वम इदम जगत ध्रुवो राजा विश्वमयम। हम सभी जानते हैं कि वेद में इस तरह की कल्पना हमें मिलती है, हम ऐसे मंत्रों को हम जानते हैं जिसमें कहा गया है कि समस्त जो संसार है वो एक घर की तरह है, अपने ही घर के रूप में है, एक पूरा समस्त विश्व एक ही है, जो एकत्व भाव दिखाया गया है। साथ ही ऐसी कामना की गई है कि ये द्योलोक, पृथ्वी लोक, पर्वत, जो भी कुछ विश्व है, सब कुछ जो ये जगत है वो सब स्थिर हो, उसमें रहने वाली जो प्रजाएं हैं और उन प्रजाओं के जो राजा हैं वे भी हमेशा स्थिरता को प्राप्त करें। तो ऐसी मंगल कामनाओं को लेकर वेद हमारे समक्ष बहुत सी राष्ट्रवश्यक चिंतन को रखता है, बहुत सी ऐसे बातें हमारे सामने निकल के आती हैं और उन्हीं सब बातों को समेटे हुए हमारी ये स्मारिका है जिसका अब हम यहाँ विमोचन करने लगे हैं। So now it's time to release the e-souvenir, the Smarika of Waves 2021. Again, I'd like to request Dr. Naveen ji from Shri Raghunath Kirti campus, Devprayag.
ऋचो अक्षरे परमे व्योमन्यस्मिन् देवा अधिविश्वे निषेदुः यस्तं न वेद किं रुचा करिष्यति य इत्तद्विदुस्त इमे समासते।
थैंक यू श्री नवीन जी। आप सबके पास ये ई सॉवेनियर कल रात को ही मैंने मेल कर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी की ओर से पहुंच गया था, और उम्मीद है आप सबने देखा होगा और अपने अपने शोध पत्रों को के एब्स्ट्रैक्ट्स को इसमें थोड़ा जानने की कोशिश की होगी। हमारा प्रयास रहा कि कोई भी त्रुटि उसमें ना हो, और इसमें लगभग 80 पत्रवाचकों के एब्स्ट्रैक्ट्स को सम्मिलित किया गया है, और साथ ही कुछ हमारे मैसेजेस हैं जो हमारे अतिथिगणों से, हमारे जो ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी है उनकी ओर से हमें प्राप्त हुए। तो उम्मीद है आप सबको ये सॉवेनियर पसंद आएगा, और भविष्य में इसमें जो चिंतन यहाँ पर हम करने जा रहे हैं 3 दिनों में, वो आपके लिए लाभदायक होगा। तो इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए, now it's time for to invite the chief guest. We all are delighted to have Shri Shashi Kejriwal ji, President Waves International from Dallas, Texas, USA, as the chief guest of this session. On this occasion, sir, we are eagerly waiting to have your words.
Thank you. I'd like to start by invoking Ma Saraswati to be with us and to bless us. Namaste Sharde Devi Saraswati Mati Prade Vasatvam Mama Jivagre Sarva Vidya Prada Bhava. Namo Namah, everybody, and welcome to this wonderful conference of Waves India. I'm very honored to be part of this historic conference. And Waves India has come a long way, as many of you know, since that great day on 14 December 2004, when it was first registered. And since then, it has had 25 annual conferences, including this one, and in all parts of India, including some in Nepal. Now, Waves India and Waves International, together, they are an excellent platform for all scholars, both young and established ones, to showcase all the hard work they do during the rest of the year in deep diving into our past, into the history of the Vedas of India, and bringing out pearls of wisdom from the Vedas. This is especially very important for young scholars, because this is an opportunity for them to showcase their hard work and get feedback from established scholars. And at these conferences, I'm told that a tremendous exchange of knowledge happens, especially when they're held in person. There's a lot of exchange of information, valuable exchange that happens. Waves encourage, both the Waves, Waves International and Waves India, they encourage unbiased research into our Vedas. Vedic studies, which is basically a subfield of what's known as Indology, it has suffered a lot due to its patronization by some Western scholars that have had a twisted interest in mainly studying the Vedas to deconstruct India's past. I'm not saying all of them, a lot of them. Paradoxically, this twisted interest has even manifested into some native Indian scholars, a phenomenon some have labeled brown sepoy effect. It is interesting to note, however, that this twisted interest in studying a civilization has not translated into research and narratives for other great civilizations like the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Chinese, the Mongolian, the Japanese. It's only affected Vedic and Indian civilization study and research. Now, while many conferences have happened by Waves India, this particular one is very special, and I'd like to explain why. If you talk to sociologists and historians, they will give the credit of human rights, creation, and equality, and these values. If you ask them, they'll say they trace the source of it to the Renaissance humanism of the early modern period in Europe, or to the civil wars of 17th century England, or during the 18th century age of enlightenment in Europe, and to some periods after the world wars, the 2 world wars. But just like they do not give any credit for establishment of scientific knowledge to India, similarly, the great Indic civilizations of the past, who were millennia ahead of their European counterparts in developing concepts of liberty, equality, and human rights, Indian civilization is not given credit. I am so excited that this conference will bring out all those historical narratives about how great some of these concepts were being practiced especially in ancient India and since then. And like they say in Hindi, all these scholars, gehre pani mein pet karke jo moti laaye hain, I'm very excited to be exposed to those, to hear those, and through the effort of the team, show that to the world via YouTube videos and the like. Vedic scholars are very lucky in that we have a huge amount of the written record, as opposed to, from which to conclude India's and Vedic history, as opposed to other civilizations. There's a lot of hypothesizing and guesswork happening when they try to reconstruct their historical narratives in Europe and other places, for example. They have very little historical written literature record to go by. While interesting concepts will be discussed by these great scholars over the next 3 days about Vedic periods and their contribution to what's called utopian society in Indian history, I hope to see either at this conference or maybe later a very healthy discussion and maybe almost an argument between scholars trying to pinpoint which one was the most utopian period in Indian civilizational history, whether it was a particular king, monarch, or a particular dynasty. Because if you ask everyday Indians, undoubtedly, by far, hands down, the vote will be Ram Rajya, which was one such period. But I'd like to see scholars try to verify that with facts and known historical records. I'd like to conclude my address by thanking this team that has worked so hard to have conferences, no matter what COVID or other problems happen to the world. And especially I'd like to thank Pujaniya Dr. Shashi Tiwari ji, who has sacrificed a huge amount of her time, especially while in retirement, to make Waves India and Waves International what it is today. Thank you, and please enjoy this informative and unique conference.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words, and we are really grateful to you to accept our invitation for this session, and thank you so much. Now it's time for the award ceremony. For this, I request Shri Prashant Bharadwaj ji, Vice President Waves and convener of this ceremony, to take this forward. Shri Prashant Bharadwaj ji.
I'm coming.
Ji.
क्यों नहीं हो रहा बड़ा? लार्ज नहीं हो रहा है.
I request Naveen ji to kindly make a co-host to Shri Prashant Bharadwaj ji, and me also. I was disconnected due to the technical.
Dr. P.K. Bharadwaj ji host now.
Host
है, हाँ, host है उसमें.
हाँ, वो already host हो.
अपर्णा जी, आपका माइक म्यूट है.
हमारे लिए ये अत्यंत हर्ष का विषय है कि हमारे साथ जो आज हमारे अवार्ड सेरेमनी के 2 अवार्डीज हैं, इनवाइटेड जो हमारे अवार्डीज हैं, डॉक्टर एस कल्याण रामन जी एंड डॉक्टर प्रभाकर जी, डॉक्टर सील प्रभाकर जी। आप सबको हम बहुत, जब मैं वेव्स में आई थी तब से मैं देख रही हूँ सर, और पिछले 20-25 सालों से तो मैं 25 साल का तो वेव्स हो गया, तो लास्ट 20 ईयर से तो मैं भी देख रही हूँ। आपकी बहुत सारी बातें, बहुत सारे विचार, बहुत सारी किताबें हम लोगों अक्सर हमें पढ़ने का मौका मिलता है, कभी इंटरनेट के थ्रू, कभी किसी वक्तव्य के थ्रू। तो इन्हीं सब विचारों को आज यहाँ वेव्स अपनी तरफ से सम्मान के रूप में आपको सम्मानित करना चाहता है, और इसी के लिए हम प्रशांत जी से रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि वो जल्दी से, अब हमसे भी वेट नहीं हो रहा है, ऐसी वाली फीलिंग आ रही है।
अपर्णा जी, अगर उसमें कुछ टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम हो तो अग्रिम कार्यक्रम उसमें से हम लोग कर सकते हैं। जो हमारे मुख्य वक्ता हैं, तो एक बार
जी
जो जिनको अवार्ड देना है उनसे निवेदन कर लो।
हाँ जी, ठीक है मैम, ठीक है।
हाँ जी जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। हाँ।
तो इस तो कार्यक्रम में इसी कड़ी में आगे बढ़ते हुए आई लाइक टू इनवाइट डॉक्टर एस कल्याण रामन जी. He is renowned scholar of Indic studies and Saraswati civilization and also former president of Waves India. Sir, I welcome you, and I'm really we really want you to express some of your views regarding this conference and also regarding the Waves.
नमस्कार जी. अंबितमे नदीतमे देवितमे सरस्वती अप्रशस्ताय वस्मसि प्रशस्तिम अंबरस्कृति. The same Devi in the Rigveda Sukta and Mantra 10.125 Rigveda, Devi Suktam, Rishika Vagamrani in a soliloquy announces Aham Rashtri Sangamani Vasunam. A very profound statement that I am Vagdevi, I am Saraswati, I am the carrier of the wealth of the nation. So, as Shashi Kejriwal ji said, our dream is to reconstruct our heritage. We have a remarkable team in the Waves, Shashi Tiwari ji, Shashi Kejriwal ji, Professor Balram Singh ji, Dhirusha Bhai, and many other scholar servants who dedicated themselves in their lives to the study of the importance of the Vedas. So what is this lady Agamrani saying? Am Rashtri Sangamani Vasunam. I am the mover of the wealth of the nation. Is there evidence for this? Is it only a very rhetorical, metaphorical statement? No. We have luckily available with us 8,000 inscriptions, shasanas, 8,000 Indus-script inscriptions, which have now been well documented, well photographed, beautifully available. They are all available on academia.edu. In my many monographs I have posted. All the scholars can take a look at them. What are they communicating? They are remarkable documentations of the wealth creation, wealth distribution and wealth sharing activities of the guild of people, the Shri Dharma that operated, with people sharing their wealth for the benefit of humanity. That was what was happening. They had an accounting classification system to document the wealth that was created and traded. And surprisingly, the trade was not restricted to the Saraswati River basin. We have found the river Saraswati thanks to the innovations of NASA, satellite imagery, geographical, geological, hydrological studies, glaciological studies of the Himalayas and all that. But then surprisingly, this was not restricted to the Saraswati River basin, which was the epicenter, but it was extended into a greater Bharat, Akhanda Bharat, which stretched from the ancient Far East, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, and right up to Anatolia, Caspian Sea. It was a massive stretch, almost paralleling the Himalayan ranges that stretch from the Mekong River right up to the Caspian, 7,500 kilometers. The Indian Ocean was the major conduit for a navigable waterway. The Himalayan rivers were navigable waterways. They facilitated communication of people from Bengal to Haryana, to Punjab, to Gujarat, to Persian Gulf, to Mekong Delta, and also to on the west through the Doab of the Tigris Euphrates, to the Mesopotamian civilization, Sumerian civilization, Mari civilization, right up to Anatolia. See, the amount of trade they indulged in was such that this became the richest nation of the world. India accounted for 33% of the world GDP in one common era, as very clearly documented by Angus Madison. How did it happen? For millennia, our ancestors, our Pitrus, have worked hard, toiled hard, using these navigable riverways of Brahmaputra, Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati, Persian Gulf, Ran of Kutch, Tigris Euphrates, and so on, and Mediterranean Ocean, right up to the Caspian. There was a lot of trade activity that was going on, which is well documented. So we now have a remarkable treasure of information, a wealth of knowledge available through these inscriptions, which can analyze further to determine how it happened that Bharat became the richest nation in the world and became the Vishwaguru. The pinnacle of achievement is indicated by a very beautiful statue that was found in Mohenjo-daro of a priest. Some people call it priest king. No, he was one of the 8 Ritwijas. Ritwij is a priest who performs the yajna. And one of the Ritwij is Potru, a purifier priest. That Potru wears a fillet on the forehead and also the right shoulder. That is Pota, gold bead is Potru. So the symbolic representation, visual language, very clearly indicated that the Potru was functioning with a trefoil shawl. Where does the trefoil come from? Shatapada Brahmana refers to Traidhataviya Ishti, where the priests are investiture ceremony are honored with the shawl which is embroidered with these trefoils. This trefoil is Trayambaka. Ambaka means an eye. Trayambaka means 3 eyes. Trayambaka means 3 coppers. So the wealth of the nation, metallurgical wealth, the resources, the trade network of resources, a trade network of finished products, that was being actively traded in a maritime area of the riverine waterways and also the Indian Ocean. So this, and we have found surprising archaeological evidence. For example, in a place called Ain Sukna on the Red Sea, north of Suez Canal, a shipwreck was found. It was a catamaran, Sangada. It was stitched with coir ropes. And the French archaeologists have found that these coir ropes and the making of the ship, which ended up in Ain Sukna, Red Sea, Suez Canal, was made from Kerala. What was happening here? The Indian Ocean merchants from Laos, Vietnam, Mekong Delta, Irrawaddy Salween Delta carrying the tin, and the copper ore mines of the Khetris were combined together to create bronze, and with the zinc creating bronze. So there were an enormous amount of creative activity that was going on in creating wealth, trading in wealth, and sharing this wealth in a community of a Shreshti. Who is a Shreshti? The person indicated by a metaphor of a squirrel, a palm squirrel that Rama held in the Ramasetu. That squirrel, that Shri, is the guild master. He is the coordinator of these activities and they document this wealth. So now we are clearly in a position to say that the wealth of the nation was created by these great savants, our Pitrus, who navigated along these waterways and the Indian Ocean, across a very vast territory paralleling the Himalayas, and shared the wealth with the people. This civilizational story is extraordinary, which is documented incredibly well with beautiful metaphors of the Rigveda. What is Rigveda? It has got multiple layers of messaging: Adi Bhautika, Adi Daivika, Adhyatmika, Turiya. So we are dealing with the Adi Bhautika level of resources. Copper resources, iron resources, ferrite, magnetite resources. Magnetite. Pola is a zebu. Pola means a magnetite ore. So the working with these materials and creating new wealth opportunities. They continue in the Indus script and continue in all the mints. Thousands of mints, right from Takshashila to Karur, they were producing these coins. Hundreds of thousands of coins have been found with the same symbols that were used in the Indus script in 8,000 inscriptions. So there is a continuity of this wealth documenting activity of creating the national accounting system and the national finance system for the country. So we are now in a position to rewrite the economic history of this great nation, right from the Vedic times. We have found evidence of the Rigveda apart from this priest statue in Binjore near Anupgarh, 7 kilometers from the Pakistan border. A Vedic Yagna Kunda has been found with an Ashtasri Yupa. Ashtasri Yupa is described very detailed manner in the Rigveda and the Sabha Brahmana. This 8-cornered Yupa is a symbol. It's a Ketu, signifying that enormous amount of activity is taking place in the Yagna. Similar statues have been found, the Ashtasri Yupas have been found even in East Borneo, in Mathura, in Agra, in Rajasthan. They have been well documented by the Director of Archaeology, Wall. So the work activity that continued into an area which is beyond the Saraswati River, extending into the copper hoard culture, the oak-colored pottery culture, and in Brahmaputra. In Brahmaputra, Rigveda says Rishi Gautama Rahugana went and settled there. We have got evidence of the Chandraketugar, where they were working with copper and bronze. And we have the great evidence which continues even today in a Kartik Purnima day, where we celebrate Bali Yatra, where these great naval heroes were traveling from the east coast of Bharat into the far east. Spreading the culture. How? That is the only way you can explain how we got the Angkor Wat, or the Borobudur, or the Paramanand. These monumental temples, which are larger than any temple found in India, are made possible only because of this greater Bharat, the Akhanda Bharat, that was spread with reference to only a principle of Dharma. That was the key documentation of the Rigveda, which enabled our people, our ancestors, to reach out to the very expansive area, which is evidence now archaeologically, scripturally, in the scriptures of the Upanishads and the Vedic texts. We have got enormous material available to us. Plus we now have the 8,000 inscriptions of the Indus script. Now we have a very rich resource available to us to study further and take this forward, and to carry out the dream of our Shashi Tiwari ji to make this knowledge made available to every child. And Aparna Dheer Kandalwal ji, it's in your hands. You are the beacon of light of the youth. Take this forward, study these resources that are available to us, gather the children and then take them along a pariyatra along the river Saraswati, the way Balarama went from Dwaraka to the Prasavana, the source of Saraswati river. Let all the children travel along this river, which will be reborn thanks to the Sharada river waters, which will be taken across the Ganga and Yamuna through the aqueduct, and it will be recreated. Work is going on. Don't be surprised if one day an announcement is made This is the interlinking of rivers project. It starts with the Ken Betwa, will extend to the river Saraswati being reborn over 1,600 kilometer long distance from Sharada river right up to Gujarat. That will be a day when Aparna Dirji, all the children can be taken to Ahmedabad for a dip in the river Saraswati, the reborn Saraswati. That will be our day. That will be the contribution that Waves has made, and the Central University, Sanskrit University studying the Vedas has made, and the Vedic knowledge will become a very profound influence, a profound inspiration for the youth to take us forward to the great heights that our ancestors achieved 4, 5, 6 millennia ago. We can reach that same level of competence. We were the great clothiers of the ocean, clothiers of the entire world. Cotton was fabricated, silk was fabricated, working with all kinds of stones. And look at the temples of the Ellora, look at the temples of Ajanta, look at the temples that have been built all over the country. What monumental institutions have been set up to continue to cherish this heritage. And it's our responsibility to take this forward. And I am very happy that both Waves India, Waves Atlanta, and the Central University in Devprayag have contributed to a joint effort, like the way our Shri Dharma is activated, to take this forward and reach out to every child. Dhanyavad. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing wonderful information with us. And surely we will keep your words and try to take forward your vision. So now I would like to invite.
पर्णा जी, मैं अब लाइव आ गया हूँ. उस टाइम कुछ टेक्निकल इशू आ गया था.
जी आप now we are the most awaited moment of that is the award ceremony is going to take place, and now I would like to invite Shri Prashant Bharadwaj ji to take this forward.
धन्यवाद पर्णा जी. जैसा कि सभी विद्युत जनों का मैं इस वेब्स के माध्यम से या जो 25वीं हमारी रजत जयंती मनाई जा रही है, इसकी मैं शुभकामनाएं भी देता हूं, बधाई भी देता हूं कि हम 25वें वर्ष में यहाँ प्रवेश हुए हैं. और मैं अब अगली कार्यवाही के लिए जो हमने 25वें वर्ष में लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड, जिसकी पहली जो अचीवमेंट अवार्ड आज डॉक्टर एस कल्याण रमन जी और प्रोफेसर CL प्रभाकर जी को दिया जा रहा है, इसकी थोड़ी सी भूमिका बताना चाहूँगा कि जनवरी 2020 में प्रोफेसर भूदेव शर्मा जी ने इसको प्रपोज किया था और इसके लिए 3 लोगों की कमेटी भी बनाई गई थी, जिसमें प्रोफेसर ललन प्रसाद जी और डॉक्टर प्रद्युम्न शर्मा जी और स्वयं प्रोफेसर भूदेव शर्मा जी थे. बाद में अब उनकी जगह डॉक्टर गणेश दत्त जी इस कमेटी के मेंबर चुने गए. और जो पिछली हमारी बैठक हुई उसमें सर्वसम्मति से, जिसकी अध्यक्षता डॉक्टर शशि तिवारी जी ने की थी, उसमें सर्वसम्मति से कमेटी ने इन 2 नाम को इस अवार्ड के लिए नामित किया. और जो आज हम यहाँ प्रदान करने जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि हम ये कॉन्फ्रेंस वर्चुअल है तो सारा कार्यवाही भी वर्चुअल ही हो रही है, तो हम जो साइटेशन भी है वो भी हम वर्चुअली यहाँ पर प्रदान करेंगे और बाद में हम उनको उनके एड्रेस पे भेज देंगे, उसे घर भेज दिया जाएगा. तो अब मैं साइटेशन शेयर कर रहा हूँ यहाँ पर. बस 1 सेकंड का समय देंगे. मुझे परमिशन नहीं है। अपर्णा जी, मुझे परमिशन प्रोवाइड कीजिएगा।
हाँ जी, नवीन जी, प्रशांत जी को प्लीज को होस्ट बना दीजिए।
नहीं, प्रशांत जी तो को होस्ट है मुझे लगता है।
नहीं है,
उन्होंने 2 डिवाइसेस से लॉगिन किया था, तो
नहीं किया था पहले,
अभी आप
लेकिन
को
अब
होस्ट है सर। नाउ यू आर को होस्ट।
हाँ, wider association for Vedic studies, first lifetime achievement award of waves conferred upon Dr. S. Kalyan Raman, former President Waves, Director Saraswati Research Center, Chennai, in recognition of the distinguished research in the field of Vedic studies and Sanskrit literature on the occasion of 25th India Conference of Waves, December 10, 2021. Big applause. डॉक्टर एस कल्याणमन के ऊपर एक छोटा सा हमने वीडियो बनाया है, वो मैं प्ले करके देखता हूँ।
प्रशांत जी, अगर वीडियो में ऑडियो भी है आपके, तो आप जूम में जब शेयर करेंगे तो साथ में ऑडियो वाले को भी टिक कर दीजिएगा।
ओके ओके ओके। ये चल रहा है?
नहीं, अभी 2 ही पिक्चर्स आई थी, उसका नहीं आया उसके आगे।
नहीं सर।
प्रशांत जी, आप पीपीटी शेयर कर रहे हैं वीडियो के?
हाँ 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 हाँ,
ये पीपीटी शेयर कर रहे हैं आप। वीडियो अगर शेयर करेंगे तो वीडियो प्ले होगा। इसको क्लोज
अच्छा,
करके
वीडियो अलग से शेयर करना पड़ेगा?
हाँ, ये तो आपने पीपीटी शेयर किया है तो पीपीटी ही शो होगा उसमें। तो वीडियो को क्लिक करें, वीडियो शो होगा।
वो भी नहीं चल रहा है।
आई थिंक वो वीडियो पीपीटी के अंदर में डाले हैं, तो
हाँ 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 हाँ,
so you can click on that. So
हाँ, चल गया चल गया चल गया।
But there is no sound.
साउंड आई नहीं है इसमें। एनीवे, उनके डिफरेंट वर्क्स ये उनका ब्रीफ बायो है. डॉक्टर एस कल्याणमन इज a director of Saraswati Research Center engaged in civilization studies for over 40 decades. He has a PhD in public administration from the University of Philippines and D.Lit from Deccan College, Pune Deemed University. He has retired as a senior executive of Asian Development Bank after serving there from 1978 to 1995 and on Indian Railway Account Service from 1962, and took voluntary retirement to pursue his Indian civilization research interest. He has contribution over 2,000 monographs on academia education and published 26 books including titled Saraswati Civilization, Ramasetu, Indian Lexicons, a semantic dictionary of over 25 ancient Indian languages, Epigraphia, Indus script in 3 volumes, Wealth Accounting for Nation, Indus Writing. His main focus of research is on Saraswati, Indus civilization, economic history, script, language, and Vedic studies. He is also active promoting the formation of Indian Ocean Community, national water grid, and protection of heritage monuments. Dr. Kalyan Raman's pioneering works for completely rewritten the ancient economic history, formation and evolution of Indian languages and polity of the great Indian civilization. Now I request Dr. Kalyan Ramanji to accept this. सर आप हाथ आगे कर लीजिएगा.
Haji, with all humility, I feel privileged. And it makes me humble, okay, that I'm only nimitta matram. What we have to do, we have to do. That's it. Thanks a lot. What can I say? धन्यवाद रसवान जी, धन्यवाद शशि जी, धन्यवाद बलराम सिंह जी, धन्यवाद शशि केजरीवाल जी, धन्यवाद धीरू भाई, धन्यवाद अपर्णा जी. नमस्कार. नमस्कार.
तब बचेगी.
Now I'm sharing the citation of Professor C.L. Prabhakar.
हाँ प्रशांत जी, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही.
हेलो, अब आ रही है?
हाँ आवाज आ रही है विजय जी.
हाँ जी. Wider Association for Vedic Studies, first Lifetime Achievement Award of Waves conferred upon Dr. C.L. Prabhakar, President Waves Bangalore Chapter, renowned Vedic scholar, in recognition of the distinguished research in the field of Vedic studies and Sanskrit literature. On the occasion of 25th India Conference of Waves, December 10th, 2021. Big applause. Dr. Professor Prabhakar Kalyam, popularly known Dr. C.L. Prabhakar, was born in Tedapatri, a temple town in Andhra Pradesh. He has a science degree and postgraduate degree in Sanskrit from Karnataka University, Dharwad, and a PhD degree in Vedic studies, Shukla Yajurveda. He was previously accorded the honor of Veda Varidhi, a Dharma Paripalana Sabha, Bangalore. He retired as a professor of Sanskrit in 2000. He is a visiting professor of the Hindu University of America, Orlando, USA. He has been the chief editor of the annual souvenir of NAVAK by name Vedaganga and editor of the monthly bulletin of the uh, NVAK by name Vednad Sarit. In significance of his lifetime work, in 1994 he founded Nad Vedadhyayana Kendra in Bangalore to impart knowledge, training and recitation of Veda mantra. In 1998, Professor Prabhakar inaugurated the Bangalore chapter of Waves. Ever since, the spirit, culture, and academics of Vedas, Sangita, and the Sanatan Dharma program have been held by the under the banner of Waves and NAVAK. He has many publications in the form of articles and books in various disciplines of Veda, Nada, epics, and classical Sanskrit. The metrics of the outcome of these activities are spectacular. Hundreds of talks organized, thousands of chanting and singing lessons taught, hundreds of community events organized, thousands of students engaged, thousands of pages of monthly newsletter and annual journal released, and list goes on and on. Thank you, Professor Prabhakarji, to accept this award to present here. I am now presenting the award. Sir, please accept.
Thank you all.
Please accept this award, sir.
I accept the award with all humility.
Thank you.
And it is a divine blessing and blessings of all of the important scholars who have been contributing greatly for the rise, spread, and understanding of our Rishi culture and our Vedas. And Dr. Bhudev Sharma in 1998, so he asked, how not Prabhakar, you start a chapter of Waves in Bangalore. So he came, it was an occasion for him to come to Bangalore in the presence of Dr. Bhudev Sharma, Dr. R.L. Kashyap, Vice President of the Waves at that time, and several other scholars. In Ma Anandamayi Bhagavat Bhavan, we inaugurated the Waves Bangalore chapter. Right from that time, we have been taking the Waves also to various parts of Bangalore, arranging lectures, talks, and all that. And ultimately, first time, when a proposal came from the secretary of the Srividya Veda Pathshala, Sri Sailam, he requested Prabhakar, we want to host the India conference in Sri Sailam. Then everything went so coordinating and cooperating. We had for the first time the India conference, which started in Atlanta and remained in Delhi, came to South India, Sri Sailam, the Jyotirlinga Kshetra of Sri Sadasiva. Then we had another conference in Bangalore, then Pondicherry, and so on. So all the time, and whenever we conducted programs, Dr. Bhudev Sharma, 2 or 3 times he came and he presided and talked. So Dr. Shashi Tiwari also visited our Kendra, and only Dr. Prashant has to come in person. He was there, but right from that time, I don't count how many number of programs and all that has taken place. But our website, designed by my son, Dr. Anjaney Prasad, nbak.ipod.com, will give us give everybody information that how many 26 volumes of Vedaganga, which each is 300 pages on an average, and also in 2002 or so, Nitu Srinivasrao, Chief Justice of Karnataka, inaugurated the Veda Nada Sarit monthly bulletin. Right from the time that bulletin is also there, so many scholars have shared their knowledge and enriched our Vedic culture, Indian culture, and all that. So I'm just surprised when Dr. Shashi Tiwari and Prashant and other people telephoned me and said, "You are selected." It was simply we are beholden, not I. It is all Veda Purusha, and all the work that has been done by all people is being honored. I'm very, very grateful. I have no words more to speak to you. We expect your cooperation further also to see that Bangalore chapter of Waves and Nadaveda Chenakendra and also the Indian international body of Waves must grow. Vardhatam, Vardhatam, Om Shanti Shanti. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhakar ji, Dr. S. Kalyan Raman ji, for accepting this award. And we are really delighted today. Waves announces such award. Definitely credit goes to Professor Bhudev Sharma ji, who started this organization 25 years back in Atlanta, and today we are able to give our first lifetime achievement award to both you are very renowned scholars in your own field. Now I am requesting Aparna ji for further proceeding.
Thank you, Shri Prashant ji, for this wonderful award ceremony. And I, on behalf of myself, also on the behalf of the committee, organizing committee, congratulate both the learned scholars for accepting our award and grace this occasion. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now it's time to invite our distinguished guest of this evening, Shri Shah ji, Director and Treasurer, Waves International from Atlanta, USA. Now I am requesting him to share his views.
Namaste. May I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Shashi Tiwari, President of Waves India, and board members for inviting me to this memorable 25th Waves India's anniversary conference. Yes, it was 25 years ago in 1996 that the Waves USA was born in Atlanta with its first international conference, and subsequently Waves India was formed. Late Professor Bhudev Sharma, Dr. Chandora from Atlanta, Dr. Subhas Kak, and others were the pioneers with a mission to form an academic forum which would project the Vedic civilization antiquity, its contribution to science, astronomy, and every other sphere of human endeavor. Producing papers and journals, dialogue by holding conferences and academic research. Today, we can see that Waves India has carried through this mission quite successfully under the able leadership of Dr. Shashi Tiwari ji. I do not know where Shashi ji gets her energy, both mental and physical. She works tirelessly, day in, day out, in managing Waves India, organizing conferences, researching Vedic history, writing books and papers. May Paramatma give her a long, healthy, and intellectually inspiring life so that she can continue to take Waves India to the next height. In order that any organization like Waves can grow and continue to move further in future, it is necessary to induct young, sincere, dedicated research scholars and academics. Let us hope that in the next 25 years, that's in 2046, WAVES India will reach another height and become a powerful academic organization in spreading the Vedic knowledge throughout India, including villages. Friends, at this juncture, I would like to mention that while during the last 25 years, WAVES India and WAVES International have done a lot of research, published so many papers, organized so many conferences. But unfortunately, this message has remained within the confine of a very few selected people, that is intellectuals and academics. It hasn't gone down to the level which it should be, that in India and the world, particularly in India, where most of the people, 99%, probably 9% people do not know the real history of India. They do not know what is Vedic studies. They have no clue. And I think the time has come that the people who are participating, those are the young people, they must find a strategy that how do we take the Vedic knowledge and the Vedic antiquity to the ordinary people in India. And that is the way. I think it looks like an utopian thing, but I think utopia is an important, and this is the beginning that we should try to do that. Finally, I like to congratulate Dr. Kalyan Raman and Dr. Prabhakar for the Lifetime Achievements Awards. Of course, I have known Dr. Kalyan Raman for a very, very long time. He has attended several WAVES conferences in the United States and has contributed significantly in the fields of Saraswati Sindhu civilization through extensive research and writing papers and books and other subject matter. Friends, I wish you all participants to make the conference a great success. And once again, I thank you, Sasiji, and the directors and all the participants for inviting us. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invite. Now it's time for the keynote speech. And for this, I'd like to invite Professor Balram Singh Ji, Director, WAVES International and President, Institute of Advanced Sciences, Dartmouth, USA, for his address. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I also would like to add my congratulations to Dr. Kalyan Raman and Dr. Prabhakar. They have been stalwarts. Particularly, Dr. Kalyan Raman has been, in a way, my guide. Right from the very beginning when we started the Center for Indic Studies at the University of Massachusetts, he was there. I still use some of his slides because he was so kind to share some of those, particularly about the uniqueness of India, how India traveled, the land mass of India traveled from African continent to the Asian continent. I have that slide always, I use it, and that has a meaning. India is not, we have been talking about all these Vedas and other things. So what's exactly the basis of all this? We need to have the confidence that there is no other land, physically, cosmologically, philosophically, spiritually, as India. And that has the meaning of what I learned a long time ago, almost 20 years ago, from Dr. Kalyan Raman, that this land mass traveled 77 million years, about 67 million years. It traveled to reach Asian continent, and the only subcontinent is India. India is the only subcontinent in the world, and it has the beauty of two sides, north and south, being very well protected by Himalayas and also by the ocean. And it not just the protection from enemies, it's protection from nature. It provides you a very nurturing place for great ideas to come. So I think we should have 100% or perhaps 200% confidence that the ideas come here the land has been built like that. I was recently informed by a very good friend and Muslim scholar from JNU that the first prophet they consider is the Adam, and he was sent to India because India is matches with that of the heavens that he was sent from. Adam is, of course, nobody but Adi Manu. That's where it comes from. The Adi Manu comes, and that's what they call it, Adam. And we have a whole idea of thing that we would like to move in that direction. Now, with those initial remarks, I would like to share my slides, and I think I have permission. I do. And so I just need to get my slides in place. 1 second. All right. It is a wonderful conference, by the way, that is being conducted. I'm so grateful to Shashi Tiwariji's continuous leadership that she has provided in India, and also to the international waves. She has been very instrumental in our all our activities. I'm having a little bit of problem trying to open my my slides because my computer is giving whether it okay, there we go. I think I got it. Oops, no. Unfortunately, my slides are having some problem. Sharing is having problem actually. Okay, I'll speak without slides. When they come, they come. So what I wanted to know the concept of liberty and equality in the Vedic perspective is the title, but I wanted in my remarks I would like to elaborate this idea, you know, what the Vedic and equality, the equality and liberty is. So I want to talk about a little bit something that has been already mentioned. Actually, this morning I was attending the Sanskrit session also. Sangachadhvam sambadadhvam sambo manans janatam. Deva bhagam yatha purve sanjanan upasate. There are two things. Sangachadhvam, it already talks about going together. The equality, there is a process of going, but there is a equality where we say Sangachadhvam. It basically means to go together, means at the same time, at the same place. Sambadadhvam, you know, speak the same time. The literal meaning, of course, it means we speak the same voice, with the same voice. We go to the same place, that we need to set the goal. So Sangachadhvam, Sambadadhvam, Sambomanans, our mind should be understanding it the same way. Deva bhagam yatha purve sanjanan upasate. Many times people, actually I got it, this translation on internet says, may you move in harmony, speak in one voice, let your minds be in agreement. Just as the ancient gods shared their portion of sacrifice. This is the last one is wrong. Sanjanan upasate does not mean that you're looking for something. It looks like the gods were looking for their portion of sacrifice. No, they are looking for contributing. Upasate, upasana jo karta hai. Sanjanan, you know, in the same way, you know, they want to. So there is a difference in understanding of some of these meanings. I want to try one more time, see if okay, I think now it will work. So okay, you can see my slides, right? So this is what I'm talking about. So there is a misunderstanding, you know, both Dhirubhai Shah and Shashi Kejriwal ji talked about, you know, we need to move this forward and find a way why we are stuck. And this is very important to understand the meanings of this. Because in the next line, this is from Rigved, Samano mantra samit samani samanam manas sachit chittamesam samanam mantram bhimantreva samanin wo havisa juhomi. The samanata, equality is there, but it is in action. It is very important to know. Without doing, the question is why we are not anywhere where we are supposed to be with all this knowledge is because we are not doing something is missing in here. Even Devas are supposed to do this. We are just human beings. We are here to do things. So let me put in the slide mode. Slide from the beginning. Okay. I already talked about that. So our equality is not in by just being. This is very important, very different concept. And actually, in my opinion, we have imported this concept. And that's part of the problem. So I want to talk about that. What is equality versus diversity? There is no equality at all. There is nothing is equal. To talk about this is a Western concept we are importing, the somehow trying to fit with Vedas. Vedas is very entirely different idea. There is a diversity. Vedas talk about diversity. Static inequality is in the nature. If you don't do anything, it's going to be unequal. As simple as that. Genes, none of your genes are ever before or ever after. You're just not going to ever have it. It is not equal. You say, I'm going to have same gene. No, it's not going to happen. Even if you have the same gene, there are epigenes which are different. Fingerprints are different. Tongue prints are different. Speech sound, talking is different. Handwriting is different. Walking is different. Physics, physiology and biology, all of them are different. And all of them are different at different moments. So talk about equality is being lazy. And that is our problem. We are being lazy. And so what we need to do is then, I'm sorry to differ with Shashi Kejriwalji, our president, Honorable President of WAVES International. No, there is no human rights. Expecting rights is non-Vedic. So talking about human rights, children's rights, animal rights, women's rights, non-Vedic. It's not there. Rights are not the case. Adhikara is not rights. This is mistranslation. Adhikara by definition means kara means karya. Adi means adequate. When you do adequate work, you get consequences, you get phalas. You don't get rights. Rights, there is no actually Hindi word for rights. Rights is something that's given by gods. We don't have that idea. We do the work and even gods have to face us. There is so much story of even Asuras do tapasya and Sankarji has to give Vardhan. There is no way he can get away from it. That's the system. There is no way that God gives you this and God gives you that. This is the Western concept that Indian, unfortunately, Vedic scholars have adopted. In addition to Shashiji talking about how the Western scholars have defined Vedic culture, I think Indian scholars have absorbed and imbibed and have become engrossed in it. And that's part of the problem. We are supposed to talk about karma and duty, not the rights. Because that we have to have. If I'm going to do the work, I have to have the confidence that this will happen if I believe in Vedas. Karma is dynamics leading to diversity. When you have karma, that dynamics, by definition, that karma is dynamics. It's not static. And then you can talk about unity in diversity. Eko aham bahushyami. That's the concept. Eko aham bahushyami. That you have to, diversity is the key. And to have the diversity, to think of unity, you have to work. You have to find out. If I know the Vedic scholars are getting together, I have to do some work. I was, actually, believe it or not, I was doing the work until the last minute because I was trying to incorporate some of the conversations, some of the comments that people were talking about. So unity is not something automatic. It is something that we all had to get together, even if it is online. And what is the power of diversity? Diversity is the power, rather than calling it somehow some kind of a problem. I think we have to realize that diversity itself is a power, and that power has been recognized. Oh, I messed it up. So I have to stop sharing and then restart sharing again. Sorry. I tried to move around something on the screen and that created problem. Okay, I'm back in the same problem, so I'm just going to continue, and when it allows me, it allows me.
हमें ये भी बहुत खुशी हो रही है जब तक प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह जी
I'm back.
Thank you, sir.
I move fast, so I am back. Sorry about that. So I hope you can see my slides again. What I want to show is this power of diversity. That was an experiment done by an ordinary person in London, a gardener, who showed that when you have 4 types of grasses, they all grow better than if you have 1 type of grass. And if you remember that the evolution theory of Darwin is not evolution theory. It talks about origin of species. Species means diversity. So that is the key that we need to think about. And then only when you have the diversity, then we can talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Otherwise, are you seeing my slides or no?
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay, my slides are visible. Okay. So when we talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the entire planet is a family. That's the unity that we need to think about. That unity is in that process, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Now, I think I'm not very sure what you're seeing. Okay, there you go. This is what I was talking about. And this entire planet is a family. That is a work to do. I live in a joint family. I know how difficult it is to put everybody. My joint family is 8 generations together. And it is very, very important. You cannot, family not simply like how I take care of my child and I take care of myself and I take care of my parents, that's enough. No, you have to, when entire planet is family, got to be trained somewhere, and joint family of India is the best. Now, equality is in our culture. Samaj, Sambandh, Samvidhan, Sansad, Sambhav, Sambhog, Samagam, everything. And also Bhagavad Gita says, Sukhe Dukhe Samokritva, Labha Labho Jaya Jayam. Under all the circumstances, we need to be equal. We need to be in a state, enlightened state where we can see everything together. And then, but how do we do that? It's the key. How do we do that? That is Purusarth. Kam, Arth, Dharma, Moksha. And I put it Kam first. Normally people put Dharma first. Dharma, Arth, Kam, Moksha, which is also wrong way to look at it. And I would not go that much detail. I know that there is a limited time for me to speak what I want to say. But Kam is desire. Desire is, even it is said in Nasidiya Sukta, that even the power desired to be something. So the Kam has to be first. The Kam means desire for mother, by the baby is born, desire for milk, desire for food. And then only you understand the meaning of it. Now, when you understand the meaning of it, then you can realize what is Dharma. Dharma is nothing but science. So when we are talking about in science, when you have Dharma, you have Moksha. Moksha means you have freedom from everything. Whatever happens, happens. And in science, this is very well accepted. We have ideal conditions when every molecule is considered to be separate. No 2 molecules have to be connected. Then only we have scientific principles. But there is a problem. The principles are made in such a way that every molecule has to follow. Because the reason we say that every molecule is separate, so that there is no other connection. But when the connection is not there, then you have to have rules for every molecule. You cannot have one rule for everybody. And that's when we talk about equality. It's just not possible. Everybody is different. Every child is different. Everybody has to follow their own dharma, once they understand that. So that is, I mean, I have so much interest in the scientific derivation of this concept that is coming from Vedas. Now, we do in social life, we are looking for freedom, we are looking for independence, we are looking for equality, which is, well and good in social life. And that's why I think the topic was put. But then how does that? Liberty is not swatantrata. Liberty could maybe swachandata, it could be maybe swachata, but it's certainly not swatantrata, is independence. Swatantrata, it means my own system. Liberty is freedom from everything. And that could be, you can have your that may lead to it, but it's not that. To have the independence, you have to have swadharma. You have to know what you are. We're talking about dharma here. Swadharme nidhanam shreyas par dharmo bhayavaha. We need to be careful not to copy and follow, and which is what I think, unfortunately, we are doing even including the scholars who come to the BAPES. And there is a process to do that. That's why the whole Bhagavad Gita is talking about yoga. You have to understand chitta vritti nirodha. And we can go in, many of you know a lot more than I know. You have to do tap, which means you have to do sanghars and struggles. You have to then study yourself in those conditions, what you are, because dheeraj dharam mitra nari apat kal parakhiye chari. During difficult situation, you need to find out what you are, not in comfortable sitting in sofa and say, well, I'm great. Then only you can know the swadharma. And then we know what you are, swabhav. You can become detached. And that's very scientific. You have to be detached to study science. And then you can establish, once you understand who you are, you can establish in yourself, called swasth or health. That will be the health. And when everybody is in themselves, then they are equal. Otherwise, they are not equal. If you are sitting in me, according to me, you're doing something that I am supposed to be doing, then you are going to be par dharmo bhayavaha. You are always going to be in trouble. So swakarm, then you have to do niskam karma. And that's where the whole idea of samanata, samanadhikar comes. And you accept whatever I do, I should accept that. If I'm a chemist, I'm going to be considered chemist. I'm not going to be a philosopher. I just don't know that much. And there is nothing wrong with that. And with that, the whole idea of karmande vadhikaraste ma phales kadachan can be then understood. And there is so much to discuss about that. I'm working on some of that. This is a scientific analysis of this. And science is in our constitution. It says actually Article 51A, fundamental duties. Pay attention, is duties. It doesn't say rights. It is shall be the duty of every citizen of India to develop the scientific temper. And the scientific temper asks for being detached, unbiased. And that comes not from Western science that I do. It comes from yoga. You have to come through this process to become detached. So, at that point, we only know kartabya. What is our duty is what we are going to do. And that's only how we can become independent, free, and equal. And by doing this process, you can reach to be Ishvara, which is not affected by anything, karmaphala or klesa. That's the definition that's given in Patanjali Yoga Sutra. So I think there is a process that we can do. And I think it is a duty for us. Like I said, Dr. Kalyan Raman guided me, taught me how to look at Indian subcontinent. It's a unique place. We are the mother and father of the whole humanity. It's our duty to get everybody to the Ishvara-hood. And there is a process that I just talked about. And this, of course, bad things have to happen. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharat. Abhyutthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srajamyaham. If you ever going to see the knowledge come down, dawning on us, it's going to be adharma, has to go up. Only then it comes. So I think we are in good company when we are seeing all these problems. Then that means, I mean, even as a chemist, what am I doing here? I'm trying to do all this here only because I see the problem. Unfortunately, I've been living outside India, so I see India a little bit differently, and also I see the rest of the world, and I'm able to put that in that context. So the last point I want to say is that, which is very important, I know probably people will like, is that the Shastra does not come without Shastra. Shastra does not come without Shastra. So you have Shastra, Shastra says Shastra. You have to have the weapons, intellectual, spiritual, mental, and physical. You have to, at every level, there is going to be equilibrium, and that's very important to know. I am going to skip because I think I'm taking more time than I'm allotted. But I just want to say the Sanghars has also equality in it. Samar also had equality in it. And Sangram also had equality. And it's like Samata Bhav sabhi mein hai. And actually there is somebody who has done research that it is, doing this push button wars are not the one which are supposed to be helping us at all. And so Dvanda Yudh is the dharmic Yudh. Dvanda Yudh is you learn about each other. Yuddha doesn't have to be we are killing each other, but we should be prepared to kill or be killed. Basically means prana jaye par vachan na jaye. We need to do what we say. And that is in Ramayana, that is in Mahabharata and Bhagavad Gita. And when we are at that level where we are willing to finish my reputation, my name, my fame, including my life, that means that I'm true to my system. And that is even considered all over the world. A dying statement is taken as true statement in all the courts of laws. And Mahabharata and Ramayana, Gyan came during these battles. And so that battles are very important because we communicate with each other, we communicate with each other physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually. And that's very, very important. And you can see, I do not have time to really go into so much detail about it. This is all question of communication with each other. Even Yuddha is a communication. And why that is communication? Because whatever karma you're doing, that goes through these chakras, and then they become part of your encrypted currency for rest of this life and maybe next life and the life after that. And the karma currency and its flow from one life to another is part of human development. And this is my last point. So I suggest that even if people want to have war, they should be having dharmic war to at least understand what they are doing, communicate with each other. So I hope that Waves will help this mission. We discussed a little bit of this in Vedanta Congress. And I want to add another one, which is a little bit different than Sasi Kejriwalji, but I hope I can convince him that we need to have International Commission on Human Duties for Sustainable Living, not human rights. Rights are given by the people of the book, that God gave this, God gave that. No, be earned. In our case, dharmic thing is to earn, Vedic thing is to earn. I hope with that, we will be able to create an educational model. And I would not go into detail. We have published this work, Maureen Hall, myself, where new and the scientific understanding of all this learning, teaching and learning, where ideas, concept and contemplative practice and integration, everything together. I think we need to bring it out to our young students, scholars, and hopefully that they will take it forward. I hope my words are not too harsh on anybody. I hope that, conferences are places where we can sometimes have the duels. And I hope that my words will be taken in that way, since I was asked to give a keynote speech. So I thought I will say something that is more provocative. I hope it will help, and I look forward to the rest of the proceedings of the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful information you have shared. And जो आपने बातें कही स्वधर्म की, स्वेच्छा की, स्वकर्म की, स्वभाव की और स्वतंत्र की, तो ये जो सब बातें आपने कही वो स्व से जोड़ते हुए कहीं ना कहीं आपने स्वयं को ही, जो सेल्फ जैसे हम फिलॉसफी में कहते हैं, उसके साथ जोड़ते हुए आपने उसे हमें कर्तव्य बोध और साथ में जो संघर्ष में हमारा जीवन चलता है या रहता है, या जिस तरह से हम आगे बढ़ते चलते हैं निरंतर संघर्ष करते हुए, इन सब बातों की आपने यहाँ चर्चा की। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। और निश्चित ही जो हमारा 3 दिन चलने वाला ज्ञान यज्ञ आज शुरू हुआ है, उसकी शुरुआत आपके जो उद्बोधन से हुई है, वो निश्चित ही बहुत सारे पहलुओं को अपने आप ही खोलती है, और उसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और आगे बढ़ते हुए, नाउ इट्स टाइम टू इनवाइट दी अनदर डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट ऑफ दिस इवनिंग, डॉक्टर कॉनराड एल्स्ट जी. He's from Belgium, and he's an Orientalist and renowned scholar. And we have we all are very well aware of his work. He has written a few articles on Vedic Waves blog also. I like to invite Dr. Elsti.
Yes. I am not sure. Do you want me to read my paper right now?
Sir, you can share your views from that
Okay.
paper also, or otherwise your as per the theme of the conference.
Well, yeah, the two go very well together, because you see, looking through the papers that are being presented, quite a few of them are about, or at least touch upon, the issue of caste and equality. So in the Hindu context, this is always brought up. If you don't do it yourself, your enemies are sure to do it. So I'll give a few thoughts about that. So there ought to be a way to share my screen. Yes, but this is not it. Share screen. This is not it. This is only you. I can see only you, which is not bad at all. But
नवीन जी,
I'm trying to share my screen.
नवीन जी को
जी
होस्ट बना
सर,
दीजिए।
वो
Please make me
पोस्ट है
host.
सर, already post. It is only already post. You can see this? No, you can't. Yeah, right. There we go. Mind you, we're getting there, but it's complicated. Anyway, I know what is on it, so I can tell you just like that. It's just more visual. New share. Here it is. Yeah. Can you see it now?
Ji, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is
Okay.
visible.
Yes. Right. Okay, so this is mostly about the caste system in the Vedas. Lately, I've been greatly attacked by traditionalists on social media for denying that caste is eternal and God-given and so on. So I think that's definitely not the case. And so if you read the Rig Veda, there is hardly any caste there. The reformists of the Arya Samaj since about 1875 have been saying, you see, this is the only scripture we should go by. We should go back to the Vedas, drop all the rest. And one consequence was that whereas later scriptures are full of caste, the Vedas are not. And so that movement was in social practice, especially anti-caste. Now, they had a point in saying that caste is un-Vedic, not because the Vedas opposed caste, as they themselves did, but because the rishis, the Vedic seers, simply didn't conceive of it. And a reason for that, as Marxists will tell you, is that the socio-economic conditions for a caste system were not fulfilled. In a static agricultural society, you can have this development of a social layeredness, but not yet in the nearly nomadic social conditions that prevailed during the time of the Rig Veda. Like, for example, the word grama, village, did not yet have the static sense of village, but had the sense of a migrating unit. So the social circumstances were different, and so we shouldn't too much apply present social categories on that society. Now, after the Vedas, of course, caste appeared. Even that may not have happened as quickly as possible. Like you have the crucial person of Veda Vyasa, Krishna Dvaipayana, but so named Veda Vyasa, the editor of the Vedas. He was very much a rishi. He was the son of a rishi, Parashara, but his mother was not a rishi or of the rishi class, was not a Brahmin. She was, if you look more thoroughly, a crypto kshatriya, but in effect she was a fisher girl. And so what Parashara and Satyavati did was something that later would be termed Varna Sankara, the mixing of castes, yet it was totally unproblematic. And automatically Veda Vyasa became a sage, a rishi himself, and even the rishi par excellence. It's he whom we celebrate on Guru Purnima. Then a little bit later, you have the life of the Buddha. He had a close friend, Prasenajit, who was the king of Kosala, who was a Kshatriya in the usual parlance. And so he married a girl from the Shakya tribe, thinking that she was a princess, a Kshatriya, but she was not. She was a sort of, a little sideshow of the Shakya president, and she was not a real Kshatriya. And so when his son found out that his mother was not a real Kshatriya, and therefore he arguably was not a real Kshatriya, he revolted against his father, and ultimately he committed genocide on the tribe from which the Buddha came. So here caste becomes a very serious matter, but still only very marginal, in the sense that geneticists have found that at that age, the sense of caste was becoming prevalent among the elites, and even there only gradually, like the Buddha himself was a kind of prince of the Shakya tribe. He did not yet have this sense of caste, but so young Virudhaka did have it. And so this sense of caste was developing, and it reached the mass level at less than 2,000 years ago, as geneticists have found. In the whole period in between Veda Vyasa and, let's say, the Gupta period, when caste becomes fully present in all classes of society, it is debated to what extent a sense of caste already existed. Like many traditionalists will fiercely argue that caste was all over the place in the Mahabharata. For example, Krishna and Arjuna, when they argue against each other whether to start the war or not, both of them use as argument, but this will lead to Varna Sankara, to the mixing of castes. So clearly this was an argument that was already fully accepted. It was used on both sides of the argument. But was it used by the historical Krishna and Arjuna, or was it infused into their debate by a writer maybe 1,000 years later? This is still being debated. Or Draupadi objecting to the seeming low caste status of Karna. You see, how historical is this? You know, those are questions that we need to debate, but that's not for now. Anyway, so the hold of caste on Hindu society between the Vedic period and roughly the Gupta period is vague, is debatable. But at any rate, in the Vedic period itself, it was hardly there. Now, people who know the material a little bit will say, but the Purusha Sukta. Now, the Purusha Sukta is a verse in the latest book of the Rig Veda, the 10th book, which is centuries younger than the 9th book. And so what that says, you see, has little impact on the earlier books of the Veda. And in fact, even the Purusha Sukta itself has been considered an interpolation even into the youngest book of the Rig Veda. Again, that's up for debate. But the point for now is that, you see, it is often used by Hindus and especially by anti-Hindus as a historic justification of the caste system, proving that caste is based on the Vedas. Now, in reality, that hymn does not consider the two constitutive elements of caste, namely hereditary profession and endogamy. It only acknowledges a functional differentiation in advanced societies. And that then is made sense of following the corporatist model, which means that the different parts of the body, the way they form a unity, is transposed to society to explain how society forms a unit uniting different layers, different elements. So the four castes are likened to the head, the trunk, the belly, and the legs of a human body. Now, this is not at all so unique. For example, we have exactly the same likeness of society to a human body in Menenius Agrippa, a Roman political leader in the -5th century. And his explanation of the different parts of society as likened to the different parts of the body is then taken over by Saint Paul, who founded the social doctrine of the church. So the church is corporatist. You see, the social teaching of the church is corporatism, meaning that all the different layers of society have to work together the way that the parts of the body work together. So there's nothing typically Hindu about this. It's an age-old parable. In Germanic, you find it in the myth of Ymir. In Chinese, you have the myth of Pangu. The myth of Pangu even says that, you see, the eyes are like the sun and moon. The skull is like the heavenly vault. The feet are like the surface of the earth. The veins are like the rivers. The bones are like the mountains. And he adds, and the fleas on his body are like humankind on the surface of the earth. So that's a very nice comparison. And so it is not at all unique. You see, there are variations, but it's essentially the same. Even among the Mayas, with whom you share a kinship going back about 30,000 years, you find essentially the same myth. So I wouldn't worry too much about equality in the Vedas. I see many Hindus trying very hard to prove that the Vedas are egalitarian. Well, you see, I don't see much enmity to egalitarianism in the Vedas, but at the same time, I don't see them worry about the issue of equality either. It was not cast in stone. We can compare it to the role division between the sexes in any traditional society. It's only in the recent, initially Western society, that much is made of the equality between the sexes. Now, in practice, you can see that men are usually more ambitious, more science-oriented than women, on average. However, there are quite a few women who, in this respect, do equal the men's performance. Unfortunately, in traditional societies, like in Christian society, in Islamic society, but also in post-Vedic and pre-modern Hindu society, these more enterprising women were blocked, were kept away from any role that sounded too masculine. And so the presumed female average of less ambition and more following and so on, that was imposed on all women. By contrast, in Vedic society, you do see that women with an inclination to take initiative, to pursue learning and so on, were free to do so. And so I'm sure other speakers here are going to emphasize this even more. The famous example is Gargi, the Rishika who debates with Yajnavalkya, one of the most famous episodes in the Upanishads. However, on the other side, you have to recognize that there are many, many more masculine rishis compared to female rishikas. And so on the whole, you see not too much of modern equality. Society shows a certain inertia, with people continuing to do what they've been taught while growing up. Also professionally, they tend to take to their parents' profession, even more so back then than today. Today, you can go to a school and learn something that your parents know nothing about. Back then, you used to get your training in the family setting. So it would be far more inclined to continue what you'd learned from your parents. So finally, I'd like to dissent from modern Hindu discourse that tends to be very defensive about equality, tends to emphasize the elements of equality in order to offset and defend themselves against the attacks by Islamic apologists, by especially the Christian missionaries and the secularists. So they try by all means to show how egalitarian Hinduism is, and trying to fit it into the Procrustean bed of purely modern notions of equality. Now, that standard is never imposed on Christianity or Islam, certainly not by the secularists, and not even by the far too defensive Hindus. So Hindus actually join their own detractors in setting for themselves the standard of modern equality, a standard which they obviously, or at least their ancestors obviously, could never meet. So I'd say that if you go through the source texts as they really are, they give a far more relaxed and convincing picture of this social equation. And back then, there was no modern concern for a principled egalitarianism. There was more of it than the detractors of Hinduism allege, but then there was less of it, obviously, than there is today. By contrast, while egalitarianism is not the main Hindu value, freedom was prized foremost. But it was not thought to be reconciled with equality, which even today is a very difficult thing to do. You see, freedom, that was a very important value, named as mukti or moksha or so. And this not only in a spiritual sense, even in a social sense, there was rather more freedom than in certain rivaling societies that are right now on the attack against Hinduism. Right, so that's more or less what I had to say. Let's go back to the visible format. Can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, there we are. So if anything has to be added, I'm available.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful talk. And now
Okay.
it's time to invite, और ये हमारे लिए बहुत हर्ष का विषय है कि हमारे बीच प्रोफेसर भास्कर नाथ भट्टाचार्य जी जुड़ चुके हैं। और सर, हम आपको आमंत्रित करते हैं अपने आशीर्वचनों के लिए। और हम काफी समय से थोड़ा टेक्निकल आपकी तरफ से डिफिकल्टी हो रही थी, तो हम आपका वेट भी कर रहे थे। प्रोफेसर भास्कर नाथ भट्टाचार्य जी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट वेव्स इंडिया हैं, और साथ ही आप रविंद्र भारती स्कूल जो है रविंद्र भारती स्कूल कलकत्ता में, वहां पर आप वैदिक स्टडीज के प्रोफेसर भी हैं। सर, आप आमंत्रित हैं। सर प्लीज अनम्यूट कर लीजिए जी। प्रोफेसर भट्टाचार्य सर, आप सुन पा रहे हैं सर? सर, आपकी आवाज नहीं पहुंच पा रही है। नहीं सर, हमारे तक नहीं आ पा रही। कुछ ऑडियो का आपके शायद वहां नेटवर्क में इशू है, क्योंकि आप पहले भी प्रयत्न कर रहे थे पर तब भी नहीं हो पाया था।
अपर्णा जी, मुझे लगता है कहीं ऑडियो प्रॉब्लम है
जी,
तो नेक्स्ट जो है आप आमंत्रित करें।
जी।
कुछ ऑडियो प्रॉब्लम लग रहा है मुझे सर।
हाँ जी, भास्कर सर, आपके यहाँ से कुछ टेक्निकल इशू है, और आप उम्मीद करती हूँ आप तीनों दिन हमारे साथ कॉन्फ्रेंस में जुड़ेंगे। तो हम जैसे ही कुछ बीच में कभी आपका टेक्निकल अगर हमें लगा कि आपका ठीक है, तो हम जरूर आपके आशीर्वचनों को अपने यहाँ शामिल करना चाहेंगे। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद यहाँ पधारने के लिए। Now it's time for the presidential address of this session. I am now requesting the chair of this inaugural session, Professor Shashi Tiwari ji, coordinator of 25th India Conference of Waves and President Waves. Ma'am, आप muted हैं? We welcome you, ma'am.
मेधा में वरुणो ददातु मेधाम अग्नि प्रजापति मेधाम इंद्रश्च वायुश्च मेधा धाता ददातु। आप सभी जो सभा में उपस्थित हैं, सबको अभिवादन और अभिनंदन। My greetings to all of you on this occasion of 25th India Conference of Waves. Today is a big day for Waves, a very great day. अगर इसके एनालिसिस करें तो मैं कई कारण इसके गिना सकती हूँ कि आज का दिन महत्वपूर्ण क्यों है। सबसे पहले तो इसलिए कि ये सिल्वर जुबली सेलिब्रेशन है और हम 25वें वर्ष में प्रवेश कर चुके हैं, या 25 वर्ष कर चुके हैं। 25 years old now this organization has been. और सेकेंडली ये कि हमने देश की स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति, जिसको इंडिपेंडेंस कहते हैं, उसका भी 75th मनाया जा रहा है, जिसको अमृत महोत्सव कहा जा रहा है, और हमने उसको ध्यान में रखकर इसका विषय ने चुना है। इसलिए भी हमारे लिए ये एक खास दिन है। स्वतंत्रता और समानता, इन शब्दों पर, लिबर्टी एंड इक्वलिटी, इन शब्दों पर, इनके आसपास के वैदिक विचारों पर विचार विमर्श करेंगे हम। ऐसा निर्णय लिया, इसलिए भी ये दिन बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। चौथा इसका रीजन मुझे लगता है कि ये पहली बार हुआ कि इनॉग्रेशन में इंटरनेशनल वेव्स के उच्च पदाधिकारी यहाँ पर उपस्थित हुए। श्री केजरीवाल जी प्रेसिडेंट, श्री धीरू भाई धीरेन्द्र शाह जी जो ट्रेजरर हैं, और प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह जी जो वहाँ के मुख्य डायरेक्टर हैं, वो यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं और हमारे लिए यहाँ पर आए। इससे भी ये दिन बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है, क्योंकि उनकी भी वहां पर भी 25 वर्ष हो रहे हैं, उस इंटरनेशनल वेव्स को भी 25 वर्ष हो रहे हैं। फिर पांचवा रीजन है कि अभी तक, जैसा कि डॉक्टर प्रभाकर ने बताया, भी हम श्रीशैलम भी कॉन्फ्रेंस करने गए, हम चेन्नई गए, हम पांडिचेरी साउथ में गए, वृंदावन, बनारस, लखनऊ, जयपुर, बहुत जगह वेव्स की कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हुई हैं, और दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में, और हर बार किसी यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ एसोसिएट हुए हैं, और या फिर किसी एकेडमिक संस्था के साथ में। डॉक्टर कल्याण रामन जी, आप हमारे सामने बैठे हैं, यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं। मुझे याद आ रहा है, हर जगह आप पहुंचते थे जब आप प्रेसिडेंट थे। 6 वर्ष आप प्रेसिडेंट रहे, 2 टर्म आपने करे। पांडिचेरी में आप पहुंचे, बेंगलोर में पहुंचे, आप जयपुर में पहुंचे, हर जगह पहुंचते थे, और बस इनकी उपस्थिति मात्र से, जैसे ब्रह्म से सृष्टि चलती है, वैसे इनकी उपस्थिति मात्र से सब कुछ ठीक ठाक होने लगता था। ठीक इसी तरह से प्रभाकर जी भी इंटरनेशनल और नेशनल प्रोग्राम्स में आते रहे हैं, दिल्ली भी आते रहे हैं। तो आप सब लोग यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं, इसलिए ये एक बहुत बड़ा दिन है। और अवार्ड सेरेमनी भी हमने इसमें इंक्लूड किया, ये भी पहली बार हुआ, तो ये भी एक मैं कारण समझती हूँ। और जो मैं यूनिवर्सिटी की बात कर रही थी, उसमें प्रथमतः यह है कि हम संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी से यूनाइट हुए। संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी, सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी, जो कि देवप्रयाग की है, और श्री रघुनाथ कीर्ति कैंपस। जब रघुनाथ तुम्हारे साथ तो किस बात की चिंता, एक भजन भी गाया जाता है, तुम्हारे साथ जब श्री रघुनाथ तो किस बात की चिंता। और सच में इन लोगों के सानिध्य से, इन लोगों के सहयोग से चिंता किसी विषय में नहीं हुई। ये हमसे एक कदम आगे पहले बता देते थे कि अब ये वाला कार्य किया जाना है। तो इसलिए भी ये कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। और 6 रीजन मैंने यहाँ पर बताए हैं, बताने को और भी रीजन बताए जा सकते हैं। मुख्य बात यह है कि एकेडमिक प्रोग्राम है, और श्री डॉक्टर बलराम सिंह जी के वक्तव्य से वो कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ हो चुका, और अभी डॉक्टर कर्नॉल्ड ईल्स ने हमारे सामने अपना पत्र रखा। He has presented his paper and he has given nice new views, always original views on the Vedic thought, और वो भी प्योर एकेडमिक था। मैंने उनको मैसेज दिया कि आप उसमें बोले, लेकिन उन्होंने एकेडमिक बोला। दैट इज वेरी गुड फॉर अस, बिकॉज नाउ वी आर in a flow of this academic in vision and academic viewpoints we are discussing here. So मैं भी उसी क्रम में, ये जो विषय है समानता और स्वतंत्रता, इसको चयन जब किया गया, तो मेरे मन में जो बात आई वेद के संदर्भ में, वेद के परिप्रेक्ष्य में, उसको यहाँ पर थोड़ा आपके साथ रखना चाहूंगी। सबसे पहले तो ये प्रश्न उठता है कि हमने वैदिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में स्वतंत्रता के साथ समानता शब्द को क्यों उठाया। खाली स्वतंत्रता या खाली समानता भी हो सकता था, लेकिन दोनों को क्यों उठाया। लिबर्टी एंड इक्वलिटी, इसमें ऐसा कुछ लगता है कि अगर समानता बोलते हैं और स्वतंत्रता भी बोलते हैं, तो दोनों में विरोध लगता है, कुछ कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी सा लगता है। अगर सब लोग समान हैं, इफ ऑल आर इक्वल, तो वहां पर कुछ रिस्ट्रिक्शंस होंगे, कुछ रूल्स होंगे, कुछ रेगुलेशंस होंगे, कुछ कंट्रोल होगा, जो कि कोई ना कोई कर रहा होगा। या तो मॉरल कंट्रोल होगा, या सोशल कंट्रोल होगा, या फैमिली का कंट्रोल होगा, जिससे कि लोग समान हो रहे हैं। अदरवाइज जैसा कि प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह जी ने कहा, समान तो कोई दो भी नहीं होते, सब होना तो बहुत दूर की बात है। तो इसलिए वो कोई नियम के अंतर्गत समान होंगे। तो अगर नियम लग गया तो फिर स्वतंत्र तो है नहीं, स्वतंत्रता खत्म हो जाती है। तो स्वतंत्रता कैसे रहेगी? तो इसलिए अगर समानता है समाज में, राष्ट्र में, देश में, सब लोग समान हैं, तो फिर स्वतंत्र नहीं होंगे। और अगर स्वतंत्र हैं तो फिर सब समान नहीं होंगे, सब अलग अलग तरह से। तो इस तरह से ये दो कॉन्सेप्ट हैं। लेकिन वेद जब हम देखते हैं, वेद में पढ़ते हैं, जब समझने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो लगता है कि पहली बात तो ये दोनों कॉन्सेप्ट इस अर्थ में नहीं है जिस अर्थ में मॉडर्न समय में उनको लिया जाता है, या कि हम मान लेते हैं कि ये दोनों तो वेस्टर्न थॉट्स हैं, बाहर से आए हैं, हमारे यहाँ तो ये सब कुछ था नहीं। और मैं नहीं, बहुत आचार्य, बहुत भाष्यकार कह चुके कि सर्वम वेदात् प्रसिद्ध्यति। वेद में तो सब कुछ, सब विचारों का मूल मिलता है। तो इन विचारों का मूल किस रूप में वेद में मिलता है, इसको देखने का प्रयास किया जाए, इसको ध्यान में रखकर। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि दोनों में मनोवैज्ञानिक धरातल पर जो दिखाई देता है विरोध, वो विरोध होता नहीं है। स्वतंत्रता खाली शारीरिक स्वतंत्रता हो ऐसा नहीं है, मानसिक भी होती है, कर्म की भी होती है। मनसा वाचा कर्मणा स्वतंत्र होना ही स्वतंत्र होना है, खाली ऊपर से स्वतंत्र होना नहीं है। इस पर भी मुझे मुख्य वक्ता का याद आ रहा है कि उन्होंने स्वतंत्रता को बोला स्वेच्छा नहीं है, उच्छृंखलता नहीं है, उद्दंडता नहीं है, कुछ भी करेंगे, हमारे पास सब कुछ अधिकार हो गया, हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, सारी शक्ति हमारे पास आ गई, ये स्वतंत्रता नहीं है। कुछ सीमा में, मर्यादा में रहना पड़ेगा, नियम के अंदर बंध के रहना पड़ेगा, फिर भी मनसा वाचा कर्मणा स्वतंत्रता हो, उसको स्वतंत्रता कहते हैं। तो इस तरह से ये थोड़ा समझने के लिए शब्द बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, और लोग कैसे गलत अर्थों में ले जाते हैं, इसके लिए मैं एक दो कुछ उदाहरण दूंगी। अथर्ववेद में विवाह कांड है, पूरा का विवाह सूक्त है, जहां पर सोम का विवाह सूर्य से हो रहा है, और वो विवाह सूक्ति आज के जो गृहस्थ जीवन में प्रवेश के लिए विवाह होता है, उसका मूल आधार भी माना जाता है। तो उसमें मंत्र आता है, और सूर्य कहता है, जो उनके पिता हैं सूर्य के, वो उसको देते हुए, सोम को देते हुए कहते हैं, मैं तुम्हें दयात, मैं तुम्हें अदात दिया। तो ये जो दिया शब्द बोला, लड़के को दिया, कन्या वर को दी, तो इससे लोगों ने कन्यादान की परिकल्पना कर ली कि कन्या का दान होता है। अब ये शब्द जो हैं संस्कृत के, वेद के शब्द हैं, उनका परतंत्रता से अर्थ जोड़ दिया जाए कि दिया, अब तो वो परतंत्र है, अब तो वो उनके अधिकार में है, उनके अंडर में। और मुझे याद आ रहा है कि आज अभी प्रारंभिक सत्र में डॉक्टर वनमाली विश्वास, प्रोफेसर वनमाली विश्वास जी किस तरह से सुंदरता से बता चुके हैं कि वेदों में किस तरह नारी की स्वतंत्रता है, नारी को साम्राज्य कहा गया है। नारी को ने अभी बताया डॉक्टर लील्स ने भी कि किस तरह से वो फीमेल सीयर्स होती थी, ऋषिकाएं होती थी। तो इस सिर्फ कन्यादान करने से वो परतंत्र है, इस तरह के अर्थ लिए जाना, ये डिस्टॉर्शंस हैं जो वेद के लोग करते हैं। इसी के विपरीत हमें एक और मंत्र भी मिलता है, युवानम पति विंदति, कन्या युवानम पति विंदति, जब बड़ी हो जाती है तब अपने पति को ढूंढ कर प्राप्त कर लेती है। इसी से स्वयंवर निकला। हमने देखा कि रामायण में और महाभारत में स्वयंवर हो रहे हैं, जबकि वो उसके बाद के ग्रंथ हैं। तो स्वयं ही वर्ण करना, ये नारी को अधिकार मिला हुआ था, और अर्थ ले लिया गया कुछ और। यहाँ तक कि मनुस्मृति में न स्त्री स्वातंत्र मर्हति, स्वातंत्र नहीं है स्त्री का। अब ये भी गलत हो रहा है, पाणिनि शिक्षा में कहा गया है कोई भी कोटेशन, कोई भी मंत्र, कोई भी श्लोक आधा अधूरा चौथाई नहीं पढ़ा जाना चाहिए। निरुक्त ने भी कहा प्रकरण को छोड़कर कोई अर्थ नहीं किया जाना चाहिए, प्रकरण के साथ अर्थ किया जाना चाहिए। संदर्भ छोड़कर अर्थ करेंगे तो अर्थ का अनर्थ हो जाएगा। तो न स्त्री स्वातंत्र मरती इतना श्लोक नहीं है, ये श्लोक तो पूरा 3 छंद, इसके 3 लाइनें और हैं। और पहली में कहा गया कि पिता रक्षति कौमारे, भर्ता रक्षति यौवने, पुत्रम रक्षति वार्धके, न स्त्री स्वातंत्र मरती। जब तीनों को जोड़ेंगे तो ऐसा लगता है कि पिता, फिर पति और फिर पुत्र, ये तीनों स्टेजेस में उसकी सुरक्षा करेंगे, उसकी देखभाल करेंगे, उसकी हिफाजत करेंगे। और मुझे लगता है भारतीय समाज में आज तक ये चल रहा है, इसमें कोई किसी को आपत्ति नहीं है, ना स्त्री को है, ना पुरुष को, करने वाले को है, ना लेने वाले को। तो सुरक्षा और देखभाल उसकी की जाए, क्योंकि वो बायोलॉजिकली नाजुक है, कुछ उसके मनोवैज्ञानिक थोड़े उदात्त भाव हैं, ललित भाव हैं। तो इस तरह की दृष्टि से अगर हम इसकी व्याख्या करेंगे तो परतंत्र वाला अर्थ कदापि नहीं निकलेगा। एक भूमि सूक्त है, बहुत पुराना अथर्ववेद का भूमि सूक्त, जिसको कि राष्ट्रीय गीत कहा जाता है, जो हमारा जनगण मन है आज, वो वेद का भूमि सूक्त को माना जाता है। इसमें वो बोलने वाले ऋषि कहते हैं कि अजितो अक्षतो अहतो अध्यष्ठाम, मैं पृथ्वी पर बिना जीता हुआ, बिना क्षत हुआ, बिना हत हुआ रहूं। अब देखिए, बिना जीता हुआ मतलब मुझे कोई जीते नहीं, तो यहाँ पर उसके अंदर का जो स्वतंत्र रहने की भावना है, मनसा वाचा कर्मणा, वो अभिव्यक्त हो रही है। मुझे कोई जीते नहीं मतलब मैं किसी के वश में ना रहूं। इतने ऐसे दृष्टि से अगर हम मंत्रों को पढ़ेंगे तो हमें समझ आ जाएगा कि स्वतंत्रता की अवधारणा वेदों से ही निकली है, और वो व्यक्तिगत थी, व्यक्ति की अपने लिए थी। धीरे धीरे उसको बढ़ाकर समाज और राष्ट्र तक जोड़ दिया गया। तो इसलिए हम इसके वैदिक परिप्रेक्ष्य में अध्ययन करने के लिए उपस्थित हों, चर्चा करें, विमर्श करें, ये बहुत सही रहता है। इसी तरह से समानता के बारे में भी है कि बहुत सारे मंत्र, बहुत सारे कोटेशंस मिलते हैं। एक अंतिम बात मैं कहकर अपने बात को समाप्त करूंगी, और वो ये है कि भारतीय जो ज्ञान परंपरा है, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा में सब कुछ बहुत उसके 3 धरातल हैं। पहले साधारण है, फिर और थोड़ा ऊपर, फिर बिल्कुल और ऊपर, और जो बिल्कुल और ऊपर है वो आध्यात्मिक धरातल। जब तक कोई भी विचार वहां तक नहीं जाएगा वो संपन्न नहीं होता है। और इसीलिए संपूर्ण ज्ञान परंपराओं में जितने भी शास्त्र हैं, सबका मूल उद्देश्य मोक्ष है। चाहे वो व्याकरण शास्त्री क्यों ना हो, चाहे वो काम शास्त्री क्यों ना हो, काव्य शास्त्री क्यों ना हो, सब शास्त्रों का उद्देश्य मोक्ष है। तो इसलिए यहाँ पर इन दोनों शब्दों को भी जब हम गौर से देखते हैं, हमारे जो आपकी स्मारिका है उसमें आपको बड़े सारे लेख ऐसे आध्यात्मिक अर्थों में भी मिलेंगे, और वो मिलने चाहिए भी, क्योंकि स्वतंत्रता का खाली मनसा वाचा कर्मणा नहीं, आत्मा की स्वतंत्रता, यहाँ तक पहुंचना पड़ेगा। और जब आत्मा की स्वतंत्रता की बात होगी तो ऋग्वेद का एक मंत्र याद करना होगा, क्योंकि ऋग्वेद में ही मुक्ति या मोक्ष दिखाई दे रहा है, हल्का हल्का दिखाई दे रहा है। बाद में उपनिषदों में और ब्रह्मसूत्र और दूसरे दर्शनों में उसका विकास होता है। तो ऋग्वेद में एक मंत्र है, वामदेव ऋषि कहते हैं कि मैं गर्भ में हूं और अंधेरा अंधेरा सा है और मुझे बड़ी उलझन होती है, मुझे बड़ा बंधन सा लगता है, मैं यहाँ से मुक्त होना चाहता हूँ। तो जब बंधन की बात होगी तभी तो मुक्ति की बात होगी, और ये बंधन की परिकल्पना ऋग्वेद में हो गई, वामदेव के सूक्त में, मंत्र में हो गई है। और उसके आधार पर आत्मा की मुक्ति, आत्मा की मोक्ष, आत्मा की स्वतंत्रता की बात की गई। और ये हमारा सबसे ऊपर का धरातल है स्वतंत्रता का, कि आत्मा की स्वतंत्रता हो। कौन सा बंधन है बाद में तो सबको पता ही है, उपनिषदों में, गीता में और भी हमारे दर्शन में सब जगह भव सागर बंधन है, कर्म फल बंधन है, आवागमन बंधन है, कर्म, ये सारे बंधन माने जाते हैं। संसार बंधन है, जन्म मृत्यु बंधन है। तो जो ये बंधन है, इनसे मुक्ति होना, आत्मा की मुक्ति होना, इसको मोक्ष कहते हैं। इसी तरह से समानता की भावना, मनुष्य के आपसी समानता, फिर मनुष्य और पशु जितने जीव हैं उनकी समानता, फिर जड़ और चेतन की समानता, फिर सब एक ही है, सर्वम खलुइदं ब्रह्म, ये समानता हो गई। फिर हम ब्रह्मास्मि हो गया। तो समानता को भी बिल्कुल ऊपर तक लेके चले गए, और वो भी फिलोसफिकली आध्यात्मिक लेवल तक ले जाते हैं। इस तरह से हमारे यहाँ जो ज्ञान परंपरा, जो थॉट है, बहुत निम्न स्तर से, साधारण स्तर से शुरू होता है और उच्च स्तर तक जाता है। मुझे आशा है कि स्वतंत्रता और समानता की अवधारणा वेदों में भी लोग इसी प्रकार से चिंतन करने वाले हैं आगामी सत्रों में। और अभी मैं सिर्फ इसकी अध्यक्ष ना बन गई थी, मगर अध्यक्ष बनने योग्य मेरी नहीं योग्यता थी। डॉक्टर कल्याण रामन जी ने इतना सुंदर बोला, डॉक्टर ईल्स ने बोला, डॉक्टर बलराम सिंह जी ने, डॉक्टर शशि केजरीवाल, डॉक्टर धीरू भाई, प्रभाकर, डॉक्टर प्रभाकर, सब लोगों ने इतना अच्छा बोला और अपने विचार रखे। सभी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मेरी तरफ से प्रणाम भी, नमस्कार भी, अभिनंदन, अभिवादन, नमस्ते।
थैंक यू सो मच। आपने बहुत ही सुंदर प्रस्तुति आपकी इसमें रही, और आपने जितनी भी बातें मैम कही उसमें कहीं ना कहीं एकदम साधारण रूप से लेकर हमें पारस्परिक समानता और साथ में आध्यात्मिक अर्थ में किस तरह से हमें स्वतंत्र होने की आपने जो हमें गाइडेंस दी है, उसके लिए हम आपका बहुत बहुत, उसके लिए हम आपके प्रति बहुत बहुत कृतज्ञता व्यक्त करते हैं। और कार्यक्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं सभी को ये सूचित करना चाहूंगी कि हमारे जो वैसे तो हम सब यहाँ पर एक ज्ञान यज्ञ में हैं, सर्टिफिकेट्स या कोई भी बात ऐसी कोई हम पे लागू नहीं होती है, लेकिन फिर भी यहाँ पर फीडबैक फॉर्म रखा गया है, और जो कि आपके सामने बार बार चैट बॉक्स में आ रहा है। आप लोग फीडबैक लिंक भर सकते हैं, और जो भी पार्टिसिपेट करेंगे या पेपर प्रेजेंट करेंगे उसके लिए यहाँ पर व्यवस्था की गई है। तो 3 दिन तक हम ये फीडबैक लिंक हमारा रहेगा, बार सेशंस के बाद हम लास्ट में इसको रखेंगे। और आप लोग उम्मीद है कि आप 3 दिन शुरू से ही जुड़ेंगे कॉन्फ्रेंस में। और आगे बढ़ते हुए सेशन में मैं अब आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी, और साथ ही मैं सबको ये भी बताना चाहूंगी कि हमारे साथ इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में केवल अपने भारत से ही नहीं अपितु विदेश से भी बहुत से गणमान्य अतिथिगण जुड़े हैं, और बीच बीच में हम उनका परिचय देते रहेंगे, और कुछ को तो हम प्रेजेंटर्स के रूप में सुनेंगे भी। और साथ ही हमारे साथ दिल्ली विश्वविद्यालय और दूसरे अन्य भारत के अन्य विश्वविद्यालयों से भी प्रोफेसर्स हमारे साथ इस कार्यक्रम में प्रतिदिन जुड़ रहे हैं और अभी भी इस समय उपस्थित हैं। तो आप सभी का स्वागत है। मैं नाम लेकर यहाँ पर आप सबको और कार्यक्रम में विलंब नहीं करना चाहती, लेकिन आप सब के लिए हृदय से हम वेलकम स्वागत करते हैं। अब मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए डॉक्टर विजय शंकर द्विवेदी जी को। आप संस्कृत डिपार्टमेंट में फैकल्टी हैं दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में, और साथ ही हमारे जो वेव्स में एकेडमिक सेक्रेटरी के पद पर भी कार्यरत हैं। तो आपका स्वागत है।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर अपर्णा जी। मेरी आवाज जा रही है?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल आ रही है।
25वीं इंडिया कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ वेव्स के इस शुभ अवसर पर, जो कि रघुनाथ कीर्ति परिसर देवप्रयाग के संयुक्त तत्वावधान में आयोजित हो रही है ऑनलाइन, इसके उद्घाटन सत्र में जो भी आप उपस्थित विद्वत्गण हैं, आप सबको मेरा अभिवादन। और सबसे पहले तो धन्यवाद मैं डॉक्टर शशि मैम को देना चाहूंगा कि, और रघुनाथ परिसर के निदेशक प्रोफेसर बनमाली बिस्वाल जी को, जो कि इतना अच्छा अवसर दिया हम लोगों को सुनने का, और बहुत अच्छे से ये कार्यक्रम हो रहा है। और इसलिए आप सबको बहुत धन्यवाद, मैडम को भी और प्रोफेसर बनमाली बिस्वाल जी को। और सबसे पहले ये मंगलाचरण का कार्यक्रम हुआ, जिसमें कि रामेश्वर जी ने बहुत अच्छे से मंगलाचरण करके मंगल कामना की। आपको धन्यवाद, आपने बहुत अच्छे से मंगलाचरण किया। और जो वेव्स कुलगीत का आपने डॉक्टर नवीन जी, जो कि स्मारिका का और कुलगीत का उन्होंने, और पूरी टेक्निकल टीम अपना के साथ वो कार्य कर रहे हैं, आपको बहुत धन्यवाद कि इस कार्यक्रम में आपने पूरे बहुत अच्छे से आपने इसको मैनेज कर रहे हैं। और प्रोफेसर भास्कर नाथ भट्टाचार्य जी, जो कि वाइस प्रेसिडेंट वेब्स हैं और डायरेक्टर स्कूल ऑफ वैदिक स्टडीज रविन्द्रनाथ भारती यूनिवर्सिटी में। आप किसी कारण से, तकनीकी कारण से नहीं, लेकिन आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप इस कार्यक्रम में जुड़ने का प्रयास किए और जुड़े भी, और आपको बहुत धन्यवाद। और निश्चित रूप से जब भी कोई बात होती है तो आप हमेशा अपने उचित मार्गदर्शन से हम सब लोगों का मार्गदर्शन भी करते हैं। आप जुड़े रहे, आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। उसके बाद जो यहाँ पे चीफ गेस्ट के रूप में श्री शशि केजरीवाल, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ वेब्स इंटरनेशनल टेक्सास यूएसए, सर बहुत अच्छा लगा कि ये कार्यक्रम में आप जुड़े और शुरू से जुड़े रहे और अभी तक जुड़े हैं। और निश्चित रूप से जब भी कभी हम लोगों को आवश्यकता होती है तो आपका मार्गदर्शन हमेशा प्राप्त होता रहता है। और आप इस कार्यक्रम में आपके जुड़ने से ये कार्यक्रम और अपने गौरव को, अपने ऊंचाई को प्राप्त किया। तो सर बहुत धन्यवाद है सर आपको, और इस आशा के साथ कि भविष्य में जब भी हम आपसे निवेदन करेंगे, आपको आहूत करेंगे, तो आप अवश्य इसका हम लोगों को मार्गदर्शन देंगे और निश्चित रूप में कार्यक्रम में सहभागिता करेंगे। सर आपका, केजरीवाल सर आपका बहुत धन्यवाद। और डिस्टिंग्विश्ड गेस्ट जो डॉक्टर कोयरनॉल्ड एल्ट्स जी, जो कि बेल्जियम से जुड़े हुए हैं। सर आपने हमेशा वेब्स के जो भी कार्यक्रम होते हैं उसमें आप हमेशा आप पधारते हैं, आप आते हैं और हमेशा अपने ज्ञान से हम सबको लाभान्वित करते हैं। और निश्चित रूप से आपका जो वेद के प्रति, वेब्स के प्रति और एक पूरी भारतीय परंपरा के प्रति, भारतीय संस्कृति के प्रति जो आपका गहन अध्ययन है, वह निश्चित रूप से हम सब के लिए एक प्रकार से प्रेरणादायक होता है और हम सब लाभान्वित होते हैं। और आप उसको सर्वत्र आप प्रचारित करते रहते हैं और आपके बहुत से लेख जो है अखबार वगैरह के माध्यम से निकलता रहता है। तो सर आपका बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू कोयनॉल्ड एट्स जी। और उसके साथ साथ ये जो अवार्ड सेरेमनी में जो लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड वेब्स ये 2 स्कॉलर को मिले, डॉक्टर एस कल्याण रमन जी और डॉक्टर CL प्रभाकर जी। तो सर आपने अपने ज्ञान से इतना काम आप लोगों ने किया है कि ये आपको ये लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड को आपने स्वीकार किया। और आप अपने बहुमूल्य समय को हम लोगों के मध्य आपने दिया, शुरू से ही दिया। और सर आपको एक तो बहुत बहुत बधाई इसके लिए। और निश्चित रूप से आप बहुत अच्छा कार्य कर रहे हैं आप लोग, और ये अवार्ड के आपने स्वीकारा, ये इससे भी वेब संस्था अपने आप में एक गौरवान्वित हो रही है कि आप जैसे स्कॉलर को अवार्ड दे करके अपने आप को गौरव प्राप्त कर रही है। निश्चित रूप से सर आप लोगों को बहुत धन्यवाद। और श्री प्रशांत भारद्वाज जी, जो कि वाइस प्रेसिडेंट वेब्स हैं, सर आपने कितने अच्छे से इसको मैनेज किया, पूरे अवार्ड को कैसे दिया, कैसे पूरा इनके बारे में सब इकट्ठा करके बहुत अच्छे से आपने इसका कन्वेनर के रूप में अपनी भूमिका निभाई। तो सर आपको प्रशांत भारद्वाज सर आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको कि आपने इसको बहुत अच्छे से संभाला। और श्री धीरू शाह जी, जो कि ये ट्रेजरर वेब्स इंटरनेशनल USA, सर आपके हमेशा जब भी कभी आवश्यकता होती है तो आप अपनी गरिमामयी उपस्थित से वेब्स के कार्यक्रम को हमेशा एक ऊंचाई प्रदान करते रहते हैं। आज आपने पूरा समय दिया और निश्चित रूप से आपका बहुत धन्यवाद। और भविष्य में जब भी हम कभी आपसे निवेदन करेंगे, मैडम ये पूरा वेब्स परिवार आपसे निवेदन करेगा, तो फिर आप जरूर अपनी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से हम सबको लाभान्वित करेंगे। श्री धीरू शाह सर आपको बहुत बहुत एक बार पुनः धन्यवाद। हमारे की नोट स्पीकर के रूप में प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह जी, डायरेक्टर वेब्स इंटरनेशनल। और सर आपका कोई भी ऐसा कार्यक्रम नहीं होता जिसमें आपकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति न हो। निश्चित रूप से आप अपने गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से उस कार्यक्रम को एक ऊंचाई प्रदान करते हैं। आज आपने इस की नोट स्पीकर के रूप में अपने वक्तव्य से हम सबको लाभान्वित किया। निश्चित रूप से सर आपका बहुत धन्यवाद। जब भी कभी हम आपसे निवेदन करते हैं तो आप जरूर इस कार्यक्रम में भाग लेते हैं। और बिना आप एक तरफ वेब्स और दूसरे तरफ से प्रोफेसर बलराम सिंह जी, ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता कि कार्यक्रम हो और उसमें ये न रहें। तो सर आपकी बहुत बड़े एक प्रकार से अनुग्रह है, बहुत अच्छा लगा और हमेशा यही आप इसी तरह से हम लोगों पर कृपा बनाए रखें। निश्चित रूप से बहुत धन्यवाद सर आपका। प्रोफेसर शशि तिवारी मैम जो कि चेयरपर्सन आज इस उद्घाटन सत्र की रही और अध्यक्ष भी हैं वेब्स इंडिया की। मैडम आपसे तो हम लोग इतना सीखते हैं कि कोई भी कार्यक्रम आपको कैसे मैनेज कर लेती है, ऐसे बिल्कुल आपके चेहरे पे कोई एक प्रकार तनाव भी नहीं दिखता, इतने आसानी से सब कार्यक्रम हो जाते हैं। मैडम आपका आशीर्वाद हम लोगों पर सब पर बना रहे और इसी तरह से वेब्स ये हमेशा आगे बढ़ता रहे। आप इसको इतनी ऊंचाई पर ले गई, निश्चित रूप से मैडम मैं कितनी भी आपका प्रशंसा करूं ये तो उतना कर ही नहीं सकता। और निश्चित रूप से मैडम आपने हम लोगों को एक मार्गदर्शन दे रही हैं और हम लोगों को क्या वेब्स के माध्यम से पूरे एक प्रकार से वेद की सेवा हो रही है, पूरे भारत नहीं विश्व में समस्त जगह इसका प्रचार प्रसार हो रहा है। मैडम बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप ऐसे कार्यक्रम आयोजित की और हमेशा ऐसे आयोजित करती रहें। निश्चित रूप से हम लोग सब आपके बहुत बहुत आभारी हैं और आपके आशीर्वाद के हम सब आकांक्षी हैं। उसके बाद डॉक्टर अपर्णा धीर जी जो कि बहुत अच्छा आपने संचालन किया, इतना अच्छा आपने किया, आपको भी बहुत इसके लिए धन्यवाद कि आपने इस सत्र का बहुत अच्छे से संचालन किया। और ये वेलकम एड्रेस में प्रोफेसर रंजीत बेहेरा सर ने पूरा वेलकम किया, हमारे जो अतिथि जुड़े हुए हैं और सबका स्वागत किया। सर आपको, बेहरा सर आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि कभी भी अगर ऐसी आवश्यकता पड़ती है तो आप तत्काल एक प्रकार से संकट मोचन के रूप में आप उपस्थित होते हैं और निश्चित रूप से सर बहुत अच्छा लगा और आप इसी तरह से आप कार्यक्रम को हमेशा गति और ऊंचाई प्रदान करते रहें। सर आपका धन्यवाद। उसके साथ साथ बहुत से लोग, डॉक्टर धर्मा जी, डॉक्टर कामना विमल जी और उपस्थित ललन प्रसाद जी, प्रोफेसर अंजू सेठ, विनोद तिवारी जी, डॉक्टर प्रसून मिश्रा जी, डॉक्टर शैलेंद्र प्रसाद जी, उसके साथ था डॉक्टर अजय झा, डॉक्टर मीना गुप्ता, डॉक्टर पल्लवी दत्ता, परम्बा योग माया, डॉक्टर शालिनी मिश्रा, योगेश शर्मा, जयंती साहू, कालिंदी शुक्ला, डॉक्टर रघुनाथ झा, हरि कृष्ण जी, खुशबू कुमारी और उसके साथ सागर वर्मा जी। आज सभी जितने भी हमारे कार्यक्रम, हाँ जितने भी आप जिसका नाम नहीं ले पाया वो भी, और जो भी उसके साथ साथ जो प्रत्यक्ष और परोक्ष रूप से जो इस टीम में काम कर रहे हैं, आप सबको धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। इसके बाद अब आगे की कार्यवाही के लिए आपको हम आमंत्रित करते हैं।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर विजय शंकर द्विवेदी जी, आपने हम सबके प्रति धन्यवाद ज्ञापित किया। मैं आप सबकी तरफ से
very warm welcome to the first academic session of the 25th India Conference of Waves, organized by Waves India in collaboration with Central Sanskrit University, Devprayag, on the concept of liberty and equality in the Vedic perspective. The session is chaired by distinguished Professor Lalan Prasad, former Dean, Department of Business Economics, Delhi University, and co-chaired by Dr. Dhananjay Bhanj, life member of Waves and sub-editor of Vishwasya Vrittant, a Sanskrit daily. I am Dr. Rajarma Sinha, Philosophy Department, Miranda House. It is my immense honor and privilege to be the moderator of the session, and I will be with you for the next 2 hours. The theme of the session is Ancient Indian Concepts on Liberty and Equality. There are 8 papers in this session. Every speaker is given 5 minutes to present their views. At the end of the presentations, our learned chair would give an overview of the papers and his valuable comments and will take up questions. The participants are requested to ask questions through chat and Q&A. Now I would welcome the first esteemed speaker of the session, Shri Charan J.S. Maniktala from Indiana, USA. The topic of his paper is Seeding Liberation Within and Equality Among Us. Over to Maniktala ji.
I hope you can see my slides and also can hear me now. If someone can confirm they can hear me.
It is visible.
Okay, and the slides are visible as well. Good, good. So I'll begin. Obviously, there is a narrative with each and every slide that probably I'll read through. And if there are some questions, I'll be happy to expand on that as well. So at its core, Vedic wisdom blossoms within us a sense of fulfillment because it seeds liberation within and equality among us. Now, liberty is defined as the state of being free from control or restrictions, while liberation is the act of setting someone free. Following Vedic wisdom, one achieves liberation within, and thus, while still living in a social framework, one experiences freedom from its control and restrictions. Vedic wisdom alerts us of our nature, which is gunas, informs us of our gifts of para prakriti, a higher dimension of our nature, and our abilities to overcome the intrinsic tendencies or apara prakriti. Perform work. Ishavasya Upanishad guides us as there is no escape from it, but let the work not cling to you, which in turn shall seed liberation within you. Ishavasya Upanishad then takes us a step further by asserting, he alone sees who sees all beings and forms in self and sees self in all beings thereafter, and thus seeds equality among us. So the first step is liberation within, which then shall enable liberty from one's surrounding social framework. One does not have a choice to not engage in a karmic activity. Based on our intrinsic tendencies or three gunas, we engage in an activity which suits our temperament or tendency. One finds an affirmation of Ishavasya Upanishad verse in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 10, be cognizant of one's participation in a karmic activity, moment by moment, and assign such actions to the Brahman or Ishvara or Krishna or Para Prakriti. Awareness of such is the first realization and willful option to select or opt for which activity one engages in is the next. So rishis then placate our curious mind in succinctly defining, let me go there, yeah. In succinctly defining the origin and termination of the external sensory pathways, assigning origin to the objects of desire or attention, leading to perception of the mind thereafter, a discriminating mind or intellect then can respond to such perception or stay situated in the upper portion of the pathway, which is the consciousness, purusha, and shunyata. So the choice is ours, and our discriminating mind has to make a decision at that time. So liberty from the social interactions is the recognition of this pathway of experience. So I'm just formulating step by step, trying to connect the various scattered thoughts across different Upanishads and Vedas and Bhagavad Gita, and see if we can identify the messaging, overarching messaging itself. So on to the next slide, and let me again pull up. So having realized the liberation within and liberty from the social framework, one then realizes all beings and form in self and experiences self in other beings, and thus does not withdraw from the surroundings. This seeds the sense of equality. I particularly liked Dr. Shashi Tiwari's closing comments when she indicated the messaging, not primarily at the physical level, but at the levels of the consciousness and above. That's what the Vedic guidance on the equality really was propagated during those times. Now, this discovery by itself is a revolutionary Vedic concept, as sciences updated us relatively recently of its discovery of cell as the basic building block of all living matter. I heard the statements on the genetic profiling and the diversity in genes and so on and so forth. Let's stay at the structural level, which a biologist would always do. A true biologist, from a physiological perspective, comprehends all existence within self and self as a part of all existence, and thus cherishes the interconnectedness of life. Rishis during Vedic times had even extended such physiological similarities to that of non-visible intellect or to that of unmanifested form and energy. So that was a remarkable proposition by the rishis at that time. So we all have heard about senses as the uncontrolled horses in Bhagavad Gita and other Upanishads. What my discovery was after making one identify the senses as equivalent to uncontrollable horses, and thus embarking one on the journey of liberation within to seek liberty from social framework, and finally to realizing equality, Rishis then present us with one remarkable concluding realization, which is the divine aspect of senses. Aitareya Upanishad, first chapter, second section, verse 4, finally includes senses also in the composition of Jiva as the reflection of Ishvara. So that leads to us concluding Shvetashvatara Upanishad, second adhyay, verse 5, then acknowledges that everyone, men or women, young or old, within national boundaries or outside of it, rich or poor, educated or uneducated, as Amrutasya Putra, which is the reflection of the divine. Vedic perceptions, Vedic readings should not be always analyzed or sometimes analyzed from the socio-economic aspect, but should be looked at from the divinity aspect as well. So without recognizing the Varana or creating delineated boundaries for such. So that's the conclusion. And I understand we have been given 5 minutes. I may have taken a minute or two more. But when I heard the discussions on Varanas, I did not include that in the slides over here, but I'll be happy to contribute to that as we come to it later on. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir, you can continue for a while because you can. We have time still.
We have time. Okay, good.
Yeah. So please continue, sir.
All right, very good. So I appreciate the additional time. So what I'm going to go to is obviously the paper that I submitted, and see if I can read through those sections. So this is the section on the Varnas, and I think that was, and maybe I can put that on the screen as well. Let's see if it allows me to do that. And hopefully now you can see the paper on the screen as well, if someone can confirm that.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
very good. Very good. So I'm going to read through. I heard some discussions on the socio-economic aspects. The Vedic guidance to equality concept, when applied to socio-economic structure, has and had been misplaced and was propagated based on lineage to seek elevated status or seek material benefits by mapping the spiritual structure to that of the socio-economic structure. Now, I agree that specialized training within established Varanas did develop sought after skills. For example, thought leadership, martial arts, trade, and labor skills. And in the respective layered socioeconomic strata, we saw that develop, which is fair. I think one encounters, and I heard that in the other presentation as well, the mention of Varna in Purusha Suktam of Rig Veda. Purusha the primordial being is constituted as a combination of 4 Varanas. We are all aware of that. Brahmins constitute its mouth, Kshatriyas its arms, Vaishyas its thighs, and Shudras its feet. And thus initially it was conceived that the social structure should also follow this prescribed Varana structure to maintain order and prosperity. Though such was not the intent of the Vedic or Upanishadic wisdom, which instead had emphasized the 3 gunas, relationship between Jiva and Ishvara, and Jiva as a reflection of Ishvara, and had elaborated techniques to realize such. And I'm including a verse from Bhagavad Gita, which succinctly then reaffirms the original messaging, which is the Bhagavad Gita chapter 18, verse 41. We can all read it on the screen. The assignment of work for Brahman, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras is based on one's qualities and their gunas. And thus such assignment is not by birth. And that confirmation we received in this verse, which is whichever gunas are expressed in a jiva, that is the varana he or she belongs to. And that one transitions from one varana to another based on tapas and austerities. And on my own, again, we all have different backgrounds. And I do get to hear biologists and the physicist and the chemist, and they bring in the thoughts. In a simple manner, if I have to express it, the interplay of 3 gunas is where the emphasis was when the Upanishadic wisdom or the Vedic wisdom was given to us. And an interplay of that, as expressed, I'm gonna say, if someone is a biologist in this forum, he or she would immediately recognize the genotype-phenotype mechanisms. And if I go and say there is an interplay of three gunas, what Vedic Rishis guided us is, can we reach from a behavioral perspective and intrinsic perspective to a state where we are sattvic and sattvic both? Thou, I would say, if I can maintain, or if someone can maintain the Vedic wisdom, even Rajasic outside and Sattvic inside would serve the purpose. So I'm going to stop at that. Thank you. Yes, so I'm concluding. Hopefully, if you want to, there you go.
Thank you, sir, for your thought.
Raji, kindly see that time limit is because we have only 1 hour left and there are 8 papers.
In fact, sir, some of the speakers are not there. So because of that, we have still some time. Some of the speakers have not turned up, so we still have some time.
अटेंडेंस ले लो राज.
हाँ,
अटेंडेंस ले लो.
ठीक है. Dr. Asha Rani Tripathi, is she there? Dr. Asha Rani Tripathi, ma'am, are you there? Dr. Munmun Chakravarti. Dr. Munmun Chakravarti. Professor Ram Gopal ji. Is he there? Professor Ram Gopal ji?
आए तो थे, वैसे चले गए होंगे या तो।
Dr. Satish Shankar ji?
नहीं, सतीश शंकर जी तो नहीं दिख रहे।
Dr. Subramanian Chidambaram ji, I think he is there. Shri Subramaniam Chidambaram ji, I think
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. And then I think Dr. T. Sita Ramalakshmi is not there. I don't see her name on screen. Dr. T. Sita Ram Lakshmi.
Sitaram Lakshmi, please your hand. Sitaram Lakshmi, phone.
She is present. She is present.
She is present. So that means that we have some time.
Hello.
Hello, I am here. Dr. Sitaram Lakshmi.
Okay. So Dr. Asharani is not there.
You could allow some
She is
questions.
not there. She is not present.
She is not there.
Speakers are here.
You could allow some questions if you have more time, obviously.
Yeah, it is good. It is good.
Yeah.
After 2 presentations, you can do that.
Yeah.
And
So,
2 chairpersons, you have to give time. to them.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, that's what.
5 to 6 minutes at least.
Yeah, true. So now I would like to call our next esteemed speaker, Dr. Conrad Elst, a distinguished scholar of Indic studies. He would be speaking on the paper In the Vedas, the Reign of Freedom. Yes, sir.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes,
Hear
sir.
me?
Yes, sir. We are able to
Okay.
hear you and see you.
Yes. Okay, so the essence of what I wanted to say, I really have said. I only want to focus on the situation of today's Hindus vis-a-vis this this academic question about equality and freedom in the Rig Veda. Because of course Hindus are badly on the defensive, even in school, in general classes, not even in specifically missionary classes or so, but even in the general education system in India, Hindus are terribly blamed, are associated, are identified with a doctrine of the fiercest inequality. And so that is that's not correct. Unfortunately, very many Hindus overreact against this and then start saying, no, there was equality in the Vedas and women had equal rights and so on. That's also exaggerated. But you see, there was not more inequality than in the Islamic slave system, for example. So if you really compare the Vedic society with its alternatives, with its challengers, Hinduism has not done that bad. In fact, better than most. Like, you see, there was no real slave system. There was a certain debt slavery and some milder forms of servitude. You can't just wish that away, but nevertheless, this system of chattel slavery that existed in Christianity and Islam, that is not Hinduism's problem. And so you have to see everything more or less in its correct proportions. And so most of the blackening of Hinduism by its enemies is just not correct. And so rather than falling into the extreme of denying all this inequality, you just see it in its perspective, also in its time frame. Back then, nobody was speaking of equality. And so the Hindu social system should be judged in more general terms of morality than just equality, which is a very modern value that Islam or Christianity have never ever lived up to at all. I mean, it's only 150 years ago that Christians abolished slavery, which they had sustained for all these years, for all these centuries. And Islam has even revived slavery just now with ISIS in Syria and Iraq, because it's intrinsic to Islam. So all in all, you see, I wouldn't worry as Hindus. I would take it in a more relaxed manner. I think the Hindu record in terms of human dignity is quite good, which of course doesn't deny the fact that we can still go a long way. But still, I mean, this whole debate need not be as dramatic as it is made out to be by all Hinduism's enemies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for these insightful words that you have just spoken. A very new kind of thinking. Look, we are not used to that in our discourse, but very relevant. Our next distinguished speaker is Professor Ram Gopal, President of WAVES Jodhpur chapter and former director of DRDO. The topic of his paper is Vedas versus Modern Science on the Concept of Liberty and Equality. Professor Ram Gopal ji, sorry, is he there?
Dr. Raj, let me call Professor Ram Gopal ji and Dr. Satish Shankar ji if they are available for the presentation.
Okay. Wait.
We may invite the next speaker.
Yeah, why not? Dr. Satish Shankar ji is there?
Subramaniam Chidambaram.
Okay. So I would like to invite our next esteemed speaker, Shri Subramaniam Chidambaram from Mumbai, who will speak on the topic Concept of Liberty and Equality as seen in the construct of Varnashram Dharma. Please, sir. I would like to invite Professor Shri Subramanian Chidambaram ji from Mumbai. Sir, are you there? He was there, I think.
He was there initially, maybe due to technical issue.
No,
He's there, madam. He's there.
Yes,
He's
his message.
Yeah, please, sir, you're welcome.
माइक बंद है उनका. माइक नहीं ऑन है.
मैम उनका वीडियो भी ऑन नहीं है. Ma'am, he is messaging. He is saying that he will be joining conference in another 10 minutes. So we can call upon, we can invite Dr.
Okay. Then I will call. I would like to now invite Dr. T. Sita Ramalakshmi ji, a PhD in music and life member of WAVES. Ma'am will speak on the topic Liberty and Equality in the Kirtana of Tyagaraja of Karnataka music. You're welcome, ma'am.
Ma'am, you are muted.
Ma'am, you're muted.
Namaste. I am now talking about the liberty and equality in the compositions of Tyagaraja. Up till now, you heard about the Vedic pure lectures on Vedic content. The music is also containing the content of Veda, but in the form of compositions filled with nada. In this lecture, I give some demonstrations also, but the equality and liberty, how it is used in this society by Tyagaraja, he himself being a saint, singer, musician, Vagyakara, and philosopher, well versed with Vedas and Vedantas and Upanishad Sara. All the compositions filled with Upanishad Sara of Vedas and understandable to the layman also with the nada, because when it is compiled with nada, it is easily going into the ears of people to follow, and he being the musician and also Vagyakara, he chose the Upanishad Saras into his compositions. Particularly, I have taken the compositions. There are so many, plenty of compositions, more than 1,000 compositions. I did my PhD studies in Purandardas and Tyagaraja. There I found so many compositions which are not now popular, also are there in the Saraswati Mahal library. What I am saying is, among the whole compositional list, Pancharatnas are unique in their feature. Pancharatna means 5 compositions, gems of Tyagaraja's compositions. Each one has its own unique feature. First one contains 108 names of Sri Mahavishnu, that is Sri Ramachandra is his Ishtadevata. Second one is Duduku Gala. First one Jagadananda Karaka. Second one is Duduku Gala. First one in the Raga Nata. Second one Gaula. And third one is Krishna Leelas explained Sadhinchane. And fourth one is Kanakana Rudra. He's witnessing the beauty of Rama when he got the vision of Sri Ramachandra. And lastly, he mentioned Endaro Mahanubhavalu, Vandana Bhakti in the composition. In this list of compositions, I have chosen 2 compositions, that is Dudukugala and Endaro Mahanubhavalu. Why I have taken is, one in Dudukugala, the losing of the liberty and equality and going out of the way and doing the bad mistakes into the life. The magic of his compositions is to reform the society. He did not mention to anybody, any in person. He mentioned to his mind that he is committing mistakes and he is going to correct his mind. That is the didactism he used in his compositions mostly, particularly in this particular Gaula Raga, Duduku Gala. Duduku means committing mistakes without any hesitation. That is the nature of people. But they think that they are very great in doing so many things for getting the life, happiness and peace. They thought how they are getting peace out of it is not known to them. So in this contrast, Endaro Mahanubhavalu, mostly Tyagaraja wanted to reform and correct the society of musicians, because he is being a musician, he considered musician circle into his mind, and he did not say to the mind of to the people of musician circle. I am telling to his mind only. He is telling. Once again, I am repeating that one. And so, what he says is, in Endaro Mahanubhavalu, all the good points and great bhakti devoted to Sri Ramachandra, how he is doing, and all the plus points of liberty and following the liberty and equality he mentioned in that. In these compositions, I render a few one and explain the meaning of that. For example, not all I am taking because the given time is very limited. Mine is being the music I have to render and show. In Dudukugala, what he says is, right from the childhood, you should have the mind to pray God and get benefits. But without that, Chiruta prayamunanade bhajanamruta rasapihina kutar kudaina dutuku. That is one duduku. Right from childhood, you should have the bhakti, but not having that one is a duduku. Tana madini bhuvini saukyapu jivaname yanutu sadadinamulugadu. In this mundane life, getting all the pleasures is only the criteria to have by the humans is a bad thing. Without remembering the existence of the God, enjoying the pleasures by praising the rich people to get money from them and get pleasures out of that money is Telijani Natavita Sudrulu Vanitalu Sobhasamauta Kupadi Sinche Santa Sille Swaralayo Bule Runkakano Silat Mudai Supatulaku Samanamagu. Going behind, not knowing people, not knowing music people, getting to get the fame and name, posing themselves as musicians without having the proper knowledge of Swara and Laya, and going behind particularly the ladies' appreciation also to get out of it. All these qualities are very bad in humans, and Teliyani Natavita Sudrulu Vanitalu Swavasya Mavutaku Upadisinchi Santasilli Swaralayambu Lirungakane Silat Subhaktulaku Samanu. Posing like a devotee, not having bhakti behind it. And another one is very importantly, he says, Manavatanu Durlabhamanu Suninchi Parama Nadamundaleka Madamatsara Kamalokamo Hulakuda Sudai Mosapotigaka Madatikula Yudagutsu Bhuvinishu Drulapanulu Salputsunu Tinigaga Harathamulanu Royasara Matamulanu Sadhya Patarumaru. One or not good things he is doing. The great boon of humans is to get Manava Janma. One should understand the greatness of Manava Janma and utilize properly his beauty. But without doing that one, he says he looks into entering into the bad qualities of Manavatanu Durlabhamanu Paramanu, without having the pleasure of having the Mano Janma, Mada Matsara Kama Lobha Mohula Kudasudai, all these Vargas, Kama Lobha Moha Mada Matsarya going into, and then having got the Janma as Brahmin to understand Vedas and Upanishads properly, he is going behind Mata religions, various discussions about various religions and controversies entering into the society, and this is all bad qualities. One should not enter into these things, but in this Dudukugala composition, he says those who are entering in like this is bad to avoid the liberty, taking the liberty and ignoring the equality. And finally, for the sake of one should have the contentment of having the wife, children, and money, etc., etc. But not going behind it and the greediness to earn money and to for the sake of family. Lot of time is wasted in doing that. Contentment is to be there for that. In the contrast, Endaro Mahan Bhavalu, he says everything connected to the devotion, Vandana Bhakti, and in that he says, Saragunavadamu Swantamagu Sarujamunu Samarpanamu Seyuvarendra Mahanu Bhavulu. Always thinking of praying God and Pada Bhakti, seeking for Pada Bhakti or Hariguna Manimaya Saramulu Galamuna Shobillu Bhakta Kotulilalo. All the names of God taking as a seeds, beads, and wearing like a chain in the neck and praying always, remembering all the names of God is another good feature of equal unity. And Koyalu Mira Nadalga. There he says the Koyalu Mira Nadalgalgina ladies in the Dulkugala. Here he says all the beautifulness of God you witness and follow, and that while praising with nada and music, you with all the requisites of music nature and witnessing the God is a very great plus point to the humanity. For that, what you have to understand is there are so many great devotees like Narada, Tumburu, Sanaka Sanandana, Digisha, King Purusha, so many are there. Why not you follow them and Parama Bhagavatamau Nivarasasi Vipakara Sanaka Sanandana Digisha Sura Kim Purusha Narada, so many compositions, so many devotees he mentioned in composition, and why not you follow and get liberated from the births and deaths by praying God. And lastly he says the Bhagavata Ramayana Adi Shruti Shastra Purana Adi Marma Mulasu Shanmatamula Godhamulan Muppadi Mukkoti Surantarangamula Bhavam Bulairaniriki Bhagavata Ramayana Gita Disruti Shastra Purana Pu Marma Mulan Sivadi Shanmatamula Godhamulan Muppadi Mukkoti Surantarangamula Bhavam Bula Nerigi Bhavaragalayadi Saukyamuche Chirayu Vulkaliki Niravai Sukatmulai Tyagaraja Tulainava. He says with pride that those who are doing, understanding the greatness of the epics and Puranas and great darsanas, they are all very close to Tyagaraja. And that means he is following, those who are following that way are there are Tyagaraja Kulas, Tyagaraja, religion of Tyagaraja, they are very close to Tyagaraja's Atma, he says. And first one is having all the bad qualities to pardon by God, and yet he says Dasratha's Putra, who Dora means Dasratha, his son. Dudukugalananne Dora Kodu Kubra Sura I am doing so many mistakes, but pardon me, O Dasratha's son, Sri Ramachandra. He says, here, finally, after committing mistakes, he understood that he is doing all the mistakes and asking God to protect him and save from mistakes committed by him. And in the next, Indaro Mahanbhavalu, he says, with all vandanas to those who are following all the good goodness in devotional way, they are to be praised and they are to be eligible for doing vandana. Indaro Mahanbhavalu andariki vandanamulu. He says, this is all about the Tyagaraja's understanding of the liberty and equality in the
Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah.
form of Nada. All these Pancharatnas are, I just showed the extracts from that one or two, each one containing 10 stanzas and all to be sung with Swara and Sahitya. Swara is also very, very important, and Swara contains the greatness of.
I would request you to kindly.
Thank you very much for giving so much of time, and I'm very much thankful to the organizers of the waves, particularly Dr. Sishi Tiwari and Aparna here, and so many. I didn't know the names of others, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this wonderful presentation. I would like to invite now our next esteemed speaker, Shri Subramanian Chidambaran from Mumbai, who will speak on the topic, concept of liberty and equality as seen in the construct of Varnashram Dharma.
Namaste to all. I'll share my screen. Let me know if it's visible. My screen is visible?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay. Namaste to all the speakers. So the topic that I'm going to touch upon in my session is going to be the concept of liberty and equality as seen in the construct of the Varnashrama Dharma. I realize that many of the previous speakers have touched upon many of the aspects that I will be highlighting in my presentation. So I will highlight on some of the key points here. Some of them could be repetitions, but it would still help to re-emphasize on some of this. Now the question.
Can you please stop that annotations from the above? Can you please disable that? Otherwise वो इस तरह से कोई भी पेन का मार्किंग हो सकती है स्क्रीन पे.
Ma'am, I'm not sure if I can disable it.
No, you are the co-host. You can do.
Okay, fine. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'll erase this first. Yeah. Is it okay, ma'am?
Yes, it is now fine.
Okay. Okay.
Kindly disable that.
Yeah, I've disabled the annotation.
Okay, okay.
Thank you. So the question here is, doesn't the very concept of Varna Vyavastha, indicate inequality? I'm taking more of the style of the Purva Paksha and the Siddhanta Paksha. So people could be asking to say that, doesn't Varna Vyavastha in itself mean inequality? Doesn't it indicate inequality? So here the answer is something like this. And Balramji very nicely touched upon this point during his address as well. Sanatana Dharma actually recognizes that at the mundane level, which we can say as the Vyavaharika, at the level of the Vyavaharika, no two people can be inherently equal. No one person or one jiva is equal to the other jiva. That is why in the Dvaita Siddhanta of Madhvacharya, you have those Panchabhedas saying that everything is different from everything, right? Because that is what we see, that is what we experience in the universe. And this is because of the various reasons, starting from the vasanas, the impressions, which then are led by the prarabdha karmas, so the entire karma theory. So prarabdha karmas leading to vasanas, impressions, and these leading to your gunas with which you are born, the nature. and then you act according to these gunas, and then you take up certain activities. So this is by nature, this is natural, swabhavika. Sanatana Dharma recognizes that this is swabhavika, this is natural. Hence, there is no forced effort to bring in equality when by nature itself, at the Vyavaharika level, things are unequal. That is why, and this was also one of the shlokas one of my earlier speakers touched upon, where in the Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna says, Brahmana Kshatriya Visham Shudranam cha Parantapa Karmani Pradibhaktani Swabhava Prabhavair Gunaihi. Very important, he speaks of course of the 4 varnas, but he says Karmani Pradibhaktani Swabhava Prabhavair Gunaihi. In one of the other shlokas which I will state later, he speaks about Chaturvarnyam Maya Srishtam Guna Karma Vibhagasha. He speaks of the guna, but here he says Swabhava Prabhavaihi Gunaihi. He qualifies the guna. And Adi Shankara Bhagavatpada in his Bhashya, he further explains this. He says Ishwarasya Prakritihi Trigunatmika Maya Sa Prabhavaha Yesham Gunanam. So this gunas, the swabhava, the prabhava guna is because of the Trigunatmika Maya, that is natural, that is prakriti, prakritika. Janmantara krita samskaraha praninam vartamana janmani swakarya abhimukatvena abhivyaktaha swabhavaha. It is because of the prarabdha karmas, janmantara krita. By many births, whatever you have done, accumulated prarabdha karma, which then leads to these vasanas and leading to these gunas. So it is well recognized that these gunas are swabhava or prakritika or prakriti, natural. So the varna vyavastha came into being to ensure that there is alignment to this, something that is naturally there with minimal disruption and without minimal forced effort. That is why it was the best way thought was to align the society in line with the inherent gunas and the subsequent occupations or the activities that one takes because of these gunas. That is where we find the shloka Chaturvarnyam Maya Srishtam Guna Karma Vibhagashaha, based on the gunas and the karmas. So talking about equality at this level is not going to work because by nature things are different. We speak about the Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra, and there have been many opposing views of this being outdated and being very orthodox and leading to a lot of degradement. May be possible, but the concept is different and the implementation of the concept are 2 different things. So here we are talking about the concept of Varna Vyavastha, which ensured that things are in line with one's own innate nature. Even today, you find, if you take up an organization, you do find a research department, a data management department, analysis strategy department. You require specific skill sets for that department. You do have an administration, defense, combat, protection departments in countries, in organizations. You require different skill sets. You do have people with business acumen, trading, financial acumen, sales excellence, qualities are different. There are people who prefer to carry out orders and commands versus taking their own decisions. Skill sets are different. So this is what it is based on, the qualities, the gunas, that this kind of classification came about. So the question is, every society has this, every organization has this. So what is it that we are not, what kind of equality are we seeing anyways today? We are seeing this kind of inequality anyway today as well, but we recognize this because this is inherent. We know that certain capabilities, it is inequality in capabilities which can never be made equal. This was exactly the thought process of the Varna Vyavastha. So at the Vyavaharika Satta, we are not speaking about equality in Varna Vyavastha. Now, even though this is such, what about liberty in Varna Vyavastha? And Balramji very nicely put in terms of liberty versus the rights, the freedom versus the independence. So though Sanatana Dharma recognizes that people are not equal by nature, if people are born in different varnas, but their aptitude or their qualities or capabilities are for a different varna, this shift was possible, and we do have examples of this shift in our Sanatana Dharma. This is where the liberty was there. The flexibility, I might say, was there in the Varna Vyavastha. Many examples, I am just quoting few examples here. Vishwamitra, where he says the beautiful shlokas in the Valmiki Ramayana, Dik Balam Kshatriya Balam, Brahma Tejo Balam Balam. He recognizes the the strength of Brahmabala, and he recognizes that Brahmatva Karanam, the Brahmatvam is the reason by Vasishtha is able to have that kind of, so I also want to attain the Brahmatva, right? So that was possible because he had the aptitude and he had the vision and he had the capability to go into that Varna. Parashurama, born a Brahmana, but the karma bhumi was on Kshatriya bhumi. Satyakama Jabala, we don't even know what Varna he belonged to, but he became a Brahmajnani in the Upanishads. Women scholars, so in terms of Brahmavadini, Sita, Draupadi, yes, we did hear in one of the presentations that they are less, but nevertheless, the fact that they were there indicates that this was not a taboo. This was not something that was not there. It was possible, but capability was essential for you to move into that Varna. So this is what we are speaking about, liberty. There was still flexibility and liberty in the Varna Vyavastha to move between the Varnas depending upon the aptitude and capability. Now, where then is equality and liberty? What are we talking about equality and liberty? Then is where we have to go to the Paramarthika Satta. It is no more the Vyavaharika Satta. That is where we enter the concluding parts of the Veda, the Vedantas of the Upanishads, which speaks about in the Ishavasya Upanishad, Ishavasymidam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bhunjita magradakasya suddhanam yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyeva anupashyati sarvabhuteshu cha atmanam tato vijugupsate yasmin sarvani bhutani atmaiva bhut vijanataha tatra ko mohaha kashokaha ekatvam anupashyataha, the one who sees Atman everywhere. So the Upanishads bring that equality, the element of equality. So the Vyavaharika Satta, no, there is no equality. But in the Paramarthika Satta, the Atman or the Brahman is one. And that oneness is brought about in the Upanishads through these verses of the Upanishads. So to enable one to reach this higher level of equality in the Paramarthika Satta is where the entire Purushartha, Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. Moksha came as the ultimate Purushartha, where the Upanishads say Brahma Vidapnoti Param. That is what is to be highest attained. It is a Purushartham. Brahma Jnanadapi Param Purushartham Darshayati. It says Purushartha. It doesn't say Brahmanartha, Kshatriyartha, Vaishyartha or Shudrartha. It says Purushartha. That means the Purushartha is something that is attainable by all without any differentiation of Varna. So all Varnas can attain this because this is equal. This is the equality element which everybody can attain. But where things are unequal, they are unequal. So they have to be maintained at that level. And it is in this stage that ultimate liberty also comes. So ultimate liberty only comes when there is liberation. Without liberation, there is no liberty. Ultimate freedom comes when you are released from bondage. And this is what the Upanishads refer to as Swarat, the one who is the emperor in his own kingdom. There is nothing that the person needs to worry about anymore. He is completely independent, completely liberal, and completely liberated. That is Swarat. And that happens only for a person who has known the way Atman. Atmai Vedagum Sarvam. So the Atmavit is the one who becomes Swarat. Now this we spoke about the Varnas, just one last slide on the Ashrama. Now we spoke about the ultimate state of liberation, which is the ultimate state of liberty and equality. Ashrama Vyavastha is a means of attaining that ultimate goal, ultimate stage. And this is equal for all Varnas. That is why in the Jabala Upanishad, which Adi Shankara quotes in his Brahma Sutra Bhashya, Brahmacharyam samapya grihi bhavet, grihi bhutva vani bhavet, vani bhutva pravrajet. So this is the Ashrama Vyavastha. You go from one to the other. Because of the capability you have to build in one, then you move to the other. Because of your vasanas and prarabdha karmas, this is how we typically have to go. Then only we become capable to move into the next ashrama. However, if you are capable enough, even when you are brahmacharya, if you are capable to go to pravrajet, yadiva, itarata, brahmacharya deva, you can go from brahmacharya also to pravraja. Grihadva, vanadva, you can go from grihastha also, from anapastha. So from all the three ashramas, you can jump to pravraja, to the moksha, if you are capable. So there only that is looked at as capability. If you have the capability, you can move into that highest state, which is going to be equal and liberal. But if you are not capable, you move into the ashrama vyavastha and soon you become capable. And this highest state is also further elaborated in the Jabala Upanishad to say that This state is where one becomes Brahma Bhuyaya Bhavati. The highest state, Brahma Vidapnoti Param, that we spoke about, is what you attain here. So in essence, what I would like to say is that Vyavaharika and Paramarthika are two levels that is clearly understood by the Sanatana Dharma. At the Vyavaharika level, it stays the Varna Vyavastha and Ashrama Vyavastha, they are means of ensuring that people remain with their guna, karma, and they are able to do justice and attain their fullest potential with what capabilities they have come. But ultimate liberty and equality is only possible in the Paramarthika, for which there is no restriction to anybody, and anybody and everybody can move into that Paramarthika, which is the concept of liberty and equality that we have in Sanatana Dharma. I conclude with this. Thanks a lot for Waves for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful presentation. I would like to know if Professor Ram Gopal is there. He has come back, and Dr. Sati Shankar has come back.
No contact was made.
Okay. In that case, I think we will proceed. Before proceeding further, I would like to request the co-chair, Dr. Dhananjay Bhanji, a Sanskrit scholar and life member of Waves and sub-editor of Vishwasya Virittant, to kindly give his comments in 4-5 minutes on all the presentations. Over to Dr. Dhananjay ji.
Namaste, Shubha Sandhya. This is nice to have big gathering and auspicious time also. I hope before giving my comments as co-chair, I must salute our two achievers, lifetime achievers, and with their graces and blessings, and Shashi Tiwari ma'am, Balaram sir, even all dignitaries. I think today we have laid a nice foundation for which in coming 2 days we will plaster and seal this total conference in a global level, and hope other 2 days also we will witness such scholarly presentations from all over the world and junior level, student level also. So now I'll speak only two lines about our 4 speakers. First, our Professor Charan S.H. Manektalaji. What he told about Gunatrayam along with Sattva, Raja, Tama, very nicely presented in a table form, that ST, RT and TT. That system is very new to modern scholars and to be introspected in another perspective for social reform. And what behavior versus tendency, that technical 2 terms, very charming and interesting and introspective. Sattva, Raja, Tama, what Charanji told, it is not new, but ever new. And from Vyasti to Samasti, from oneness, from one to oneness, what in modern our Sanghiya Parampara, Ekantavad or Ekant Manavavad, what we are propagating at the modern age, in this present era, our modern government also propagating Ekantavad. So there are Dvaitavada, Advaitavada, Suddha Advaitavada, Dvaita Dvaitavada. So many Vadas are, isms are there. So if we think we are a part of the whole, or we think we are apart from whole, or we are apart itself, we have nothing to correlate with the wholesome. Whole means Paramatma, apart means Jivatma. If I am alone, I am individual, I am different, I am unique. This is one type of Vada, ism. Another one is I am part of that whole system. And another third one is I am apart from the whole system. So these 3 Vadas should be considered with these 3 gunas, gunatrayas. So thank you, Professor Charanji. After a long time, I am listening online to you. And second speaker, Professor Konarji, told 2 times based on Christianity, Muslim, and some views on other religions also based on Vedas. And he told very simple statement, Dheya Vakya, Apta Vakya of this conference, this session, Veda means freedom. That's all. Veda means freedom. Freedom from what? Freedom from all aspects. Jivan, Maran, all aspects. And what he told the equality of women in even modern Jainism, where I am living at present in Gujarat, Surat, so many ladies, young age girls they're taking dikshas, they're becoming sadhvis. So beyond the number, the pluralism of human womanhood, they all are following the dikshas of Jainism. So equality is beyond the equalities. They are the mass number of girls are taking dikshas at the younger age, tender age, living all the sansaric sukhas. So equality, we are talking about equality and speciality. What Shashi Tiwari madam told, I think Swatantrata means something different. What Shashi Tiwari ma'am told, independent or speciality. She told speciality. I am a man in general, I am a scholar in particular. In that sense, she narrated Swatantrata. But here I think Swatantrata means independent. Independent, not speciality. Because Samanata, equality, and speciality, both we cannot carry the same scale. I think so. It is my personal view. You all are great scholars, age-wise, knowledge-wise. Another thing I may say about Islamic and Christianity, what sir told, Professor Conard, that before 150 years, there is a slavery system. I don't know exactly, is it so or not, but it is good to know that slavery system is missing and we are eradicating. Thank you, sir. And India is a land of beliefs. India is a land of ethics. India is a land of traditions. What tradition? Tradition to continue all the traditions. All the generation to follow this same tradition. That's why we are studying, reviewing, replying, observing, and commenting on the age-old tradition of Veda. So Veda is knowledge which is ever new, everlasting, ever imprinting. What Rajiv Gandhi told, India is an ancient country, but modern nation. Ancient country, that is Stone Age country. Modern nation, that is cyber age, computer age nation. So we are competing with others. This is wrong. Others are competing with us. This is the truth. So from that point of view, we are above the equality, above the speciality, above the independence. And the third, our ma'am told, Dr. T. Sitaramaji, from musical point of view, musical unity. In one line, I will conclude her my remarks on her paper. Language.
आप म्यूट हो गए हैं भंजी.
Please on your mic, sir.
सर आपका म्यूट है.
सर आपका माइक ऑफ हो गया है.
Value is Swatantrata. And Pratyahar Vidhi, through Pratyahar Vidhi, we can control, we can detach our mind, our body, our everything, so that we can gain a nice path to touch the super soul. इंद्रियों को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं. And the fourth one, very nicely, very energetic presentation by Subramaniam sir, Varnashram and Dharma. And apart from Varnashram system, very recently I came through one paper written by Professor Balaram Singh and Dr. Aparna Dhir Khandelwal, that Sudra topic was there. There is no time, that's why just I am giving this background reference to Subramaniam sir. Very nice paper by both the scholarly minds. You can go through, and there also Varnashrama, Jati system, as per to karma or as per to the birth. You have to go through. And then another small thing I will say, nothing to say, in the fifth Brahmana of second chapter, Brihad Aranyak Upanishad. Very nice. This is actually testaments in Hindu, like Bible, 10 testaments in Hindu culture, Hindu path, we can follow those 10 or 12 sentences like our earth, our water, our fire, the wind, the sun, the moon, the lightning, the thunderbolt, the space, the dharma, the truth, the mankind, and the soul itself, all are interrelated. So what our topic is for the first session, very nicely arranged, and all the 4 speakers, they presented nicely. I'm thankful to the organization, to Banmali sir, Professor Banmali sir. He is my senior, he is my guru. He was in Pune. When I came, he left Pune, and Shashi Tiwari Imam, all the organization, WEBS and Sanskrit University, Central Sanskrit. I must thank you all, and my chairperson, the Professor Lalan Prasad ji also, I will thank. And apart from this, I'll take 1 second extra to thank our moderator ma'am, Dr. Raj Verma Sinha ji. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hope I have given my statement with pure heart, with sincerity, and all the dignitaries, all the presenters, they will take it positively and hope we will learn. All are learning. Nobody knows everything. All know something. So we are gaining something. We are giving something. So care, taking and giving, sharing and caring. This is the way of Indian culture. Thank you once again. Let us see another 2 days. We'll enjoy. Thank you. Thank you, Tiwari ma'am. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful comments. Now, it is my proud privilege and honor to introduce the chair of the session, Professor Lalan Prasad, DC member of WAVES and former Dean, Department of Business Economics, Delhi University. One of our guiding lights, he has contributed scholarly papers to different journals and newspapers and has been invited by different channels for interviews. Over to the chair. Please, sir.
सर आपका म्यूटेड है.
माइक प्लीज, माइक ऑन.
Professor Shashi Tiwari, chairman of the WAVES and a guiding force behind all these activities, and so successfully she has been organizing these conferences year after year. And I have been fortunate to have participated in these programs. Dr. Dhananjay has made my job very light by summarizing most of the papers presented during this session. We had very, very learned speakers here, and it has been a very rewarding session for me. Let me add a few things which I consider that it may be talked over in other sessions also. There is a difference between the concept and the implementation, as one of the speakers have mentioned. And I think that is something, that's an issue which has to be kept into mind whenever we discuss things about, for instance, concepts like casteism, about Dr. Conrad has also mentioned in very detail. And he has very rightly said that there is nothing to be apologetic about that in Hindu religion, there's a caste system and so on. And the caste system has its own connotations, which are given in Vedas and given in our Upanishads and Ramayana, Mahabharata, everywhere. It has been mentioned. And it was never intention of our rishis or the saints to classify people into an arbitrary way that one person is coming from mouth of the Vishnu and other is coming from this part or that part. That is only a sort of a symbolic thing. That is, those who perform in the society certain job should have certain qualities, certain gunas, as it had been mentioned in Bhagavad Gita also and in our Vedas and in our Upanishads and others. There has been no such connotation in Hindu religion confining caste system to inheritance. It has never been an inheritance by which people become Brahman, or because there are large number of cases which have been mentioned in our scriptures where people coming from very, very humble families, they have risen to heights in scholarship. They have written the scriptures, they have written the books which are read throughout the history, and till these days, even after thousands of years, these have been produced. So it is not that if a person is born into a Brahman family, he becomes Brahman. The original connotation has certainly been based upon the quality, the gunas, and also the prarabdha, the luck or whatever, what we have done in the past life. Now, this is another concept which is really very important when we talk about our ancient scriptures, Vedas and Upanishads and so on and so forth. In Bhagavad Gita, it has been very elaborately put by Lord Krishna, where he said that we should do our karma. We cannot escape from it. But at the same time, he says that we should do the nishkam karma. We should not wait for or we should not expect the fruit as such. The karma has to be nishkam. And it is this nishkam karma which ultimately leads to the salvation of the person. Not that running from the karma will lead to the salvation. In fact, even later, Rishis, for instance, Chanakya, Kautilya Arsas, we find a mention about this where he says that liberation cannot be there by running from the world, by becoming a sadhu or by becoming going for some tapasya and then leaving everything world and so on and so forth. So karma has to be done. We are destined to do what for we have been born, and we should not escape from that. But we must do things in right manner, and here it is that morality comes, and here also our efficiency comes, where Lord Krishna says, Yoga karmasu kausalam, karmo mein kusalta hi yoga hai. So we have to do the things in the right way. We have to employ our faculties. We have to learn about the things, and we have to go ahead in the life. That way, we find that we get moksha and ultimate liberation, as it has been called, as it has been given in our scriptures. And I would like to mention one specific. Yes, this is from Shvetashwara Upanishad. Eko hanso bhunasasya madhye sa evagni salile sanivishta tameva vijitvati mrityumurti nanya pantha विद्यते ये नाम मनायम। इस भुवन के मध्य एक हंस है, वही जल में स्थित है, पंचाहुति देह में स्थित है, उसी को जानकर पुरुष मृत्यु के पार हो जाता है। इससे अलग मोक्ष प्राप्ति का कोई और मार्ग नहीं है। Now, this way we can find that the concept of liberation is very wide in our scriptures, as given by our rishis. It is not limited to the concept of liberation, as for instance it came in French Revolution, liberty, equality and fraternity, or also as it is enshrined in our constitution also. It is only a part of those things which are enshrined in the constitution or which have been talked about by the scholars in West from time to time, including Socrates and others. The concept of liberty in our scripture is much different and much wider. Similarly, the concept of caste is something which has been misunderstood in Western thought and Western writings, and also in our own country, it has been implemented badly. As I mentioned earlier, that concept and implementation, these are not always going simultaneously. The concept may be good, but it may be implemented very badly. And this is what has happened with the caste system in our society. I would like to mention that in the keynote address, Professor Balram Singh also mentioned about the Siddhanta of karma and what Lord Krishna has said and what has been said in our scriptures. For instance, when it has been said that on the same tree there are two birds and one gets asakti into the fruit and tastes the fruit, and that means he goes for the worldly things and get engaged into the worldly affairs. So he doesn't get the mukti. The other is the free one, the mukt one, who is the creator of all, who is the sustainer of all, who has been looking after all, but he has no asakti. So this asakti is leading us to the type of trouble, the kam, madmo, mulok, whatever these things, and what our South Indian scholar has very rightly said about Tyagaraja, that Tyagaraja, through his music, through his compositions, through his devotional compositions, have said how we can get liberated from these evils like Kam, Krodh, Mad, Lobh, and things of that nature. Then also I would like to say, it has been mentioned earlier in one of the speeches about the Bharat Bhumi, about Kalyan Ramnam's things, and I would like to say, Gayanti Deva Yam Samgaha Dhanya Sute Bharat Bhumi Bhage. It is India which is unique in its geography, in its philosophy, in its lifestyle of people, in unity, in diversity, and many more aspects. It is our rishis who have given such wonderful hymns like Sarve Bhavantu Sukhino. I would like still to know if there are other religions where really things of this nature have come. Sangachaddham Sambhadadham Sana Bhavatu Sano Bhunaktu Saviryam Karvabhay Swastina Indro Brijasvaha Om Sana Bhavatu Sano Bhunaktu Saviryam Karvabhay. These are unique thoughts, unique ideas which were given. And
TV देख रहे हैं सोने.
Hello. It is the theme behind which the entire civilization has been built. And that is why we see that even after hundreds of thousands of invasions, we live. Our culture is still as strong as it has been ever. And the flow of thoughts, ideas, which go into stream from this country continues since thousands of years. And the result of that you can still see in the age of science. Our people are now dominating the academic field, the scientific field, and everything. But you might have noted very recently, some of the top companies in the world, they are now headed by Indians. 1% Indians in America, they are holding the most important positions in America. And they are a revered community there, one of the richest community there, and one of the most literate, most academically sound and advanced community in the United States of America. It is the result of the traditional values, traditional knowledge, and the things which we have inherited from such a long time. I must say that this has been a very, very rewarding session for me also, having listened to such eminent speakers. And I must thank Dr. Shashi Tiwari for giving me this opportunity. And also all those people who are engaged in organizing this conference, Ranjit and Aparna and other members, younger members particularly, who are doing a wonderful job in doing this type of operation. Let me again thank all the speakers. I also thank our co-chairman and the convener of the program, Dr. Raj Verma, who has very ably conducted the whole thing. Thank you all again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable comments and appreciation. Finding liberty within, expressed in Nishkam Karm and in music, and equality underlying Varnas, and with the overarching Aptavachan of Veda is freedom. This has been a beautiful session. I would like to thank the chair, the co-chair, speakers, the learned participants of the session. Thank you very much. Over to Professor Tiwari.
मैम आपका म्यूट मैम आपका म्यूटेड है।
अब तीनों सत्र समाप्त हो रहे हैं, संपन्न हो रहे हैं। बड़ी प्रसन्नता की बात है कि आज के सेशन बहुत अच्छी तरह से विधिवत संचालित हुए और प्रस्तुत किया गया। अनेक ज्ञान की बातें हमें बताई गई और जैसा कि कहा गया कि सबको सब कुछ नहीं आता है, इसलिए हम भी बहुत कुछ सीखते रहे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बस सभा को विसर्जित करते हैं और शुभ रात्रि कहते हैं और कल फिर मिलेंगे।
मैम ग्रुप फोटो के लिए
ले लो।
सभी से निवेदन है कि आप सब 5 मिनट के लिए अपना ये कैमरा ऑन कर लीजिए, तो हम लोग एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ ले लें। नवीन जी आप भी ले पाएंगे? Thank you everyone. कल पुनः इसी तरह हम इसी समय पे जैसे आज जुड़े थे वैसे ही 3:45 पे जुड़ने की सब कोशिश करिएगा और 4 बजे से हमारे सेशन ऐसे ही स्टार्ट हो जाएंगे और इसी तरह से कल का भी दिन हमारा सभी सेशंस लगातार चलते रहेंगे बिना व्यवधान के और आप सब उपस्थित रहेंगे ऐसा हमें आशा है। शुभ रात्रि।
सुनील भट्टाचार्य जी आप कहाँ पर हैं आजकल? Where are you at present in US?